sound, back to the sound.
They've got a lot of pistols. They've got some ultimates to play with. In particular, if Sign can get into a good position, remove weapons on a retake, that could be huge. They are moving towards the place where there's only one man holding. The problem is that one man is Lover's Rock. He'll get out quickly, and he's going back in for another. There goes that big ulti.
Sign gone. Okay. Nice blast packs from Gianni. A decent position from Chichu, but he's been shut down. Last time they played this map, he was an unstoppable force that they had to deal with, and as of right now, yet to really show up to the party. An opportunity though. Karmine has been given an operator. The one glimmer of hope in this map so far was him in that 1v5, which almost got them their first round. This, he's gonna hope, will be the case. A nice flash to set him up. They are putting all their eggs in one basket. Can Karmine win them the round? Well, his teammate and nobody's already gone, but he still stands with the operator. A missed shot lets them get a little bit closer, and in fact, with one bullet left,
Super chad ke mare hain ido.
Kreven is 14-1. Still going, still only a singular death. And well, that is a reason why there is not a round on the board yet for EDG.
Yeah, Kreven is the star of the show right now. I thought the second they put an operator into the hands of Karmine. Well, we have made a mistake here, but they managed to recover. Kreven even manages to stare Medusa in the eyes and walk away unscathed. An unbelievable performance for him. One simple agent switch, and he is looking so bloody comfortable playing behind his utility instead of having to watch it all be destroyed and dissipated. 8-0. As EDG come back in with another buy. Rifles there, the ult from Sign, and a much more direct approach. The slow play has left BBL with all the info to work with.
भाई BBL ने 8-0 score रखा है.
The problem is this seaside thus far has been a nightmare.
Hang चीचू कुछ नहीं कर पाए. चीचू हो गया यार.
Through the box instead though, he peeks back and gets rid of nobody. Cage is up. And this time, the weaponry is going to be removed. The faster pace take. Loiter was trying to escape with his ultimate. The showstopper on the other side has a chance to double, but it's only one. An advantage for the first time in a while. Kreven also down, but Rose already brings things back to even. Ults being popped on either side. Rose will deal with Karmine, and Gianni now has to try and find one of them with the ult, and he won't manage to do so. Lover's Rock has already passed it. The youngster needing a clutch operator shot, missed, but he will deal with Rose. And the
clutch hai bro.
It's a nice try from Gianni, but still they can't find a round.
Clutchy bro.
This looked like the round EDG would finally put on the board, and previously it's been all about the game plan. Everything has worked for BBL. They've had the info, they've had the right people in the right place in almost every single round. This time it was different. EDG had the upper hand, they had the sight, time ticking in their favor. But a few shots from BBL, and as I said, a very well-placed Z's coming out of Rose as Karmine looked to take him down, to pressure that IGL. He ended up in an uncomfortable position and couldn't quite get back out. The spam from Rose putting 9 on the board. BBL. This map we
वो जल्दी चालू कर बे मेरे को जाना है वो
last time.
मैंने तो 15 मिनट बाद स्टार्ट कर लेना ये गेम के बाद स्टार्ट कर
मैं स्ट्रीम चालू है मेरा
up against EDG in this exact moment. And then since then it didn't look like things had changed. We question why they choose it. They come in today with answers.
रुक पर्सनल कॉल पे है ना बन हाँ ठीक है
Running out of runway. Of course, they came into this tournament with one of their star players missing. It's no doubt that it was going to be difficult, but last time out they showed that they could compete even with that stand-in. Today has looked different though. Into the seaside they go again. And
EDG को परेशान कर दिए हैं भाई EDG को खेलने ही नहीं दे रहे हैं बबली लोग अरे
It's the closest rounds they've had so far, but with 5 HP and a man behind, it is a few consolation frags.
बबली बदमाश है
Before a singular round goes the other way.
You've got to take your hat off the sign there. What an attempt that was in the 3
Nice shots.
Again, it's the plan from BBL. We're back to the same old thing. The Cypher setup on site works. Cage up, leaves Jenny in a 1v1 while he's mid-air. Kraven takes that kill every day of the week. But more importantly, 3 players on site, 1 sitting outside B and 1 fully pushed up on A. Those were the positions when EDG pushed. They're being read. This attack side is predictable for BBL, or has been so far, and we are. I mean, we've almost already ran out of time. 2 rounds left to play for. Chichu gonna try to find the seam here and pull on the thread. He's gone for the TP towards the stairs. Nobody's home. BBL playing a bit more passive, falling back. Lloyd is going to be on that backside with plenty of support. And again, boots on the ground, but 4 players here for BBL. They are ready every single time, and this one will be no different. Chichu, though, a lifeline with that pick. They might even get the plant out of this.
2-wall बचा है 2v2 है मतलब 2-wall both
Sign trying to bait them into a fight, and he's done so, but Kraven just isn't
1v2
losing
ले मार दिया अकेले
He is the unkillable final boss of BBL. I think he's only had 2 deaths in the entirety of this map, and it's not like he's just been AFK hiding in a corner. I think that might have been his 16th kill of the game.
आदि
I genuinely
आदि अब तो वो भी खेल सकती है बीड़ू अपन लोग First light.
Up against EDG as well.
अब तो मिलोटर भी आ गया मिनोटर
Considering how it went last time around for BBL, well, those OTs are looking very unlikely at this stage. It has been a dominant showing. Concon stepping up to the plate for 1, but only 1.
नहीं भाई खेलने ही नहीं दे रहे भाई उन लोगों को फिर ये साइन बच गया अकेले
Last time he was in the clutch, he got 3 before going down.
वही बात है मैं बोल रहा हूँ 30 होगा
भाई दरवाजा खोल के मार रहे उधर से मार रहे सब जगह से बुड़ुम शामली
EDG को पहली बार इतना स्ट्रगल करते देखा
वो भी बबली का गेम गाइस जो भी देख रहा है लाइव पे तो फ्रांस टीम की वॉचिंग आ रही है
The good thing is he got an opportunity, but he'd have to be lightning fast to get anywhere near, and it is not to be the case. 8-12-0.
कहीं तो है मैं भी
हाँ बबली का
half for BBL.
इसका
There's questions about the stand-in, or whether you question whether or not BBL could just come in and completely
Black Ops
change
बिना बहुत
how this
खतरनाक
map
चीज है
went
भाई
last
लेकिन
time around. I don't
पीना
think
पड़
there's
रहा है
anybody on earth who thought this would be a 12-0 half.
No, even with changes with BBL picking it
अगर तो
again.
एकदम प्योर ब्लैक कॉफी पसंद नहीं
I
है
think they've got some solutions,
डाल
but
दिए,
they've completely cracked the
नहीं
code.
अमाउंट बढ़ा ले
The most impressive part about
तेरे
this
को
is even
टेस्ट
in
भी
the
अच्छा
moments
लगेगा
when
ये नुकसान
EDG
नहीं
played
करता
fast,
चाहे तो
it
एक
felt
चम्मच
like
पूरा भर के डाल
BBL were rotating ahead. I
डिपेंड
genuinely
तेरे
can
टेस्ट
think
के
of,
ऊपर
off the
तीनों
top of
हाथ
my
में
head,
चम्मच तो डाल
one round where BBL didn't have at least 3 players on the site that was being hit, which, if it's a cent, that's impressive.
ये बहुत
This
बढ़िया
map has 3 sites.
Yeah.
That's even more
पहली
impressive.
बात तो टेस्ट बढ़ा देता है कॉफी का
I can't think
दूसरा
of
चीज
a
ये हो
moment
जाता है
where
कि
EDG
it's
stepped on
really
the B side other than the one kill
भाई
or
ये
one
वाले
attempted kill
रिप्ले
from
और तो
Chichu
मस्त
and
था
Nico.
भाई
There was a B-side, remember they used a nade last second for Jenny to try to cancel, but he swung with it. It was an eco
That is
backup.
true,
So
that
it was
is
a
true.
single one, but I think that was also a fallback
तो
to
बोल
the
बोलो।
nade, if I'm not mistaken. But it definitely did feel
तेरा
like
आवाज ऑन है ना मैं वही देख
for
रहा था
EDG, perhaps playing the default, perhaps exploring the map and removing some of that information was the way to go. They decided to play more direct, which also makes sense. Look, they've got information, they're rotating ahead of us. Let's go more direct. Let's get ahead of those rotations. And yet they couldn't. And that's so impressive. It also speaks to how BBL played this defensive side. Aggression right off the
रात है ना
bat.
रात
Why
में
were there 4 players?
सोने से पहले
Towards the C side,
बड़ी
one outside B ready to swing on the door.
दूध को ना
Ran up A. He saw
एक
no
गिलास
couple
दूध
seconds.
दे
He said, okay, I'm
उसमें
going into your
अदरक
spawn. And he's there
और
on the neon in a matter of seconds.
एक
They have the information.
मतलब
And when they go
एक
the other way, the site utility gets the info.
हल्दी
Fills in B, 4 players on the A side. This has
ठीक
been
है
tough play.
और
EDG.
छोटी सी अगर तेरे पास पाउडर में दालचीनी है ठीक है एकदम
It's safe to say this tournament is starting to feel a little bit cursed for them in general. Last year in the group of death, only taking
उसके बाद उसको
2
थोड़ा सा
defeats
ठंडा
to
करके
Gen G, who went
बहुत
all the way
जल्दी
to a
होता
top
है
4
लीवर
finish.
बॉडी
And then this year,
और वेट लॉस में भी अच्छा तेरा
coming in with a stand-in and facing off against the BBL,
बहुत
look
अच्छा
to be
चीज
back in form, at least on an
कुछ
individual
इस
level.
तरह का ना भाई
We
तेरे
saw
हेल्थ के
them
लिए
go
बहुत
missing
बढ़िया है
in stage 1.
टेस्टी भी है मस्त चक्कर डाल लो उसमें
expectations after
बढ़िया है
नहीं चक्कर मेरे को पूरा मना हो गया है
थोड़ा सा डाल सकते हैं एकदम मन मत कर
very good finish. Masters London.
कभी भी कोई भी चीज को एकदम से बंद नहीं करनी है बॉडी में बहुत ज्यादा नुकसान
What we come to expect of them.
थोड़ा
Sure,
डाल
the
सकते
excuses
हैं
are there, but
एकदम माइन्यूट सा
different.
जैसे एक चम्मच का एक चौथाई समझ रहे
Has some incredibly good play.
चौथाई एक चम्मच का एक चौथाई जरा सा मतलब जीभ में हल्का सा टेस्ट आना चाहिए बस उतने के लिए सकता है
They're going to start it that way. For individuals to show up, that's all I want to see because the comeback, although gentle mates might let this one slip,
मतलब
I'm
उसमें
not
अगर
sure
तू
about
चम्मच
BBL.
गड़ाएगा तो चम्मच खड़ा हो
They don't have
जाएगा
that kind of
सीधा
history.
हाँ
To swing
हम
out
मैं
on
भी
the back
पीता था
from
भाई
Con
बचपन में
He's
बड़े
being
होके
spotted,
मैं भी
he's being
बन
blinded,
गया
he's being naded, he's being shot, he is dead. And EDG end
साला
up with
हॉर्लिक्स और बॉर्नवीटा तो ऐसे रहता था जैसे मतलब ना पूरा वो नहीं हो जाता कीचड़ वैसी हो जाता था दूध के अंदर कीचड़
Trading blows though. Yeah, they're going to take this to the B, the C site, but that's if they can get past Jenny.
They know they've been boxed in. Gianni, maybe that's a good idea, but they're not even going in. We've gone all the way around the other side of the map to the C side, but the defenders have also gone, well, okay, it's a little bit too quiet on this side, and because of that, the plant position is actually a bit of a problem. Back to the spawn, Rose needs to go. The flank is now being won. They're ready for the move, but it's going to be the shot coming out on the other side.
अरे एक मैप हार गए
To
रे
stop
एक
the
राउंड
13-0. And Loiter, who hasn't had to do a whole lot this game, with a
बस
chance
कॉफी
to
पी लूं
clutch.
हो गया मेरा हार
Oh, surely not. You think the pistol round could at least be the safe haven, the safe protocol for this squad? But Loiter, he's brought it to
One
a 1v1.
इसमें भी
A
निकाल दिया
single
क्या?
point of health for EDG to
अरे बच
avoid
गया।
the 13-0. And they will do it.
इसमें भी
G2
निकाल
तेरा
दिया
कैमरा लगा के जा रहा हूँ आदि ठीक
save
है
some face for EDG at least.
उसमें भी उसने निकाल ही लिया था
It's unusual that you see Loiter have a quiet game, but the fact that he almost 1v3s to 13-0 is a crazy way that this game could have ended. Instead, they're not going to be joining the club. Sorry, Mixer. I know you had that tweet locked and loaded and ready to go. Instead, we'll see them now.
आदि आ रहा हूँ ठीक है
Mirror the scoreboard of the last 12 rounds in a row. Hey, start with one.
That it does, and it usually ends with a much
अरे
longer
रे 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 रे
14. They'll need to go there to OT. Concon. Bit shaky to start. He's got a box in.
नाइस
Okay,
नाइस
they'll deal with him eventually. Not before Lover's Rock is able to trade out. Now Larock finds one on a Jenny, and now I start to get a little bit nervous about this. There's another weapon to be recovered. There's still a Marshall. Up close is nobody. It has been a tough game for nobody so far. The flash through. Doesn't follow up on it. It's the players pushing B instead as he draws their eye, but now he's a little surrounded. I almost want to see him fall back with that paranoia. He has to. He ran forward. They paranoid now themselves. Chi-Chu gets one. Many players close. But is he happy with that? Has he done enough? It's a 2v2.
His teammate's coming.
The wraparound is on the way. Nice work by Sign, and they will clean it up in the end. But
बढ़िया लेकिन
danger averted, but only barely.
I'll be honest with you, like, at least some of the plays that Karmine's making, I think he's just having fun with this. I think they've looked at this and gone, yeah, 12 rounds in a row, probably not going to happen. I'm just going to go and fight them in their spawn and see what will go through. I don't think that they were even considering the possibility of a 12-0 return on the other side. And you can see it in their faces. They're having a good time. They know their map choices are next. For BBL, they've just got to make sure they don't get too far ahead of themselves. Of course, EDG investing everything back into this round does mean that as quote-unquote bonuses go, this is a relatively strong one. A couple of rifles, the Judge, and an SMG. But realistically, all BBL needs is one. EDG this time, the ones with the seems a lot of players outside the seaside, despite this ones available now. It's shifting them in the other direction.
standard players on the C side, one sitting outside B. And that would be the one to be challenged. No, perhaps not. No, they're going all the way around. It's a very slow early round. It's very uncharacteristic for BBL to not even look for a scrap at this point in the game. But I think they want to close this out while it's still in dominant fashion. Stop EDG from building up that little bit of momentum towards the end of the game. There will be nobody that's challenged. He said it'd been a tough game for him, but that's a bloody nice shot.
Still got it, no doubt about it. And it's gone. Lover's Rock, quickly able to trade. His rotation just is there. The position, though, of Gianni. Got to get his gun out. Worst gun for it. Trips offline, so we can actually catch them on the cross, but unlucky to not get Rose. 8 HP. TP past the wall. Sign left blinded. He's trying to deny them, but instead he ends up being caught. Him staying alive with the wall might have even been enough to potentially change the round. Instead, Chichu's going to try and maybe even run in and deny the plant, but he's too late. And LaRock's now caught him through the smoke. He's down to Karmine again to keep him alive. He's got rid of the showstopper at least. Rose is pretty low. He almost pulled off the 1v5 earlier in the day. This one doesn't seem so difficult, especially with Rose so desperately low. A chance to catch him through the wall. Just needs a singular bullet to connect, but Rose is now hiding behind the pillar, not wanting to give his opponent anything, just trying to work off the time. Doesn't care about anything else. It's ring around to Rose. He's gone all the way around behind him. He's just trying to wrap back around as well. It might be a little bit closer, but I think Karmine has got this one at least.
Yeah, BBL though, giving them a lot of respect. This isn't just a round gifted to EDG. For BBL, they played this incredibly slow. They tried to push and pull the map. That rotation, again, great work from Jenny, considering he had the judge. Almost expected him to just stay tucked, but he almost gets away with a kill. And that HP definitely made a difference in that 1v1 in the end. So it was good work to at least get that damage. Most importantly, to get the information for those early rotates back. Yes, I might not have won the fight, but he kept him in position long enough Chichu could follow up.
Sometimes all you have to do is give Karmine a chance. That's what you have to do. Like,
if he's on your team.
You give him a... Yeah. On the other team, do your best not to give him a chance, but that doesn't always work. 3 rounds, you know, 25% of the way there. It's not so bad.
Yeah, listen, it's EDG finding the scene. They pull on the right thread, maybe it all unravels for BBL, but seems like a tall tale for the time being. 9 in a row needed. Chichu down in a trade to start this out. Great work from nobody, and Jenny as well. A 2K for them each, and 4 for EDG now. Relatively clean as well, only 1 player lost. As I said, for me, like 8 more rounds in a row. Too big of a task. It's possible, but unfeasible. But all we need to see is them pick up that momentum to start to feel like they're not just leagues below.
Yeah, I think like warming up into their own map choice is going to be very important. I think we've already seen that throughout this tournament so far with some pretty devastating defeats and then managing to turn it around. I think even look at BBL in their last series versus 100 Thieves, dominated map 2, still lost map 3. Like as long as their opponents felt like they were in it. But it does seem like the beasts from the east are now awake. And they're enjoying themselves while they do it. Some nice shots being connected by nobody as well. Gianni waking up. And you could see from the BBL side that this is now not haha, hee funny. They need to take an attack pause to make sure that this one doesn't get out of control. Maybe even learning from the mates yesterday that, okay, we want to get ahead of this because the more EDG warm up, yeah, sure, 8 rounds in a row is still incredibly difficult to do, even just considering ult cycles. But if there was a team with a caliber of player that could do it, it is EDG.
And plenty more teams I'd put below that caliber have done it here at this event. So for EDG, give them a chance. They will, well, they'll do their best to claim it. BBL, though, I think from the point of 12-2, you've seen that they're playing a tight game. They don't want EDG to get back into this. They believe it's possible, as they should. Kreven with the lurk has caught nobody. That's a big gap. Showstopper put through. Jenny's caught his head on the door, and he's a little slow, and the follow-up paranoia lands, but a shot from Karmine. It's not just one man pushing. No, this is a strategy from EDG. They're putting the pressure on from both sides. He's got his knife out. Oh, it's a big mistake. Karmine falls. And even with that great pick from Signed, it's a 3 versus 2. Spike on its way to C, and, well,
Hello.
yeah, well, you get the info at least.
But this
No
is the
early
thing.
flank.
Because Signed was spotted on the other side of the map, that was the immediate call from Loiter that, okay, I can now TP into the back of that site, past all of his utility. It's a gap that was exploited. And now the remaining 2 players of EDG look to fight for survival once again in map number 1. In the decider matchup, one team goes through to the playoffs, the other team will be eliminated. Signed maybe a little bit ahead of where BBL expected them to be. Good paranoia, but the trade immediate onto it and a lot of damage being done, but it will not be enough. A stellar first half out of BBL and an incredible turnaround after playing this map twice in the last few days, losing in overtime in both occasions. They have come back versus one of those teams and had a 12-0 defensive half, and they managed to get the job done on attack. The man on your screen, Kreven, was one of the big parts of that. An incredible C-site hold with the swap to the Cypher. Of course, with EDG, it will be their map choice coming up next, and they need to bounce back.
I mean, Kreven was holding C and B practically every round. They came direct, they came slow, they tried to push and pull, but nothing worked against BBL. The info game here on Lotus looking leagues better than before, and any past problems will be left there. Now, it's time to see if they can close the series or if ENEG can dig deep and bounce back in the reverse sweep. Before that, though, back to the desk with Degon.
Thank you very much, Mitch. And yes, EDG staving off being on the wrong side of history, but it's just a consolation prize to get those 4 rounds on attack or on defense to try and make the scoreline look competitive, because it was 12-0 and we were frantically looking up different stats, history, through lines to 13-0s in a competitive match, especially of one of this caliber, and it was tough to find any.
I didn't have my laptop, so I literally had to go on my phone being like, yeah, I'm going to scroll through every single result that EDG has ever had in history, and I could not find a single 13-0 that was not going their way. So yeah, 1 pistol away, and do not forget, Loita almost closes that out in their favor. Do you remember at the beginning of the map when I was like, oh, they play such simple compositions at the beginning of the year. They were so good at it with the Cypher, the Silver, whatnot. Kreven moves from the Viper to the Cypher. The trips that he had on C to control that Kangan and Jenny could not do whatever they wanted to. The impact in I mean, it was, let's be honest, I think we should treat this as a 13-0. It would be in my heart.
I mean, realistically, they were 1 left click away from him. It doesn't get any closer than that.
He's EMEA now. He's so EMEA now.
I might be after that game. They convinced me. They absolutely just destroyed them in that first half there. I feel like EDG, very grouped, mostly quite direct, which plays in so well into what BBL like to do. They restrict the map, they fast rotate across, and every time it felt like EDG are attacking into sides with 3 or even more people on them, and they just couldn't win out those duels.
It was a situation of pick your poison. You go C, there's Lover's Rock with an operator. You go B, there's Kreven, who is, I don't know, 15-1. Good luck going there. And and on A, you have the other Trident ready to take on the fight and already put in pressure. Incredibly quick in their reactions and their adaptations throughout the defense. In fact, the challenge for this entire map was to get an attacking round for any of the teams.
Yeah, LaRock yet again continuing his run of having plus 300 ACS. 349, the highest out of any map on the tournament so far. He has been the best player.
And you can say that all of the players from BBL stepped up to the challenge. There was a moment where they were 5-0 where we showed the player cams and I saw Rose screaming and like saying this, and like, there's no way you're mad at him. There is no way, like something, even on the smallest mistakes that they were making, the corrections were instant. Hey guys, there's a gap here. We cannot let this player do this. And time again, with that aggression, all of them, sometimes playing these rounds where they're just, in Spain we used to call them hooligan rounds, because they go all together and it's impossible because in every situation they're going to have +1 player almost.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing for me is I'm so impressed by how they've managed to assess what happened against EDG last time. You know, that big overtime that they don't manage to close. They watch that game back and they figure out what EDG are doing to a T. They have literally every single answer here. So full credit to BBL and the staff behind them.
I think it goes back to what you guys said earlier on the C site, given the fact that we've seen throughout the tournament, that has just been the site to go to just to fight, to pick the Cypher, to shut that down, knowing you play on defense first. I think it was fascinating adaptation here, and it worked to the point where EDG's fast plays were not finding anything there.
It's also the fact that, you know, if you're going C and Loverstock is playing there with the operator, we were watching and we were seeing, it's like, oh, he gets one, he will repick. At some point, EDG was like, oh yeah, we can go with the Stinger and get the kill here. And it's like, it's BBL. Sometimes their biggest mistake is getting extra aggressive and just overheating during the rounds. This map, I think that it only happened a couple of times, and it never meant them losing the round. You remember we were seeing at the beginning of this replay, the Kankan almost 1v5. We would have had a very different map, I feel like, if that would have gone his way.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't help but feel for EDG. Like, the highlights of them are Kankang almost doing something cool, and then signed with the 3K, almost doing something cool. It's just not quite enough yet.
I think the additional one is Chichu stopping the 13-0 with just that pistol there in the pistol round, getting the big smile. They were able to put something together, but not quite enough given the deficit they were put in early on. And we're going to see what they have cooking up here for map number 2, because it's going to be whatever they came with map number 1. You don't want to miss it. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello everyone, welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant, as we had one of the fastest map number 1s here in the tournament in our decider match. It was BBL taking down EDG on the Lotus, 12-0 first half. Couple rounds back to make the scoreline look competitive by EDG, and we finished 13-4, and we turn our focus now to our second map. Kakuka here alongside Big Time, and y'all, How do you recover from something like that if you're EDG?
I think, yeah.
How do I recover? Please.
The good
It was
news
so difficult.
is I think this always looks like it's going to be harder to recover from than it is. I think it's harder to recover from close OTs where you feel like, oh, we should have won. If only I'd done this. Those kind of things can get in your head a bit more. I think a 13-0 is definitely a little bit more like, oh, like, there's kind of nothing we could do there. They were firing, our game plan was wrong, whatever it is. It's sort of one big mistake instead of 1,000 tiny mistakes. So I think in theory, it's not super hard for them to just slide this one to one side and go, okay, we had the wrong idea here. But now we're moving to our map pick. Now we're moving to Breeze where we've looked good. So I think they'll be okay. I just think it's all about that short-term memory. Ultimately, you have to just put that out of your minds, not care what happened. And, you know, it wasn't quite the 13-0. So I do think that helps a little bit. There isn't the shame of a Mixwell tweet being fired your way and knowing that it was ultimately as bad as it can get. But I think they'll be fine. EDG are a composed enough team also. We know that they've been to big stages. We know that they've lost map 1s before. So I have full faith that they will be okay heading into this map 2.
We've had already some very devastating results here in EWC. Sometimes it means that the second map is only going to be a repetition. But in most of the occasions, I say that teams are able, as you're saying, to bounce back mentally from that. Sometimes players go on the map and they're just literally unstoppable. The question is now, is BBL able to replicate that on Breeze? As I was saying at the beginning of the year, to me, it was all about their Breeze. It's very similar to what we just saw here on Lotus. Of course, it doesn't have 3 sides, but the feeling is the same. It's incredibly abrasive. And if I am then, I would be playing literally what they were playing at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, I want to find where the star power is going to come from, not in terms of name, but in terms of performance to match Larock, who has been an MVP candidate despite not even making it to, we're not in playoffs yet, but the types of performances that he's been putting up have been insane.
Yeah, we have to have that conversation, especially when we, after these 2 days and after the daybreak that we have when we jump into playoffs, we need to start speaking about this real serious candidates. But Larock was amazing, and even though on that Lotus, where, you know, some of these clutchy rounds that we were speaking, like the Kreven, the Loita, even if his name wasn't there, when you look at the scoreboard and you're like, overall on the impact that he had throughout the game, yes, it was still there, it was still leading the charts, and it's just incredibly reliable that he's, I don't think that this happens. Like, yes, you can have a good tournament and it will be like, you know, in most of the matches you will have a good performance, but in all of them?
Yeah.
In all of them? Seriously?
It does start to get a little bit crazy for Larock with the numbers that he is putting up. I mean, it's hard for me to bet against them after map 1 like that, but I will say, cast your mind back to that split that they played in their previous series. It was a 13-3, even more dominant than this first map was on paper, and they still lost out that series. So want to see them have that composure, want to see them carry that momentum from map to map, because if they're able to heat up like they did there on Lotus, this Breeze will become enormously tricky for EDG.
Yeah, let's dive into Agent Select, as Breeze is EDG's map pick, and they're hoping it goes the same way that it did for BBL's own map pick, but they can get something going here.
Yeah, okay, so for EDG, this is more or less the same comp, but there is a little change here. When we saw EDG play against RRQ, Kang was on the Jet. He's now across onto the Neon. So I wonder, how do they feel like this is going to be able to stop BBL? Because I think Kang's Jet is fantastic.
I think it's more about creating the situations. We saw it from G2, we've seen it from other teams. You put on the KO plus the Neon, you already have the Viper, and you add on a Harbor. So you have so many walls to put up on your opponent's face, and of course the flashes to be comboing with that, and you have nobody on the Soba that also combos this perfectly. This is a perfect harmony of agents to be playing here on Breeze.
Yeah, no flashes on the side of BBL. We see this quite a bit on this map from time to time, but it's going to be hard to break through all those walls that you're talking about. That, you know, it does feel like a very targeted change to put BBL on the back foot, especially when the EDG are coming in for the retakes with that Harbor. That's what I want to see. No fighting on the side. Have some discipline and take it to BBL at the right time.
Will BBL qualify yet another EMEA squad into the playoffs, or can EDG force that final map number 3? Let's find out as we send it back on over to Mitch and Tom.
Thank
you, my darling Dagon. BBL versus EDG, map number 2, and after the first one, I don't know what to expect. BBL came in on a belter. I haven't seen Kreven with that strong of a start, and he continued it in quite a while. And for NRG, the bounce back is what they're looking for here. That last map was tough, but the second half they were competing in. They woke back up, and I think BBL's setup was really the crux of it. This wasn't the BBL or a better team, but they had the better approach. Now it's on to EDG's map pick.
Oh, wow.
And it started out with Jenny's instant death.
Yeah, he was trying to walk up outside of B, and they were just ready and watching for it. It seems like the defenders had a goal to get aggressive, and their goal is currently, well, it's looking like an own goal at this stage.
2-0 जीत जाएगी BBL.
They have already been shut down early, the remaining two players having to just try and piece the puzzle back together, but well, it's looking like there's a big hole in the middle at this point.
Tom, when was the last time you saw BBL in absolutely any round with 5 players alive, sitting in their spawn with a minute left on the clock? I can't think of when that was. I'm not sure it's ever happened before. They're on a level of locked in that you don't usually get to see. Because normally they want to come out and disrespect at least to start. But we saw it at the end of Lotus. As I said, at 12-2, there's an immediate sign that these guys, they're playing like they can still lose this game.
Well, Chichu's having a good time. He's got his little gloves on, and he's punching the body of Rose, so still giving it, that's for sure. But Larocque has shut him down immediately. Another pistol round under the belts of BBL to start off this first half. And I kind of want to talk about these two teams on this map in general. Of course, I liked this map last time out versus RRQ for the side of EDG, because I feel like the roles made a little bit more sense. You had that sort of more passive harbor for Signed. They gave the KO to Gianni, moving him off of smokes and allowing him to be a little bit more proactive, more aggressive. And then on the other side of things, it does feel like this map is very hit and miss for BBL. Sometimes they look like they can utterly dominate a half, like versus Eternal Fire, where they just go 9-3 on the attack. And then the next time, sometimes players go missing and they can get bodied. So it is difficult to tell if this is going to end up being a good choice for them, of course.
Hello!
I feel like a lot of what they ended up doing in the last map was kind of back to basics, go to more of what was comfortable for them. And on this attack, almost moving as a bit of a death ball, even in just the first couple of rounds.
Welcome to the
that
stream,
could be a pretty
guys.
terrifying thing for EDG to have to react to.
We didn't know about the future of BBL after that first run. Their
Membership
strengths
low,
were taken out of the game,
UPI
were
karo,
weakened at
jo
least a
kar
little
sakte ho
bit in
karo
question.
guys.
Will we even see them at an international again? Certainly people out
Camera
there,
le jaye yaar मेरे को.
BBL were aware of it.
Well, there were lots of rumors of even player changes, because it was like, okay, can Lovers Rock recover to the point where if he's not playing Yara, he can actually play to a decent level? And I'll be honest, I think a lot of those were very, very harsh to saying that we're not going to give him any time to correct. Well, there you go.
No damage done. That is a strong round for BBL, and again, what has alarm bells ringing in my head? Look how slow they were on that take. They waited for the drone to go out. They pushed together. They were spamming the angles they hadn't cleared. They waited for the reveal deeper, even with the advantages. And BBL are normally a team. We've seen it many times, especially off the back of a dominant win, that will come in and make mistakes because they usually don't get punished, and they give you a chance to fight back. Right here, BBL are playing tight in the first two, but that was just pistols for EDG.
Also,
this is the real
look
round.
at the bonus.
Rifles are out, and hopefully more than one kill will be on the board by the end of it.
Yeah, but this bonus round is incredibly strong for BBL. They have come in with rifles on every single player. The weakest weapon, well, it's arguable, is either the Outlaw, which, okay, will only be one shot to one player, but normally you might see an SMG or two. So they have got their credits in a very good spot. And for EDG, if the last map is anything to go by, it does feel imperative that they get on this board early. Start to put the pressure on for the Turkish Titans. Well, already, nobody is going to spot things out. Doesn't have a lot of immediate support, so he's going to have to do a lot of this on his own, but he has already. Picking off Larocque, but the trade is immediate onto his teammate. Still, he holds the backline, but only for a second.
अरे कांग भाई
Fishing for those
आज
kills has
EDG
worked
का
out so
दिन नहीं
far,
है
and
भाई.
now it looks to double down on the advantages.
आज
Weapons
EDG का
recovered,
दिन
and from
नहीं
a strong bonus round to an unbreakable one with Jenny. Your last man standing, one under his belt, the solid start. Good flash out of the smoke. Spams might have gotten him, but Loida was there first, playing anti-flash behind the wall and finding 3-0. That round now gets me even more worried.
Lovers
BBL
Rock
look like they're
wasn't
having a lot of fun.
He wasn't happy with the quality of that fist bump. That's the biggest problem that BBL is having right now. Like, sorry, bro, you didn't fist bump me well enough at the end of the round. That was a bonus round. And again, definitely not a good sign. They seem like they are going back to, as said, a lot more basics. You're always going to have problems, I think, especially on the defensive side when you're a team with a stand-in, because you have to try and make sure you have that same sort of synergy you normally have, while not having the same sort of synergy that you normally have. So if an opponent could just fast-paced take into sites, which BBL are excellent at, it becomes incredibly difficult for EDG to react in the same sort of way. 3-0. Similar start to what we saw in the previous map. Of course, it was a 12-0 defensive side half for BBL, which they eventually closed out 13-4. This round, not a whole lot invested. A Bucky, SMG, a few pistols, but expectations low.
Decent cove, but Lover's Rock was already ahead of it. The chance for the pistols to thrive normally in those choke points. Now it will have to be towards the site. The wall at least allows them close with a flash through, and that's a good pickup for Jenny. Concon's there as well, but the push is coming in on the other side of the map, and nobody's fallen without anything to say for it, anything to show for it. And a plant now for BBL puts them back into this 3v3. They're not happy though. No, this isn't the passive team that we've seen in those first three. It's aggression now out of Larocque. I think he's 5-0 at the moment, possibly even more.
They check.
And it was Lloyd. Sorry, Larocque's been slower, but of course he's delivering again in the corner. And perhaps we're seeing into the future, a fourth for him and a fifth on offer. He will find it clean as can be for Larocque. And BBL continue to streak rounds together in the early stages of this map.
Yeah, I will say, normally when they have a worse map on Breeze, it's because Larocque's not hitting. Like, him on the Jet has been the sort of, like, win factor. It's like, is he going to be the best player in the server, or are we going to lose? Like, that's kind of how this map has gone. There was once, I think, where Rose, like, clutched every round for, like, an entire map, but that... I'm not expecting that to happen again. And the fact that we currently have Loiter, Lovers Rock, and Larocque all on 5 kills, 2 deaths between the 3 of them. Now I want to see a response. Now I want to see something from EDG to make me believe this is going to be a close series in the early fight. It's shaky, and they're already gone. They're already dead and buried. Both Signed and Jenny gone. The lurk from Kreven almost feels like an afterthought, because there's going to be nobody left to lurk on.
2v5. A Hunter's Fury available for the post plant for Rose, and he is back in main, holding the flank. Speaking of which, look where Kreven is.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
He is a defender and slowly boxing them in. There is nothing for EDG to do to win this round, short of spin botting, I think. And with Chichu left alone, the save has to be the call. Look how quickly Rose moves. Back towards the spawn, players on doors. Chichu's going to have to fight to keep this rifle. And he's got a battle brewing on absolutely every side. Good work to find, too. Every kill here is an orb towards a Viper's Pit, and that will help massively in locking down these choke points. So even if he does go down here, considering they're not going to be in the best spot financially next round anyways, it wouldn't be the end of the world. But what may be is BBL show no signs of stopping.
No.
This is... the other concerning thing is on the way into those sites now, that's a number of times Signed has been completely caught off guard, and I expect a pause out of EDG now. They need to restructure this because the pace, and it's not even that strange of a pace. Look, a crossfire where one player has his wall out. I mean,
the problem, though, is that
disaster.
You say that, but they've done the same thing on both sides of the map, and it doesn't matter who's been there. They've done the same thing.
There was nobody getting caught by the dash in as well. Yeah.
This is what I mean. I think BBL have figured out the code of how to beat a team with a stand-in, which is just group up as 5 or 4 in this case, and just hit them. Just hit them at pace, because you can't react. Like, you basically have to be trading evenly with the stand-in. And if not, like you saw with nobody on the other side, he's gambling and they're putting players elsewhere to try and figure out a fix, and then if he dies, you've lost the site. That's the problem. It's very, very difficult to have, especially on the defense, that same synergy you normally would, the same reactions you normally would. And as of right now, BBL are just going 4-1 or 5-0. Let's just go into one site, hit it as hard as we can, and until they stop us doing this, let's just keep doing it. And wow, look at the current scoreline. They haven't been able to stop them doing it. So that's why the pause has been called. That's why a timeout has been taken, because this is now panic stations for EDG.
So Let's
if it keeps
see
going in this
what
form
they do
for
after
BBL,
this
they'll be
timeout.
the fourth
It will
EMEA
decide
team out
their
of
fate
5
after this
to make it to
timeout.
playoffs. And EDG,
Bro, I
be out.
want to win that. I want to EDG to win.
Beating a team a second
But
time.
but
Often the hardest, but for BBL, it seems like they've
how
stepped
they are
up in every
playing,
facet.
it is
EDG,
really depressing for
as you
me
said,
also.
call that timeout. 5-0
I didn't
down,
expected
and
this
they've been
kind
put
of
under so much pressure early on in this
performance from
defense.
EDG.
But BBL also
So
changed their
EDG
approach.
EDG
This isn't going to
is
be
a very
push
good
and pull.
team.
This isn't going to be the
Literally
more
a very
direct
good
plays.
team.
Instead, they're now going for a split. Mid is the space that's been left vastly open, looking to punish our EDG. When BBL fight early for bottom mid, instead they bypass and go tunnel and now put the pressure on both sides. Chichu going to be caught with his back turn. He was worried about main, but not aware of the flank possibility. At least they know there's a kill on Opera up close, but Concon's punished immediately, and it's a bit shaky for Larocque. 10-1 though, as he finds that extra kill.
See how
I
they are
don't think Jenny's
collapsing,
going to be
bro.
pulled back into this round. No chance to res him on backside. Nobody's all alone.
Have you seen
As
that?
if it's not bad
Chichu,
enough to face against
was,
four.
play.
Larocque with a blade storm should make that even more
his
terrifying.
back
He popped the blade
the mid.
4v1.
It's a bit
If you are
strange.
playing
I guess
in
I
that
guess
kind
at this
of
point,
way, that you have to put
Kind of do whatever you want. Go for the style
if
points.
you have
not
to
like
play
Credit's
like
gonna be a
that,
problem
that
anytime
you have to
No,
place a
no, they're
util
getting very close
on
to
the other
max
side.
on almost
So
every
you
single
have to
player.
play like that.
And well,
If
there you go. The
turn
additional
around,
kill
so your back will
will
not
go
be
his way.
vulnerable.
That's 6-0.
So it's like
Another
that, na?
flying start for BBL. Of course, we've seen the pause a tiny bit earlier this time around, but looking very comfortable, controlled, and we should be seeing a heavier investment into this one. I'm hoping we maybe get to see the operator out from Karmine.
They definitely need some.
They are like that. Okay, we are not gonna
Play
win.
for the team.
Let's only try.
Okay.
So they are like that.
EDG?
They
Concon himself under pressure.
not
Good job
even
listening at the
trying
office. There's a
that
lot of
kind
targets
of-
coming his way. Dodges
in
the
that kind of
paranoia.
way.
Dodges the
They're
Hunter's
not
Fury.
trying
But can't
hard.
dodge the shots from Lover's Rock. And now it's
They
signed.
need to try
He's been
hard
put under
at least
pressure
3
every time.
rounds.
He's been
After
caught
that,
off guard. He's been on the back foot.
when their economy
Indeed, he
is
will
stable,
backpedal to
they
meet the
can
rest
do
of his team.
whatever they want.
Look
Going this
at the
way.
position of
But they
Greven.
have to
He
try
has
hard
taken
at least
all
3
of the
rounds.
B site. EDG massively
See.
rotating, and they're still caught off guard. Larocque walked up on nobody in his drone, and nobody was covering him. Larocque in for more. He'll finally be put to bed a second time. 13-2. And the reward you get is a 3v2 retake on
They are
the
very
other side of the
careless.
map.
Even though they know they are
This is
losing,
save.
they
Well,
are
that's what it
very
feels like.
careless.
You'd have to clear everything. And with the time that's already gone, the opportunity for it is basically null and void. I love this from BBL. You have been doing the same thing again and again from 6 rounds, the 4-1. Like, just send everybody one way, send Kreven the other way. And after they get the opening pick, Kreven just goes, guys, there's nobody here. And I don't mean the player. They made it so easy
Only they one vandal
to
they can
rotate
save.
back the other way, even having the TP out from Loiter, so you can just take the spike directly to the site, and then they leave another lurk in the form of your
are
most
bullying.
aggressive player. Well,
BBL
actually,
players
him and
are
Lover's Rock is
bullying
kind of
to
close, but
EDG
one of your
players.
most aggressive players,
Sorry.
and he just sits there and waits.
Him and Lover's
Boring.
Rock. You
Yeah,
saw
I
Lloyd
know
at
that.
TP
Little
earlier
bit.
onto Rubble. I think we can put a few more names
They're not
in the
even
hat.
trying,
But
na,
that's
that's why.
insane. The fact that he's able to
really
walk through
feels
like
boring.
that. Keep in mind, he's not even on his own.
But the
Lover's Rock
BBL
was there
players
with
are
him
enjoying
to
actually.
give him that extra layer. It's why he can
They're
push sight and
winning,
not worry
na.
about that
That's why.
wraparound. But that's got to be a good blow for EDG. Nobody caught with 3 teammates around him in his drone. And still they're sold the fake all the while. Lover's Rock down to 30, down to 0, right off rip. Good damage from Concon. The dash back, though, might make them think everybody's left. Now they know the spike is there. Kreven is being chased, but he's making it away, at least for now. Concon won't let him go much further, but now there's backup, and a snake bite slows him. EDG, though, they're ahead of the play, but they're all here again. They've given up all the space, and BBL have shown that they are willing to fill it in when it's wide open.
They found
Olabaria.
that A site almost for free. Rose is
Not
very
again.
aggressive. He's going to try and get past the drone. He's going to catch him while stuck in it. It's been a nightmare for nobody. And Rose can look to try and hold on to this control. Good work, though, from the remaining players of EDG. A quick kill to clear him, 2 desperately low on the other side, and Loiter, the one healthy man. Laroc's lurk has been spotted, and he's now down to just 13 health.
He's walked back into the space. The knife just cleared that. You have to be suspicious, but Jenny also has to move to the side. He's got to go and help his teammates. Kreven's now taking one down, but okay, it's left on to this man, and he's low with a knife out. Khan catches him, and finally, a round is on the board for EDG.
Finally one round.
Yeah, it's safe to say that it's a mountain that needs to be climbed, but it's one of those ones where you look back to the first half of the last map of being a 12-0 and you go, okay, at least this time they're on the board a little bit early on. I think we're seeing some of what we expect to get from Khan, him and Signed, bringing them a path back into the game after the aggressive positioning. But that has been the problem. There have been massive gaps throughout this defensive half. And of course, it's no surprise that there is plenty in terms of the credits. Lovers Rock buying into the operator on the attack. An investment that may just look to try and deny any of that defensive aggression, which is going to be coming.
Spike drop.
You reckon they check Chichu?
I don't think they do. It really depends on Jenny. And he's backed off the angle now. They start to think that this is a play elsewhere, that they have to cover off mid as the rotate comes in from nobody to go towards the A site, all thanks to the Viper wall. And now that means Chichu doesn't have backup. He doesn't have support. Even a flash can't make it through. He'll find one. Survives a full mat spray somehow. I mean, good work from Chichu. It looked like he should have gotten nothing.
Rock also tagged low, so an advantage once again.
Nice
Rozo
shot.
instead has managed to kill off Khan. The trades, again though, are immediate. Lovers Rock with one more catching sign, and that gives them a path back towards the A site. In fact, they've left a player there once again. Lovers Rock will be able to get that planted position, but there is Larocque catching Gianni.
Why?
It leaves nobody to try and clutch out, to stop this being a one and done, to stop this being an 8-1 scoreline.
Every time they know that somebody is staying
and
for
both
a while,
remaining attack players
need to check
sat
every
passively.
angle. You don't.
They're checking for the flank. Of course, with Larocque low, you kind of expect him to be the first to peek, but they are sitting passively enough that they just wait for this player to get a move. Stun out already, and the second player still hasn't given the game away just yet. It's the run across, and Larocque didn't even need to peek whatsoever.
That's a really tough situation now for EDG. That's a couple times, like, look at the rotate through mid. 2v3, Sign was completely caught off guard. They had a great start from Chichu, and the fact that they recovered it like that, but my guy's rotating through mid with his knife out. He's completely lost in the sauce. It's not like they had any reason to believe they couldn't be elbow. In fact, they had reason to believe they should be elbow.
I know that, bro. That's why I told you, na.
Small mistake, a big mistake, to be honest, and a very big cost paid for it. This was EDG's chance to fight back in. My heart goes out to him as a stand-in, but he's looked uncomfortable so far. Things have to change.
Biased,
one round on the board,
how they are
could
playing,
be right back to winning ways.
Telling you
and the
that
outlaw buy
thing
here
on
for
the
Lovers
basis
Rock.
of
Look how
that
confident he is. He knows the buy that they're on. You can see the economy.
Of course. It went.
Double barrel operator now.
He went around with not many surviving. Okay. Unchecked, there's nobody. They're even once again. Khan's going to try and be a little bit cheeky around the edge of that harbor utility. However, BBL are just patient. They're waiting it out. They know that the utility is probably the bigger risk in this one. Sign again. A 1-for-1 trade, and there's Khan to react, but once more, it goes back and forth. The advantage, though, this time claimed by EDG. It's up to Loiter. Now, the other defender is very far away. In fact, though, as he just about rotates in, that's where Loiter makes his move. Already on 3 kills in this round, looking for the ace. But Chichu might be a little bit further ahead than what he's expecting. Never mind, he's going to go forward. Is he looking to go all the way around?
I think he's just cutting the rotation through mid. Like, that's not a position you're going to expect someone to be sat in this situation. It's usually like you've got players on site distracting, but instead he's tucked in. Luckily, Jenny is clearing it. The mistake there could have been costly. Especially early on, considering that plant location, he'd have to move. If Jenny falls early, all advantages slip, but he does well. And I think a lot of that comes down to Chichu. He was in the right place at the right time. He heard that TP be taken, so you know he's either spawn or making a play like that. Good rotation from EDG, good cautionary rotation from Chichu. He stayed towards that site for so long, knowing that TP was online.
Yeah, I think, to be honest, everybody finding their one, but then it's this kill. It's Gianni making sure that you don't end up losing that fight and then being very cautious on the rotation. It's a second round, but 8 is already pretty good on that attack side for BBL. And there's no guarantee that they're stopping at 8. Of course, buying back up once again, but this time the Viper's Pit is going to delay and deny a lot of that A control, but it's not going to deny them the orb, which instead gets them a Hunter's Fury, and they have a Viper's Pit for a potential post-spawn. I am, however, looking at Gianni with that null command. If you can deny a lot of that utility, you could make things a little bit tougher.
पूरा stack करके रखे हैं ना, उससे अच्छा तो मैं बोलता हूँ B घुस जाओ. But obvious है, A stack रहेगा.
Pit and 3 players towards the A side. And a Hunter's Fury fired in by the attackers, trying to hunt down that kill attack, but it's Concom and a double. And the escape back, never mind, he's back for more. 3 versus 2, advantage claimed by Concon, and the round could be closed by nobody. This position is nigh on perfect, and the fact that he didn't help with the mid-fight makes you think that there's no way he'd be here.
Nice.
Striking at just the right time. And now Kreven is
Maybe they
impressive.
can do a 8-4.
He's been the big clutch. I mean, he can cross with the orb. He can put the pit down. And then this becomes a difficult enough round.
Depends if he wants one more kill, and he might, but he's not going to get the opportunity.
8-4.
Nobody makes sure of it. A big round from Khan, a complete disruption of the attempted play by BBL. And again, seeing some of that individual flair we know he has in droves. 8-3 from what was a 7-1 scoreline. A pretty decent resurgence toward the end of the half. Of course, it's still going to be a mountain to climb in the second, but an 8-4 certainly looks better than where they would be at if not for some of these plays.
Oh yeah, every little is going to help. The damn sight better than it was last map. And I do think that for EDG, and you said this in the last map as well, it proved to be true here more so, that on the defense, you just struggle so much when you have a stand-in. Gaps the rotations, everything suffers. For EDG, getting out 8-4 certainly makes it a lot more likely they're going to be able to trade blows in that next half.
Guys, don't forget to hit the like button. Please do like and subscribe.
5-man push towards this B site. Standing in their way. Chichu, who's been solid so far. And Jenny, a lot of utility as well that can come their way. The thing for BBL is that they're playing this so slow, so uncharacteristically slow. And I thought they were going to go for that mid split, but it looks like the plan is just to test them in a straight up fight.
Oh, snake bite is going to leave some of them a little bit vulnerable. First player through.
Nice, Chichu.
Nobody's done well to disrupt. Trade back, nicely done by Chichu, and he's looking for a little bit more. The sight hold of B is his domain in this round. And Rose is now the last man standing, and the ult is there to finish him off. It took a little while for EDG to get going, but they've at least got themselves a minimum amount of rounds. And that early blitzing has turned into an 8-4.
That's all they needed to do. The course correction here is clear from EDG. They're back in the game. If they can take a pistol, that gap closes in massively. And on the attack side, comfort should be there in a way that it certainly wasn't in the first. BBL were able to put a lot of pressure onto this squad. Whether it was the mid splits, that especially worked wonders for them. But the lurks late with more direct A attacks, the amount of times we saw players caught off guard, and of course Signed is the one that comes to mind, but think of nobody. 2 rounds in a row, or at least in very quick succession, he is caught with a drone out. And it seemed like the game plan from EDG at the start required a couple of patches. But as we said, they got there in the end. In the second half, hopefully Comfort's going to be there as well. We should see a real brawl from for BBL to try to deal with.
Yeah, I think it was much more difficult when you're going for those sort of death balls to really hold on to a lot of those early fights, and then the retakes weren't really working out either, especially with what BBL was doing of just late implants. Like, even if they sometimes had direct lurks in the form of Kreven, other times they would take a space, implant someone, and then leave. And that was definitely causing problems. On the defensive side, that's going to be quite a bit more difficult to do. And as said, like, you're going to have the same opportunity with Karmine leading the charge and potential
इसका 15 मिनट नहीं हुआ है
for those
साला।
executions.
अभी तक आया नहीं है।
And also controlling the pace. I think that will help them out quite a bit, being able to
पूरा का पूरा
have a focus on
round
where
खत्म हो गया।
you choose to fight. Of course, there's no doubt that the defensive side of BBL are also going to try and put the pressure on. They're going to try and take that space away from you, get up in your face, and I think it's going to be important that they do get a pistol, but also shut that down early. Make them doubt whether they can push middle or try and play for main or have maybe even the operator controlling some ground. If you can do that, then maybe there's a way back into the match. But even at 8-4, even with those, 4 of the last 5 or 6 rounds going their way, it is still a hefty deficit. And without a pistol round, I still don't see a way back.
I agree with you. Yeah, the pistol, I'm almost putting into their hands already. For EDG's sake, I want to believe that they can find it, but the slope steepens if that's not acquired. Presence of the A site. All 5 here. Knife sees no one close, and it's time to pick up the pace. Karmine leading the charge, and Kreven on the other side giving up that space. They will play for the retake. But not that they have much of a choice.
Yeah, direct stuff. Not wasting any time for EDG. That was the expectation, but now BBL going to be patient themselves. I'm liking the position of Chichu. Maybe a chance to catch someone, but timing here is going to be everything. If he goes back through the door, even if he doesn't, it's given the game away to Larocque that somebody is going to be around this angle. He's waiting for his teammates to make a bit of a move to buy him some additional space, and the timing couldn't be worse for Chichu. Literally the second he stopped watching, and because of that, everything falls apart. Karmine is all that stands in their way from this second pistol round, but he's the man that may just be able to save them. Never mind. Loiter will find 3. And maybe a little bit wary about the time. He didn't want to give that defuse over. There was plenty, but hey, better safe than sorry.
I think Larocque was saying, can I have that? Can I? No? Okay.
No, I need mine from the shadows,
time,
bro.
it's ticking so quick, bro. I couldn't hear it.
I need it for rotations.
But that play from Larocque, to sit for that long, if he
literally the second he turns.
If he could see his opponent's screen, he wouldn't have timed that as well.
No.
Like, that was pixel perfect.
No, you'd go right after he turned.
Yeah,
that's when
you'd be
go.
looking at his screen. You'd have to turn back.
No, instead,
timing was
this is while he's half turned. It's like there was never any way that Chichu could react to that.
And of all the times to get unlucky, 8-4 down in a pistol round. Because that's what that is. The rest is not unlucky, but the first one most certainly was. EDG. Oh,
okay.
Shaky from Lover's Rock. Okay, an opportunity. Sign is the one to claim that scalp. And he goes pushing further. Up close to the wall. Spam's now going to come his way, and he will be taken down as a result. They still have that outlaw, though. Dangerous for so many of these players. And in the hands of Karmine, it's damn right deadly.
Yeah, Loiter's the only one who can survive a shot. Unfortunately, Kreven will land his first. Nobody's managed to pick it up, but now it's gone out of the round, and everything else is literally just down to Chichu. Very well dealt with by BBL.
Nice. बहुत बढ़िया.
A conversion round that
How
sees
to
them
throw the
take
round. They can write a
rifles into the next round.
1,000-page book. How to throw
They're
the
making
round.
sure that this
If you
bonus
want
is
to buy, it is available
going
at
to be a deadly one.
EWC,
Double digits
in
for BBL
EDG's
so
match.
early on. This is really surprised me here today, and I'd like to look at it as the level of BBL
You can
has
do.
increased. I
You
think
can
they
pay the
prepared
price of
extremely well for this game.
$10 on my stream.
Looking at the
Thank you
first
so
map
much, guys.
in particular, like that was
The Cypher change
was
worked
beautiful.
wonders.
I'm
like,
showing you the
genuinely you'll never see a
$100
counter work
book
that well. Like, at
in
least
my stream.
99% of the time, it's not as obvious
How to throw
that
the
that was
rounds.
the counter and that was what changed it. But here there was no way to argue it. But then coming into this map,
So
I
you can
believed it would be a
send me
different story
$10,
because it's not like
so
we
it
have
will
that
really
scenario
help
to
me a
play out
lot.
again. Yet EDG struggle
To
now with the rifles
recover
in
the
hand.
cost of that
This has
book.
to be where things take a turn
I've
for the
been for
better.
you guys.
And a turn for the worse for BBL. Otherwise, big trouble on the horizon. Paranoia. I don't think it caught Con. It doesn't matter. Larocque's there, ready to defend his buddy, and now tucked in the corner.
Nice.
He'll strike from it alongside Rose. Shaky, but it gets there. In the end, Signed and Chichu surrounded, outnumbered. Is that late play from Chichu comes in?
Don't know.
He's got no one to meet
He's
back up
on
with, and 4 opponents to take down, and no control of the spike.
So he's roaming
positives?
around. This is a
got
garden.
Zor.
Oh, such a good,
Ball's in the
lovely
right place.
grass.
There's
You
2
know?
for you.
He's alive.
Got a rifle. So there's 3. It's a lot of good things going. And probably the biggest upside to having a rifle is that he can save it for the next round. Because if you throw yourself at this one at 10-4 down, we might as well just call it GG right there and then. You're not playing for the future rounds. You're playing to lose here and now. It's not that bad if he plays exits because, again, look at the economy. It's not like this rifle could save the day. And maybe managing BBL a little bit if he gets all 4 kills, for example, orbs towards his ult, and it will have an effect down the line on the comeback that EDG already need. But I don't want to see him running at the site. That would be a bit silly.
But no, it seems like the plan is most certainly to try and save the gun. Of course, for BBL, this is a wonderful opportunity just to try and upgrade everything as they go. Go from what was good rifles to the best we have to offer.
They are shopping.
Every single one of them
And he's
with
waiting.
that upgrade.
Oh,
Well, they are going to go walking towards Chichu. I don't know if he ended up surviving that round. I hope for his sake he did.
gliding in the air.
What are we going to do if he saves the rifle? I guess we'll never know. I think for EDG, at this point, rifle or not, the problems come down to something far greater than that. BBL are on form. And thank you very much to our producer. He did not survive the round, so the rifle will be removed in the end by that swing out from Rose. For BBL, 2 rounds is all they need to close this out. A 2-0 lights out series up against EDG. The comeback for the attackers, well, certainly running out of runway. A lot faster than a Furious movie. With the smoke down, a reveal behind it. Maybe a chance if that can catch a few players, but it's not caught anything.
Oh my!
In for the double. And Larocque follows through it the same. Again, Chichu's at the double doors late to the party, and it's already over.
I don't think I've ever seen someone defend the site the way Rose just did. He ran out into the open. Like that was genuinely like running into no man's land with a grenade. Just like, yep. I'm going down, but someone's coming with me. I'm surprised he got away with as much, but it is literally just the surprise factor. Okay, at this point, let's just take risks. I've got 4 young superstars behind me that if I get nothing, it doesn't even matter that much. And it's safe to say they weren't looking anywhere else. 12-4.
I think our analyst desks had a heart attack. I can see Morgan sprinting over here to the desk. They didn't think this would be over this quickly. And I don't blame him.
No.
Especially not on this map. And if it was,
Nice,
I thought it'd be
nice,
EDG.
nice,
Dominantly
guys.
winning.
Okay.
Great start for
Nice.
Chichu.
That's an important one. They've taken out Loiter as well.
Perfect.
The wall has also blocked them from spotting the push-up. Kankan maybe further forward than expected, and definitely so.
Nice, guys. Play
Kreven
like this
dealt
or
with
at
the
least
operator
3
now.
rounds. At least 3
Might
rounds.
even be worth just taking through into the next round. They do have
Play
plenty
like
of credits
this
to
at
play
least
with, but
3 rounds.
that doesn't mean you want to just hand it over to the other side. Larocque, however, may still feel like he can go for something here. They're looking to try and hunt down Lover's Rock. He's creating a little bit for himself, but Larocque has gone on the other side instead. And now it's just, if he could hold the gun, and he won't be able to. Great work from EDG. An A hit, into an A hit, into an A hit, into an A hit, and finally, they made one of them work.
And I think realizing that BBL, if they are holding mid, it's from much deeper, that those rotations aren't necessarily the reason that Chichu's finding the free space in the late round, so he goes a little bit earlier, and this time it works wonders. Obviously alongside the Reckoning, which is robbing any information out of those players on site, especially the one that gets dove onto with the drone. It's a good read. Chichu was late to the party a couple rounds in a row, so this time they send him early. And a round on the board as a result. Is it a flash in the pan? At the beginning of something we'll remember for a long time to come. 7 in a row needed for EDG in a game that they have been shut out of. They found 9 rounds across both maps so far. Aggression from Con shuts down the quick rotation, but they haven't seen that in the corner was a little lurker. Kreven was waiting all the while, and now he strikes from the sidelines, leaving Con alone and leaving EDG with a trip home. BBL push through to playoffs.
Yeah, we saw the organization do the same
told you
thing
guys,
last year
there's
with this
only
squad
$10
coming into what was clearly a tough
the
group on
side of
paper.
EDG,
Sure, it was a
which is
weakened
I'm
EDG, but it was
selling
one
right
that
now
still
on
had
my
some
stream.
bite left
So
in
you
them.
can,
But today,
buy it
utterly
in $10.
dominant
Just
display from
super
start
chat
to
me
finish.
$10 and I will
A
show you
12-0
how to throw the
start
rounds.
in that first half. And they
There's
look like
a
they might do the same in this second
100,000
map as well. They didn't let
page
their
of
foot
book
off the
is
gas
there.
throughout the entirety of it. And I'm sure for EDG, it is the second time at EWC that they will go out in the group stage.
I'm
But it is
literally
a
hurt
wounded
from my
team
heart.
that I'm sure later in the year will come back much stronger.
They came
they
in here with a
played,
stand-in and they did a decent job of it, but we
Bhai,
can see the
Igniter aa
crowd
gaya.
as expected. If EDG were on their full
कसम,
form, no
15
doubt we
बोल
would
के
have gotten a
कहाँ
closer
चले गए थे
matchup
भाई?
here today. But one thing is for sure, whatever
India
power
नु भाई
level
मैं
EDG
भूल
came
जाता
in
है
on, BBL
बबली
a step
जीत गया,
up since
बबली
the start of
जीत
this
गया।
tournament. They looked clean on
Yeah.
Lotus, a map that had problems for them
खतरनाक
in
जीता है
every
भाई
series
बबली
so
तो
far.
2-0.
And now they've come through to prove that
Oh.
they didn't
2-0
just patch it.
छोड़
Oh, they fixed it
2-0
top
तो
to
फिर
bottom.
भी
This ship has
बाजी
been
होता है
rebuilt.
राउंड देख तू
Not even Theseus can tell the difference, and now a 2-0. That's going to be them stepping into playoffs with a lot of confidence.
Oh yeah, I'm not sure that
यार मेरे
anybody
को एक
would
बात
like to be
बता,
coming
मैं
up
मतलब
against them, and they
मतलब
join the lone 100
गेम के अंदर
thieves
अगर
माउस
alongside
13
4 EMEA
गेम
teams.
के अंदर अगर माउस
And
यूज
you know
कर
what?
रहा
I know we
हूँ
always throw to
तो
Deagle, but
एकदम
I'm excited
आराम
what
से
this man
चलता है,
has to
लेकिन
say.
जब
The
अगर
EMEA
मैं
traitor. How you doing,
पीसी
Morgan?
पे यूज कर रहा हूँ तो वो कम क्यों मतलब धीरे क्यों चलता है माउस?
We'll hear from Big
धीरे कहाँ
Time in
क्योंकि
just a little
देख
bit to talk about
मैं बोलता हूँ
EMEA
जितने तुम्हारे
supremacy,
सॉफ्टवेयर है ना
Pacific,
उसमें तुम लोग गलत
not
यूज
looking
करते
so
हो
great.
कि
The
जैसे
East not
2-2
looking so
3-3
great
वर्क
right now
प्रोफाइल
as
यूज
it is.
मैं
a
कुछ नहीं बनाया भाई,
dominant
सिंगल
performance
प्रोफाइल
in
है।
a 2-0 map
दिखा
victory
सकता हूँ।
series
ना मैं।
victory in the decider
सुन तो ले
match
बाबा।
here for
पर
BBL.
प्रोफाइल हो
As
रही है
Tom
क्या हो
said,
रहा है जो
4
तेरा
out of the
माउस है
5
वो
EMEA
जब
squads
तक गेम
qualified
लॉन्च
for
नहीं होता ना
playoffs here
तब
at
तक वो
EWC
800 DPI पे
2026.
या
So we
600
welcome back
DPI
our
जो उसका
guest.
बाय
That is
डिफॉल्ट
the
रहता है
question,
सबसे
Big
कम
Time.
वाला
How
उस
you
पर
feeling?
सेट
He
हो
calls
जा
me
रहा
a
है
traitor. He calls me a traitor.
तो
But
ठीक
was
कैसे
I
करें?
ever a
सेट कर रहा
traitor?
है ना
Was I not a true
तो तू एक
believer?
काम
Was
कर
I not just inspiring them, giving them courage to
स्क्रीन
succeed
शेयर कर
and
तो
do
मेरे को
better?
You're
I
not-
doubt
you're not
in
gonna
the
gaslight
spirit
them.
of
शेयर कर दो
success for
Discord
EMEA.
पे मैं बता
I only
देता
push
हूँ
them
क्या।
to be even
दिखाओ
better than
तू।
they have already been, and they are living.
Speaks to you like this. Never. That is my piece of advice. You're not going to guess. Where were you born in the UK?
ऐप शेयर
I
कर
was
देना
born
तू
up
तो स्क्रीन शेयर कर वो
So,
कर
I
दिया
don't- I-
अबे
no,
नहीं,
it's
इधर
just
से कर रहा
funny
हूँ
to
ना,
see
इधर
like
ना,
a
कर दिया।
British boy just defending the east of the planet, and I'm sorry that it's just not working well.
I love
ये देख
Pacific.
मेरा कोई भी
I
प्रोफाइल
always
नहीं
have
है
a
इधर
deep love for
डिफॉल्ट
Pacific.
सिंगल
You
प्रोफाइल पे
left,
चलाता
you
हूँ।
दिख ही नहीं
saw that we were
देखो
not
मेरे
going
को
to be
तेरा
good, and
वो
Pacific
दिख
was
रहा है
doing-
ब्राउजर
was doing so
या वो
good, and now
दूसरा वाला
look at us,
स्क्रीन
look
दिख
at
रहा है
us.
भाई मैं तो
Yeah, look, I
स्क्रीन
mean,
शेयर कर रहा हूँ।
you can't get around it. The fact EMEA
स्क्रीन शेयर किया दूसरा किया है तूने
fantastic
जिस पे
here
मैच
at
चल रहा है
EWC, and BBL
ये
are
ले
of
भाई।
course no exception. By far and
दिखा।
away their most dominant game so far.
Can we just give The Rock the MVP? Like, are we going to waste our times for the rest of the week? Is it normal what he has been doing?
Absolutely
All
not.
of those questions I have.
1600
Do you have an
है।
answer to any of them?
I
है ना?
don't. I just know that
अब
he
एक
is
काम
must
कर,
watch
एक बार
Valorant here
उसको
at
restore
EWC,
default
has
कर।
been by far the
कर
best
दिया।
player, by far the
ठीक
highest ACS
1600 पे जा
per map,
ये
and
1600
continues that yet
पे
again. I don't think he's had a
नहीं
single
जाएगा
map where
क्योंकि
he's
टैप
less
किए
than
करना
300
नहीं, नहीं जाएगा।
1600 पे
because
टैप
he's
कर
always
इसको
dishing out
देख
damage.
1600 पे पहले
Winning
सही
at
है
least one of
समझ
those
रहा है
duels on the map started with
इसको
13 and
हमको
4
ये
after the first
2400
half.
पे ले
All
जाना
of these
पड़ेगा
maps that have
और
long range
इसको
have
16
always
तभी
been very
1600 आएगा
Turkish based, you know, like they love
Yeah.
this
नहीं तो आता
just
नहीं
go
है।
ठीक
and
है
shoot and
1600 है
just come up on
ठीक
top,
है
but basically on top.
इसको
But I
कर
will
ऊपर में
say,
देख प्रोफाइल
for
बनी है
BBL,
डेस्कटॉप
they are the ones that in all the
Manage
races that we
profile
have
में
had,
जा।
I feel like them, and then later like the
ठीक
second
है
time the G2
इसको
played it,
कर
they're the ones that explored Breeze the most, as in
हाँ
working
ठीक है
the
ये
map,
एक्टिव
setting
एक्टिव
up
एक्टिव
traps, and
ठीक है
literally playing with
अब
your opponent's mind and
हाँ
not just
फिर
doing the
टैप
same
कर
hits time and
डेस्कटॉप
time
देख
again.
आप
Or
ठीक
just
चल रहा है
exploiting
अब
one
एकदम
singular
स्मूथ है
weakness.
Yeah, I mean, I think their
हाँ
breeze is a
क्योंकि
lot.
वो
It's
400
so
DPI
solid,
पे
to be
तेरा
honest. But
ऑटोमेटिक
then on the
सेलेक्ट
flip
हो जा
side, I
रहा
think
है
for EDG, I
अब एक
still
काम
think they have
करना
a lot to
अब
figure
API चेंज मत करना।
मैं करता ही
एक चीज
नहीं।
बहुत बड़ी बता रहा हूँ, वो जा गियर वाले में जा, गियर में जाना, गियर ऊपर जा, ऐप लॉगिन, सिस्टम नोटिफिकेशन, अपडेट्स, एनालिटिक्स, रिकमेंडेशन बंद कर,
far and away deserved that spot in playoffs.
Let's look at it like
और
this, right?
beta
EDG
feature
was
में
going
जा.
to have a complicated tournament playing with the sub in. It doesn't matter if it was groups, if
Beta
it was
features.
playoffs, it would be incredibly difficult, almost unheard of,
बंद
for
कर
them
दे
to get
इसको.
super far in the tournament.
Yeah.
If them going out also means the BBL
हाँ,
is going
और
to come
वहाँ
out
जा
of the
जनरल जा.
groups in this form, with this type of confidence.
इसमें
Maybe it was worth
गेम
the
लाइट
sacrifice.
कंट्रोल नहीं रुकना गेम लाइट कंट्रोल
I find
प्रोफाइल
it very charitable of
profiles.
you to sacrifice
New
a team
version
from
of
a different
profile.
region
बंद कर
so
दे
that
profiles.
your
Yeah,
region
I know,
will
right?
have
Yeah,
more
Profile बंद कर दे.
exposure.
You know, can you
Very,
imagine
very
how
charitable.
insufferable I am going
अब
to be if
फिर
Ace
से
is to
वापस
win
उसमें
against
आ
NRG?
Yeah,
नॉर्मल तेरे
You guys are
डिवाइसेस
not
में
ready. And then after that, if Spain wins against
Click कर.
Portugal today,
ठीक है
you better just
अब यहाँ
not, you
पे
better just not come near me. It's not going to be nice.
पोलिंग रेट
No, you're gonna
1000
be
हजार तक ठीक
fantastic
है.
and lovely to be around, just like it is to be around with
Your
Janiro,
current
who is
DPI
standing
speed
by
is
right
underlined.
now with LaRock
Hold
of
down a
BBL. Let's
DPI
send it on over there.
shift button to quick toggle another speed while gaming. ठीक चल हो गया हो गया हो गया हो गया.
In the last games that we've seen you,
अब
what's
इसको
going on? What are you having for
मिनिमाइज
breakfast?
कर दे उसको.
I don't do breakfast too much because of that. I don't eat anything, and I eat enemy team, I guess.
बबली
You
जीत
guys
गया
are pretty
बबली
good
जीत
today.
गया.
You're sending EDG home, and with
भाई
that, you're also
लारोक
the
ने
fourth
क्या
EMEA
खेला है
team to
भाई.
actually qualify to playoffs.
तो तुझसे बात
Do
किया
you
था
think
क्या
there's
रुशाली से?
anything in
भाई
particular about this iteration
उधर
of EWC
हाँ
that makes EMEA
नहीं
teams so
मैं
strong?
चैट खोलने में लेट हो गया था. मैं अपनी स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट कर रहा था उसी समय आई है
You
रुशाली
know,
जब मैं
Humbly
अपनी
is
स्ट्रीम
present,
स्टार्ट
every
कर
team
रहा
is
था.
playoff.
मिस कर गया मैं चैट.
I guess.
मैं 1 मिनट बाद रिप्लाई किया पर वो
I-
थी नहीं
I think
उसमें
just
स्ट्रीम
they
में.
can't go playoff today. I think NRG has been, but
वो रुकी
the
नहीं
other
1
teams
मिनट
are
रुकती ना
too strong.
1-1.5
we're gonna
मिनट
see it, but
तो मैं
we are,
रिप्लाई दिया था
BBL is
उसको.
the best.
BBL is the best. I mean, you guys have a really good score so far. This was a quick 2-0, especially that first map. Looking at the scoreline, 13-3. I just want to know, in terms of the confidence that you guys have found now that you're back onto this international stage, because after Santiago, it was a little bit of a struggle. What do you think has been the biggest improvement point that you've been focusing on that has allowed you to perform so well again?
On stage 1, we are gonna play 2 bets because I don't know something going wrong, and after the Santiago, we can't work the nerves and.
भाई एनआरजी वाले देख रहा है इग्नाइट
Our 2 best maps.
एनआरजी की टी-शर्ट पहने हैं वो लोग.
And combined and
एक सेकंड रुकना.
बदले लो.
play two maps too.
तुरंत आ गए
Sorry,
एनआरजी वाले.
Nerf us, yeah. They nerf BBL, and
पूरा setup
after the
करने.
stage 1, we are work about that. We are gonna make 2 setup or.
ज्यादा देर नहीं
anything.
15 मिनट में
And
स्टार्ट हो
after
जाएगा
EFC,
नेक्स्ट मैच.
They are gonna see real BBL, and you are gonna see real BBL on EFC too.
मैक में आया ना
We
पानी
came here
लेके
to win this
खत्म हो
tournament.
गया.
Yes, you will see it.
I'm looking forward to see BBL popping off in that playoffs. Congratulations once again. I'm going to let you go. That's it from us over here. We're heading back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as again, a fantastic interview there. An insight by LaRock. They nerfed us after Santiago.
Yep.
People knew the map pool. We couldn't really deal with that. They changed some of the things. But now, Unleashed has been LaRock and the rest of BBL.
Scary, lovely. I also think
हाँ,
that
दी, क्या बोल रहा था
Korean games
नाजी?
are young, and also we know that in the Turkish region, we know
बता.
that they struggle with the
बोबड़ो!
English, which I feel you. I struggle sometimes as well. But to see him with a smile on his face, given the performance that he's given, trying so absolutely hard, it is. Gotta like BBL.
Like, I love the confidence that they have. They said, we came to this tournament to win. We're not here to mess
Blah,
about.
blah,
We're
blah,
not here to
blah.
get grouped. We're not here for a good time or good practice against good teams. We're here for the title. We're here for the trophy. They know that they can go the whole distance, and if they keep playing like that, man, they got me believing.
Yeah.
I need one of those jerseys with the Eiffel Tower. I will go get one.
That is 4 out of 5 teams qualified on in from EMEA. They must be
आज
the
दो ही
best
गेम
region,
है.
some would say. The
इसके
best
एनआरजी
region
और
here
कार्मिन
so far.
क्रॉप
Some would
कॉप
say
कॉप.
EMEA on top. Can we get that from you, big time?
EMEA.
Wait. Camera's not on you.
There you
Oh,
go.
wait, okay, can we get like a tight zoom on
Yeah.
my face? EMEA is on top.
Ooh. And it can be hammered home right now with our very next matchup. It is NRG, the reigning world champs, up against Karmine Corp for that qualifier match for Group B. You won't want to miss it. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
टिबिडी टिबिडी आदि टिबिडी। आदि एक बात बताऊं बोबड़ा भाई, ये बोबड़ा भाई तो घूमने ही भग जाता है भाई आदमी। हेलो बोबड़ो।
ओ अल्लाह वारिया, मैं तो हारिया, पौआ पारिया।
हेलो बोबड़ो।
बोल भाई।
भाई यार आज और कल
क्या हुआ?
है क्वालिफायर्स, परसों
किसका?
छुट्टी है 8 तारीख को,
हाँ,
फिर
8
नौ
को
से
ब्रेक है।
9 10 11 12 है।
आओ, पर ये जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा ब्रो।
जल्दी खत्म हो गया? क्या जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा भाई? हैं?
हाँ
क्या जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा दोस्त?
हाँ, जल्दी जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा ये तो।
अबे क्या जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा?
मैचेस आज के।
आज क्यों जल्दी खत्म होगा? तेरे को भरोसा नहीं है कि
सेकंड मैच भी देखना, जल्दी खत्म हो जाएगा 2 घंटे में, मैक्स टू मैक्स। 2 घंटा बोल रहा हूँ, सॉरी यार, 8 बजे तक खत्म हो जाएगा। 2 घंटा फिर भी ज्यादा बोल दिया।
ई बबलू सी, ई बबलू बबलू, ई साला बबलू सी।
गाइस भाई मेंबरशिप ले लो यार कोई। कैसे कर रहे हो तुम लोग
लो
यार?
भाई जल्दी लो भाई का, अब भी लो। तमीशी की गाड़ी विटारा, नहीं विटारा नहीं है, दूसरी वाली है। 9.49 ऑन रोड मिल रही है, टॉप
विटारा
मॉडल।
ब्रेजा है ना उसकी तो।
वही है ये, सिल्वर परी उसकी।
पर विटारा ब्रेजा पता है मेरे को लगती नहीं है, जितनी महंगी है ना उस हिसाब से परचेजेबल है।
भाई
अभी जो नई
अब
वाली आ रही है फेसलिफ्ट, वो बहुत
अब
अच्छी है।
अब अपन लेंगे बैटरी वाली गाड़ी। अब ना डीजल ना पेट्रोल,
ना
ले
ना
ले।
ना भाई, पता है तेरे को, बैटरी वाली गाड़ी तब तक सक्सेसफुल नहीं है जब तक, जैसे पेट्रोल पंप है ना हर 2 किलोमीटर पे,
ना ना ना,
वैसी जब तक
शहर में
चार्जर दो
चलाने
हर
के
दो
लिए
किलोमीटर पे।
पेट्रोल, शहर में चलाने के लिए डीजल गाड़ी। ओए क्या बैटरी वाली गाड़ी। भाई चोर लोग हैं इन लोग, कुछ भी स्टेटमेंट दिए जा रहे हैं, दिए जा रहे हैं, दिए जा रहे हैं, जनता को
ऑटोमेशन, तू देखा है उन लोग कैसे, ऑटोमेशन इंडस्ट्री वाले कैसे आंसर
हाँ
दिए। 2023 की गाड़ी के बाद तो कोई किसी गाड़ी में ऐसा E20 का इशू नहीं आ रहा है। अरे तो 23 में ही तो E20 की गाड़ी आई। अब जैसे
भाई।
मान ले मैं हूं, मैंने 2022 में अपनी बाइक खरीदी थी डोमिनार, है ना। अब
भाई
23 में आपने
सबसे बड़ी
E20
बात
लॉन्च
है,
कर दिया,
अबे ये लोग डर के वो दे रहे हैं, और कोई रीजन नहीं है।
है ना। मैं मानता हूँ भाई, मेरी गाड़ी है, मैं अपनी गाड़ी खुद रिपेयर करता हूँ, खुद सर्विस करता हूँ। मेरे को पता है ना कितना स्लज जमता है। मेरे को हर 2,000 2,500 3,000 पे पेट्रोल फिल्टर चेंज करना पड़ रहा है। 150 रुपए का आता है पेट्रोल फिल्टर, बट 150 रुपए हर 1,500 में। पहले मैं 5,000
भाई
में चेंज कर पाता था।
बात 1,500 है, 2,000 है, 25,000 की नहीं है।
ठीक है।
बात है, सिंपल सी चीज है, तुम मिला क्यों रहे हो, रीजन दो ना। रीजन दो। अगर तुम इसलिए मिला रहे हो कि चलो पेट्रोल के दाम बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ गए, जैसे अगर तुम XP100 खरीदते हो तो 165 रुपए लीटर है विदाउट उसके मिला वाला, समझना।
हाँ
तो तुम समझाओ कि अगर तुम्हारे देश में 200-300 रुपए लीटर जैसे पाकिस्तान में बिक रहा है, समझना एक चीज को ना,
हाँ
कि उतने का पेट्रोल बिक रहा है और तुमको लग रहा है कि तुम्हारी जनता परेशान हो रही, तब तुम कोई रीजन से मिला रहे हो। चलो एक रीजन। दूसरा रीजन, पेट्रोल में तब मिला रहे हो कि तुम्हारे देश में हैवी लेवल पे पॉल्यूशन हो रहा। पॉल्यूशन फैला कौन रहा, तुम पेड़ काटे जा रहे हो, तुम भाई अति मचा दियो, पेड़ काट काट के जंगल काट रहे हो, तो तुम्हारे अंदर पॉल्यूशन तो बढ़ेगा ना, वो तो आम बात है। तुम्हारे पास एक वैलिड रीजन नहीं कि तुम इथेनॉल क्यों मिला रहे हो। तुम सिर्फ मिला रहे हो, मजा आ रहा है क्योंकि मिला देता हूं। अब एवरी इंडियन नोज, दो चार अंधभक्त तो उन लोग को छोड़ दो, ठीक है, उनको छोड़
अबे
दो,
मैं तो
उनसे
ये
भी अगर मैं लॉजिकल बहस कर दूंगा, या कोई भी जो जानकार आदमी लॉजिकल बहस कर देगा, तो अंत में वो कहाँ आएगा तेरे को भी पता है, ठीक है।
एट द एंड मेरे को ये बताओ ना, जो भाई साहब ये चीज अप्लाई करवा रहे हैं वो कौन से साइंटिस्ट हैं, बताओ ना,
वो
जो ये टेस्टिंग
अपने
कर रहे हैं।
पुत्र को एलॉन मस्क बनाने में लगे हुए हैं, और कुछ नहीं है, एलॉन मस्क और वो बराबर हो जाएंगे कुछ सालों में, उनका ये हिसाब है, ठीक है। वो कर रहे हैं, उनको कोई ना कोई धरेगा एक दिन। बहुत ज्यादा ती हो जाएगा ना, तो अभी क्या है, जो तमीज से चीजें हो रही है ना, फिर आदमी तमीज से नहीं चलेगा। तुम अति करोगे, तुम ये सोच रहे हो कि राज शासन चला लेंगे, हम अपने मर्जी करेंगे, वो एक समय तक ही चल पाएगा ना। अब इंडिया में हर कोई एजुकेटेड है, एवरीबडी नोज। अगर 100 लोग हैं देश में, 100 लोग, तो 20 लोग एक चीज को फॉलो कर रहे हैं, आंख बंद कान बंद और मुंह बंद करके वो चीज करे जा रहे हैं। लेकिन 80 लोग पागल नहीं है। तो जिस दिन 80 लोग, वो कहते हैं ना, एक लकड़ी को तोड़ना आसान है, अगर वही 10-12 लकड़ी हो जाए तो फिर वो लकड़ी ही घुस जाती कहीं और, समझ रहे हो। तो जब 80 लोग
चुभ
पागल हो
जाता है,
जाएंगे ना,
कांटा भी चुभ जाता
80 लोग पागल हो जाएंगे तो 20 लोग कुछ नहीं उखाड़ पाएंगे। विदाउट रीजन तुम ऐसी तैसी किए जा रहे हो, किए जा रहे हो, किए जा रहे हो। और ये जो भी अभी ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री वाले आके स्टेटमेंट्स दिए हैं, ये सब पछताने वाले हैं लाइन से। ये सब देखना तू अभी अभी 2027 तक रुक जा बस। देखना ये इतनी बढ़ जाएगी ना, ये चीजें आउट ऑफ हैंड हो जाएंगी, फिर कंट्रोल के
भाई
बाहर हो जाएगी।
मतलब तू सोच BMW का चेयरपर्सन आके बोल रहा है कि E20 से गाड़ियां नुकसान हो रही हैं, वो बेवकूफ है।
हाँ।
समझ रहे तू?
प्रॉब्लम क्या है
100
ना,
करोड़ लोग,
बीएमडब्ल्यू
140 नहीं बोलूंगा।
बीएमडब्ल्यू झुकेगा नहीं, वो जर्मन कंपनी है,
हाँ,
इंडियन कंपनी है नहीं। समझ रहा है? उसको
देख
घंटा फर्क
सीधी
नहीं
सी
पड़ रहा
बात
है।
है,
तुम यहाँ बंद कर दोगे, वो
इथेनॉल जो
विदेश
है,
में फंक्शन कर लेगा। बहुत सारी कंट्री हैं जहाँ बीएमडब्ल्यू चलती हैं।
वो तो
लेकिन
है भाई।
जो
ऐसा कौन सा देश है जहां नहीं चलती?
सिर्फ दो ही देश हैं, एक देश है जिसकी दो ब्रांड हमारे यहाँ सबसे ज्यादा बिकती हैं, सबसे ज्यादा, मतलब उससे ज्यादा कोई नहीं बिकती, जो बाहर की है। एक है टोयोटा और दूसरी मारुति, दोनों जापानीज ब्रांड है। ठीक है, मतलब जब मारुति सुजुकी हुआ करता था तब जापानीज का उसमें था, अब तो वो इंडियन हो गई है। ठीक है, एक है क्या बोलते हैं टोयोटा, जो जापानीज ब्रांड है। अब तुम इंडियन कंपनी को कुछ भी बोल लो, वो तो बोलेंगी ही बोलेंगी, क्योंकि उनको भैया यहाँ सरवाइव करना है। सिंपल सी चीज है। और 100 बात की एक बात यार, तू ये समझ, इन लोग इतना दिमाग नहीं लगा रहे हैं। इन लोग सिर्फ बिजनेसेस को प्रॉफिट देने के चक्कर में और कॉरपोरेट हाउसेस को प्रॉफिट करने के चक्कर में आम जनता की बजा रहे हैं। लेकिन ये भूल गए हैं कि अगर आम जनता अगर अपनी पे आ गया ना, तो फिर कितना बड़ा भी कोई भी नेता हो, कुछ भी हो, कहीं का कुछ भी हो, किसी को भी खड़ा कर दे, वो नहीं टिक पाएगा भाई। और इनका समय आ
तो पता
गया
है
है।
वो लोग क्या बोलते हैं? फ्लेक्स फ्यूल गाड़ी हम लोग लेके आने के उसमें है, ये नहीं बोले। ठीक है, कुछ इथेनॉल पे बात नहीं किया, डायरेक्ट आ गया फ्लेक्स फ्यूल पे। तो तू मेरे को एक बात बता, फ्लेक्स फ्यूल जो गाड़ी है वो कितनी महंगी आएगी नॉर्मल गाड़ी से?
अरे फ्लेक्स फ्यूल भी छोड़ दे आदि, मेरे को एक बात बता, जेन्युइन चीज बता। अरे फॉरेन कंट्रीज में भी E20 है, अभी तो गाड़ियां चल रही हैं, E10 E5 सब है। बट उन लोग भी ऑप्शंस देते हैं ना भाई, प्योर पेट्रोल और सारी चीजें। अब तू मेरे को एक बात बता, जर्मन गाड़ी कोई खरीदा, BMW खरीदा या कुछ भी खरीदा, मर्सिडीज या जो भी खरीद रहा है, ठीक है, खरीद लिया। अब तू मेरे को एक बात बता, जबरदस्ती उसकी गाड़ी खराब हो जाएगी, उसको ऑप्शन ही नहीं दे रहे हो कि भाई तू दूसरा, भैया जो BMW खरीद सकता है तो वो 200 रुपए लीटर पेट्रोल भी तो डला सकता है। तुम उसको प्योर वही नहीं दे रहे हो, ऑप्शन नहीं दे रहे हो ना, तुम सीधा बोल रहे हो कि तुमको E20 डलाना पड़ेगा। तो तुम तो सामने वाले को दबा रहे हो ना, सप्रेस कर रहे हो उसकी चीजों को। वो तो पैसा देने को तैयार है ना। इन लोग का हो गया है, अब इनकी लगने वाली है। कोई ना कोई जिसका माथा चटका, वो इनके पीछे पड़ जाएगा फिर। और इतने बड़े वाले हैं, तेरे को पता है पेट्रोलियम इंडस्ट्री में एक रेगुलेशन डाल दिए हैं कि तू ITR फाइल नहीं कर सकता। अगर तू बोल देगा ना मेरे को कंपोजिशन चाहिए, क्या कंपोजिशन से
RTI
तुम,
RTI।
हाँ तू RTI बोला मैं,
हाँ, हाँ।
उसको तू फाइल नहीं कर सकता, वो सीक्रेट है बोल दिए हैं। ऐसे है। तो इन लोग क्या कर रहे हैं, राजा शासन चला रहे हैं, अपने मन मर्जी का जो मन करेगा वो कर देंगे। जनता है जो आम प्रजा है, उनको अपनी ऐसी तैसी करानी, उनको तो लेना ही है ये। सिंपल, इनका हो गया है अति।
NRG, they've had a unique
अब
road to
इनका
get here by
होने
having
वाला
to
है,
face
गेम
both
बजेगा।
Paper Rex and then Vitality, defeating Paper Rex and falling just short to Vitality, which is why they're here up against KC. And again, you win, you move on to the
तो
playoffs.
सिंपल सी चीज है भाई,
you are
अति
done
हो रहा
for
है, और
AWC.
अति
Yeah, I mean, it's
कहीं ना
definitely
कहीं तो
been
टूटेगा।
interesting for them. We know how great of a team they can be.
और ना
but they
टूटने के
also
बाद
put
ना
it out
मजाक
here
नहीं
in the
कर रहा
decider
हूँ,
on the flip side for
बहुत बुरा हो
Corp.
जाएगा।
What a story. I think this is a team that people doubted heavily coming into this event, but they get that win against Paper Rex to find themselves here in that decider with momentum. This was the group of death, and my goodness, has it delivered.
And the group of death is always difficult to predict. Either you go completely out of the box and say, hey, this team is going to have one hell of a tournament, or you go for the usual suspects. The thing is, looking at the rest of the globals that we've had lately, nobody would have blamed anyone for thinking that NRG and PaperX were going to be both of the teams making it out, leaving EMEA behind. But what we got in the end was a Team Vitality qualified as first with that win against first KC and then NRG. And now it's left to the North American squad and Karmine Corp to decide who gets that last shot. The thing is, the pressure realistically is way more on NRG because of expectations. We have been saying KC should, and I think do wanted more. But so can they actually overcome what it is winning against the world champion?
Yeah, let's dive into that Karmine Corp roster, who have been led by different players at different times, whether it was Aves on the IGLing, it was Narrate in the last couple of matches.
अरे हाँ भाई, उस दिन मैं कास्टर से सुना PaperX में IGL नहीं है.
This is a roster that has had turbulence. This is an organization that has had turbulence within Valorant, and maybe that's putting it kindly, but it does
कभी
feel like
something बन जाता है, कभी दवाई बन जाता है,
at EWC,
कभी
especially in that
उसको बना
last game.
देते हैं, क्या
I was
बोलते हैं?
enormously impressed. The manner you
अरे
screened
क्या
Dust
फुट
9
सेकंड को
there,
बना
I
देते
feel like
हैं.
that
ये
map
तीनों में
three
से घूमते
performance
रहते हैं
from
IGL
was
उसमें.
absolutely crucial to getting them in this decider match. But I really do believe this is a stacked squad. I think we can see everybody have a ton of potential to take over games here.
The past years for KC, we can say
जैसे
even
देख something
all of
अगर वो खेल रहा
partnership
है,
that
Smoke,
2024 kickoff
तो something IGL कर रहा
has not
है.
been easy to follow. Being a
ठीक है?
KC fan in Valorant was
भाई
not
कोई कुछ भी
something that
करे,
you
हार
wanted to
गई.
wake up being, sadly enough.
मास्टर्स का फाइनल्स खेल के आई है, उसके पहले चैंपियंस रही है,
And the
उसके बाद
players
इतना बुरा
are
हार
very
रही
aware
है.
of it, as you can see here
क्या
in the
बोले बताओ.
road to EWC, spotlighting Karmine Corp.
I'm very happy that we managed to qualify to AWC because it's a very big step for us. We don't really care about
तो फिर
winning the whole tournament. He's got a team. It was 3-5. I see them both in different positions, and I thought we could actually win this round. And then they got kill after kill after kill. Then it's 1v1, and my heartbeat is like 180, and I cannot do anything about it. He won it, and then I'm relieved. Going into playoffs is like my biggest dream I did back then in KCX, so it was very insane. There was 30k people just rooting for us, playing against Koi. It was the best moment of my life. No matter how good is the specs of the headset, you're still gonna hear if it's a big crowd, so they're gonna give us other momentum for sure. During stage 1, we had like, it was the worst split of my career, and I think for everyone in my team, and it was just super sad that we hard worked the whole year just to win something and we cannot. It was a good learning lesson for all of us, and it showed
अबे
actually in
अपने पास
AWC
अगर
how well
वो
we
होता ना
learned.
क्या
I think
बोलते
we had
हैं
some issues with like
EWC
our momentum, I would say. We're getting
partner
overconfident,
वाला.
we're doing so many mistakes, and then once we do these mistakes, we get low confidence, and then
Hello?
it turns from
आवाज आ रही
high,
है?
and then it's very hard to play like this.
हाँ. So there is a chance.
It was my rookie split as an IGL, so this was for sure a part of
Paris
it,
जाने का
because I did
मौका
so many
मिलता है.
mistakes, but I learned from
किन्हीं
it.
5
That's the most
क्रिएटर को
important.
बुलाएंगे.
क्या फिर से बता.
I think Zeech worked a lot.
Paris
on
जाने
our
का
mental
मौका मिलता.
aspects more than
किसको?
in-game, because we were all super
Invitational grand
sad.
final
We
पे.
went in a really
बड़े
bad
बड़े
situation,
streamers
and
जाएंगे.
he
होते
walked
तो.
into this like he tried to make us stay alive
बड़े
again.
अगर
In-game
partner
stuff
program
is
में
not as
होते तो.
important as the connection between the players.
बड़े
The
बड़े
team
streamers
has to be
जाएंगे.
loving each other. so
अरे
they
बहुत
can be
सारे
able to
लोगों को
perform.
मिला है
If we
भाई.
manage to get out of this group as I said, we're gonna for sure win the tournament. We might be the underdogs, but we're here to prove we're not.
Ninth, 10th during kickoff, 11th and 12th.
बहुत सारे लोग हैं जो मेरे पहचान में जिनको परमिशन मिली लेकिन कोई कुछ नहीं कर रहा, सिर्फ परमिशन लेके बैठ गए.
Fourth youngest here at EWC, going up against the second oldest squad on the
हम ही लोग हैं जो रेगुलर और लगातार कर रहे
हैं.
बाकी फिर भी हमें समझ रहे हो. दो तीन लोग हैं जो कर रहे हैं. जैसे नाम ले लूं क्या? जो कर रहे हैं. क्या फर्क पड़ता है? सही चीज तो बोल रहे हैं, कुछ गलत थोड़ी बोल रहे हैं उनके बारे में.
नहीं पता नहीं भाई, कब किसको पता नहीं कुछ बुरा लग जाता है.
बुरा क्या? अच्छी बात बोल रहा हूँ भाई, उन लोग कर रहे हैं, मतलब मेहनत कर रहे हैं अपनी चीजों पे. हम तो तारीफ ही कर रहे हैं भाई.
एक मिनट में थाली रख के आ रहा हूँ, फिर बोल रहा नाम.
true potential of this squad.
ब्रॉक भाई चलाएंगे ओडिन करके
impossible for any team to stay
माडा
on top. I believe it's only
कीको
Fnatic and
ईथन
Fnatic
ब्रॉक
over
स्कूबा
2023, sorry.
Yeah.
That managed to win 2 tournaments in a row. So
तो
it is
फिर
already a difficult task to stay on top. So they could be, you know, the ones that are right in that book, the ones that can continue that. It is difficult that it's going to be from event to event, but you can have good years. You can actually build a legacy with NRG. Am I still salty that they took Kiko? Yes. But, you know, they take good care of him, and I think that he is actually a great addition to this. I think that they've done more than what they're capable of. Their preparation all throughout Champs was beyond unreal for the teams that they were playing in. So many occasions, they read them like a book. And speaking of reading like a book, they have a lot of reps on everything, let's say. So speaking about KC and the preparation for this one, as we take a look at the map, Vito,
Okay.
a lot of showings to go off from.
So NRG banning Sunset, we saw Common Corp pick this in the paper Rex game, but they did lose it. And then you look at Fracture is the pick from Common Corp, which is where they got that upset surprise win from there. So I do think
if they lose, I'm putting this on you this time.
Look, I mean, right now I'm looking
Bro,
at
bro,
this
bro.
If they lose, I am putting it on.
Bro,
I
bro,
like
bro,
it for
bro.
Common Corp. I like their Fracture, and I think Haven is a map that they always love to play. They go to it a lot. I will say NRG's Breeze is for sure one of the best we have in the tournament. I think North America are
this map Vito was, because my surprise was when they were not picking the Haven, right, for the side of KC. But if you're NRG, you expect, of course, that KC is going to pick it. So if KC wants to have a guarantee on playing the Fracture, we pick it, and we know that they will leave the Haven open, because that was always a possibility, and probably they have heavily prep for that. And we're going to jump straight into Breeze for the first game.
Yeah, very much so. This is NRG's pick. We expect them to be very, very strong here. This is the same composition that we see from them time and time again. It's a natural fit. Matter on the harbor always looks weird when I see it. Just
Mada.
I do think
it's kind of like a waste, no?
Yeah, I always struggle to understand it, but I do really feel like this is a map that they love. On the flip side for KC, they will be rocking with that double duelist most likely if everybody locks in what we expect here. Narrate onto that Jet. 11 on that Neon where he's been so fantastic.
Yeah, we saw them play this against Fnatic in the qualifier for EWC, but Breeze has not been a Breeze for KC for the rest of the year. As we're saying, a lot of Harvard, we've seen it from a lot of teams now paying dividends. Let's see if here can be the same.
1 series, 2 map wins, stopping you from playing in front of the crowd.
भाई ब्रॉक तो आज वो चलाएगा भाई ओडिन
Will it be the
पूरे
reigning
टीम
world
लगा
champs, or will it be the hometown favorites? NRG and KC, map number 1 on Breeze. On the call, it's Achilles and Paper Thin.
भाई कल तो वर्ल्ड कप में कुछ गड़बड़ी हो गया भाई। फुटबॉल देख रहा है क्या बोबो? देखता है क्या?
देखता ना हूं, लेकिन इस बार नहीं देख रहा हूं। क्यों, क्या हो गया?
भाई नॉर्वे हरा दी ब्राजील को, बाहर हो गई ब्राजील।
हाफ टाइम तक तो गोल नहीं हुआ था, मैंने सुना।
99 या ऐसी कुछ पे मारा पहला गोल, फिर एक और मारा 90 पे, फिर एक्स्ट्रा टाइम पे वो लोग ब्राजील वाले पेनल्टी मारे, तो 2-1 हराई है। और एक पेनल्टी मिली थी ब्राजील को, वो विफ कर गया, छोड़ दिया, मतलब समझ रहा है। अगर वो गोल पड़ गया होता तो शायद 2-2 होता, हारती नहीं ब्राजील।
अबे तो ब्राजील के पास देखना पोजीशन भी तो नहीं था, 34% की पोजीशन था, बॉल पकड़ ही नहीं पाए थे।
लेकिन फिर भी ब्राजील जीत वो कर लिया था, 2-2 कर सकता था, बट
मां कसम 7 फाउल किए हैं ब्राजील वाले, और येलो कार्ड भी खाए हैं।
तो वो इसमें किसको वो कर रहा है सपोर्ट?
NRG एक ही तो टीम बची है बे।
वो बची ना, क्यों नहीं बची है? नॉन्गशिम बची है भाई अभी। हेलो,
नॉन्गशिम के ऊपर बहुत भरोसा नहीं है।
फिर भी अब आखिरी साउथ एशियन बची है, तो अपन तो
Recon does not scan Scuba in this position. Crosshairs down towards mid, but now sees a gun barrel. Is going to be on the catch. 2 headshots as Levin in the raid will fall.
Scuba dooba doo. Dee daba doo.
Already immense impact going to be found.
Yeah, that's a nice little position. DOS9 thinking about challenging it now.
DOS9 was electric. That last map, their last series. And he delivered now. Scuba hasn't had much reason to leave. Now it's going to be spotted. Redraws the weapon. Decides not to go for the snake bite. It's going to be Mata getting a piece of the action. Sugetsu will get taken down. Meanwhile, Kiko trying to line it up, but Ethan will be able to claim the kill. That is now Aves just down to 40 HP. Can't use any U-tilt. Can't find the shot. Brock come away with that elimination. Scuba, the only casualty. It's a very clean pistol to start for NRG.
Well, you definitely have got to be happy with the way Scuba's playing here. At times he can kind of trail behind the rest of the team, but holding the line really nicely, getting that little bit of pre-fire. Levin thinks he can maybe accelerate past it, find a timing, get the shots to go himself and get a slide in there or something, but gonna be denied.
Scuba dooba doo.
Nice start gives NRG
their
first pistol. See what KC wants to do. It's just the eco 3-2 split. He's trying to
मैं सोच रहा हूँ
the harbor smoke
वो खरीदूं यार
at least on one
वॉच
side.
खरीदूं
Funnel
मन
that
हो रहा
over
है
into Aves.
बड़ा अच्छा हो रहा है वॉच खरीदने का
Scuba once again.
बट फिर सोचता हूँ नहीं यार ज़्यादा खर्चा हो जाता है फिर
Try to slow down the approach flash up over the top as well. As that 0 point, all players going to be detained at the front of this pyramid. Finally locked into position.
भाई पैसा बचाओ 15 किलोवाट का सोलर लगवा ले हाइब्रिड
पैसा क्या बचाऊंगा वो तो ऐसे ही लग सकता है सोलर कंपनी को उसने नोटिस भेज दिया देखा क्या
क्या struggling to really find any significant value here given that it's barely been any damage suffered on the NRG players.
सोलर पैनल को सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने नोटिस दे दिया है कि तुम वो दो क्या बोलना चाहिए वैलिड रीजन दो जो आम जनता है उनको बचत कैसे नहीं हो रही है इतना बिल बढ़ रहा है अभी तेरे को पता चला 1 जुलाई से छत्तीसगढ़ में फिर से बिजली बिल बढ़ गया देखना इस बार और बिल आएगा लोगों को पागल होने वाले हैं लोग
अभी तो बोल रहा हूँ मैं हाइब्रिड सिस्टम लगाओ दिन भर रात भर सोलर पे चलाओ जब लगे तुमको कि बिजली चलाना है तब बिजली चलाओ वरना मत चलाओ खत्म 15 किलोवाट लगाओ आराम से 5-5 एसी चलाओ दिन भर रात भर 25 साल तक देखने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ती लिथियम आयन बैटरी लगाओगे हर साल लिथियम आयन बैटरी का जो डिग्रेडेशन होता है मैक्सिमम होता है 3% पर ईयर मैक्सिमम
Thrown over the top. Riding up through mid, narrate. Pushing alongside this Brock. Watching in towards that elbow
वारंटी जो होती है बैटरी की वो होती है 50 साल की 25 साल की डिपेंड अपॉन कॉस्ट
towards this, but Relay Bolt will get the connection, but can't quite chase deep enough nor fast enough to come away with that elimination. Kiko with the Marshall in hand.
अगर अच्छी कॉस्ट की अच्छी कंपनी की बैटरी लगाओगे तो 35-40 साल की वारंटी मिलती है जिसमें अगर तुम्हारी है ना 30% से ज्यादा लॉस होता है वारंटी पीरियड में 30 साल में 30% से ज्यादा लॉस हो गया बैटरी का है ना तो फिर वारंटी क्लेम होती है बहुत चीज है भाई वो आराम से
यार नरेट इसमें कब आ गया यार मैं तो अभी ध्यान दिया
headshots on anybody except Sugetsu.
नरेट इसमें नहीं था ना पहले
उस दिन तो अपन डिस्कस कर रहे थे नरेट सुगेत्सु इस सब के बारे में याद है फैनेटिक
नरेट तो मैं अभी ध्यान दिया मैं पहले नहीं ध्यान दिया था
And that will be a bonus not converted.
चाय बनाने जाना है डैडी के लिए
Ideas from the side of NRG. KC
Guys,
able to
don't
fight
forget to hit
back,
the like
but
and
I think
subscribe.
KC walked into a few
आंटी
traps
ने क्या
that could
अच्छा
have
आंटी को तो
really
छोड़
gone
के आया
NRG's way instead. You know,
मम्मा
with
लोग
that
अपने
second
मम्मा
layer and
अपनी
the double
फ्रेंड्स
doors
लोग के साथ
Mata,
चिल करने
he
के
had
लिए
a shot just go over the head
हाँ
of
भाई
his opponent there,
बहुत दिन
Abez,
हो गया है नहीं की
so
होगी
he couldn't get the kill.
कर
He'd been a
लेकर,
little bit
अच्छी
steadier with
बात।
the aim. I think this very well could have been NRG's round. So
यार बोबा मेरे
I
कोई
wouldn't
व्यूज
mind
क्यों नहीं
seeing
आते हैं
KC
यार,
turn up
मैंने
the
क्या
tempo a little
बिगाड़ा
bit.
है?
You got that neon. Use that to your advantage. Try to use it to
बिल्कुल नहीं
take
आ
some
रहे भाई।
पता
space.
नहीं ब्रो,
Push forward. Get past that pyramid,
ये
for
चीज तो
example,
मेरे को
on
भी
the
नहीं
A
पता।
site. You know, it is tough going up against the KO because you got to be a little bit careful with the timing of those knives. Like you can just throw them right at the wall, right outside of A main, and you can kind of shut down those quick hits sometimes. But got to at least put some fear into NRG there.
भाई तेरे को एक बात बताऊं,
Hopefully be taken care of rather
जी
quickly
का
and
लास्ट
get back into
टूर्नामेंट
the
था
game
ये,
here.
सेकंड लास्ट,
Do some final
सेकंड
checks
लास्ट,
and make sure that all is
लास्ट ही
well.
समझ ले।
NRG still going to be in a strong position. It's still a lot of damage.
अगर
मर्जर है।
जी को
Take 3 players out
स्प्लिट
the
आएगा ना भी
equation, so
नया वाला,
gonna be a little bit
हाँ।
rougher for KC.
अगर
Must
उसको
drop a 2-2
जीतती है
scoreline.
तब तो वो मास्टर्स
that.
क्वालिफाई करेगी, क्योंकि उसका पॉइंट्स बहुत कम है।
Upright position. Kiko
ठीक है।
locking in and ready to dive back
और
into the action. So operators
हेलो
gonna be
बरसात।
online.
और वो होना
हाँ।
तो तेरे को भी पता है कि कितना असंभव बात है,
Tables up, electronic devices out.
है
Let's
ना?
go.
हाँ,
Hey,
जिस
you have a
हिसाब
backup
से अभी
over there for
हालात है
some
I
तो
know. Well, you know, that's what I wanted to be when I was a kid.
तो
Was a pilot.
Oh, I wasn't talking about a pilot, but
Oh.
ऐसा है,
not gonna go for the dash, but
करते हैं
it's
ब्रो
still gonna be able
कभी
to find it.
स्टार्ट
Gets the
मैं
puck,
क्या
gets the
कैमिलियन
tail
ट्राई
end out.
करते हैं,
A thief in the night there
करेंगे
is Kiko.
12 तारीख के
That
बाद,
is a monster shot to be found on the sliding neon.
या
तो
देखते हैं 8 तारीख को अगर
अगर-
खेलते हैं
Shot
पर
here,
तो
1 and 4 so far.
That's frustrating for KC. I really like this
जी
idea.
नहीं जीता,
Use that neon to try to create some
हाँ,
space,
समझ
create a
रहा है?
favorable duel, but
हाँ,
Kiko just
जी
better
नहीं
in the
जीता
moment.
तो
This is one of the
2027 में तो
shortcomings of
RNTX
a
बन
composition
जाएगा,
like this. You don't have
तो
the
जी
flashes. You
खत्म
don't
है
really
फिर,
have a great way to try to clear him off the angle unless you're committing the
समझा?
drone to that position. But then you don't have the drone for so many others.
Right.
नहीं तो जी नाम रहेगा बे, जी RNTX रहेगा वो नाम।
नहीं लेकिन ऑफिशियल जी खत्म हो जाएगा, ये कह रहा हूँ मैं।
हाँ, ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स ऑफिशियल ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स खत्म हो जाएगा, GX RNTX हो जाएगा वो, या RNTX X G हो जाएगा वो।
Ethan considering a counter swing out in the mid, looks like the rate will be safe for the moment, but
क्योंकि लेबल चेंज नहीं कर सकते ना ग्लोबल ई स्पोर्ट्स का।
नहीं नहीं, वो तो देख, कोई भी दो ऑर्ग मिलती है तो दो नाम ही होता है ना, जैसे RNTX जब बना तो RNT अलग था, X तो X पार्क का है ना,
हाँ,
तो
रेवेनेंट का
हाँ
RNT और फिर उसका X है
हाँ, तो वो
रेवेनेंट
दो मर्जर में तो यही होता है, लेकिन बात ऐसा है कि
does he suspect this tuck away position? Well, now he absolutely knows it, and the rate gets a very nice reset, but he's zoned away, forced away, and cannot escape.
जी बनेगा तो 3 ऑर्ग मिल जाएंगी फिर
4
वो,
players alive. NRG going to be bolstering that economy.
RNTX
They move
जी
up 3-1.
ऐसा कुछ नहीं, मतलब जो भी नाम रखेंगे हम लोग,
NRG
ऑफिशियल जी नहीं रह जाएगा वो अकेला,
try to overcommit to
GEX
advantages,
RNTX
doesn't try to
करेंगे उन
double
लोगों को
down
लग
on
रहा
them,
है,
just
आपको
मल्टीप्लाई
plays it
वाला
safe. He
हाँ
says,
हो
okay,
सकता है,
we've got control of the site, we've got our
क्योंकि
मतलब
जी का जो वो है ना
write 'em out.
लेबल,
We know exactly where
भाई
the
लेकिन
download
हटाएंगे
contains.
नहीं
मैं
नाम
तेरे को
से।
एक बात बताऊं जेन्युइन,
That's gonna maybe be able to create that
भाई
extra
सबसे
angle
प्यारा चीज क्या होने
that
वाला है
could
पता है, तू ये
give KC
देख
some hope into this round, or at least
RNTX
allow them to do more
सॉरी
damage.
RNTX बोल रहा
This is
हूँ, X
phenomenal work
पार्क
from them.
स्काउट का जो ऑर्ग था
Extremely smart
कितना
play.
बड़ा बन चुका है,
And that's kind of what you would expect
वो
from a
तो है
team
भाई।
that's won a world championship and has
मतलब
been
भाई
relatively good
बंदे
this
ने
year as well.
सच में ये बात सच कही है जिसने भी कही है कि अकेला आदमी मेहनत तो कर सकता है,
Very, very well.
हाँ,
लेकिन अकेले वो कभी ऊपर नहीं जा सकता, उसको हमेशा किसी न किसी का साथ तो चाहिए रहेगा।
हाँ, हाँ, अगर
एस है, एस है, ब्रॉक का एस है, ब्रॉक का एस है।
अगर आपको यूट्यूबर भी बनना है, बड़ा होना है, आगे जाना है, तो आपको टीम चाहिए ब्रो, कम से कम 5 लोगों की टीम चाहिए, अकेले कोई नहीं बनता। There is an exceptional one,
Gotta give him the ace.
कोई नहीं होता। भुवन बाम्बी एक टाइम पे वो सही टाइम पे वायरल हो गया तो उसको मैनेजर मिल गया।
तो वो भी अकेले नहीं बना ना, उसका मैनेजर वैसा था कि भाई तगड़ा एकदम, समझ रहा है?
Never would happen.
भाई ब्रॉक का एस है भाई, ब्रॉक का
मैनेजर ने
एस
जो उसको
रोहित नाम है ना
उसको
शायद
ऊपर
उसका,
बढ़ाया है, हाँ रोहित, बेस्ट बडी बन गया, उसके दोस्त हो गया है वो।
हार्बर ने ना उसको स्पॉट कर लिया है, इसलिए उसको ना सामने भेज रहा है।
Ever closer to this one, sends out the recon, looking for the stun. 3 bullets remaining in this, and it's not gonna be
एस चला
enough. So maybe a bit of an
थोड़ा पीछे
overcommit to
चल
try
रहा
to
है तू,
secure
बहुत
the
देर हो
ace.
गया इस खत्म
Again,
हुए।
Sugetsu does need to fall, so they could just leave him at this point.
They just let him.
Yeah, just tuck back, let him survive.
Yeah.
Play the hard eco
तो
game. He does not have a weapon recovery.
भाई सब आदमी का वही हिसाब है भाई, अकेले कोई नहीं बढ़ सकता।
So, okay, Sugetsu able to, save that a little bit.
कोई मेरे को बोलता है ना भाई मैं अकेले मेहनत क्यों, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है। मेहनत
बहुत
अकेले की है, बड़ा अकेले नहीं है।
बहुत सारे लोग होते हैं, जैसे अकेले बढ़ने वालों में वो है 20 शुभ, अकेले बढ़ा है वो बंदा, कभी किसी के साथ कोलैब नहीं करता, अकेले खेलता है वो, ठीक है, अकेले व्लॉग बनाएगा। मतलब ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं बढ़ते हैं, बढ़ते हैं, लेकिन वो वंस इन अ ब्लू मून होते हैं, आउट ऑफ द ब्लू एकदम।
Beautiful. NRG looks really clean today.
Yeah, I mean 8 and 2 could have been that 9 and 1,
ठीक
but
है,
still
जो भी है,
a scary scoreline.
सबका थोड़ा ऊपर है, थोड़ा नीचे है, सबका बराबर है।
Players like Brock and Scuba get activated in the way that we know that they can over at Masters London.
It's been Brock and Kiko on this map, doing a lot of good stuff for NRG and really being diligent here.
Lotta slotted all the way down. Opposite side of the pillar. If the drone goes up and over the top, he will be on a bit of an island and in need of some assistance. And there it goes. But okay, Hunter's Fury. Brock is able to catch that initial tag. Just knowing exactly where the drone was coming from. Aves served up on a platter and they still disguise Mada's position.
What a read.
He had to cancel it. So now narrate, he's just gonna go walk
अरे ब्रॉक, अबे उसके बाजू में देख खड़ा हुआ है वो, अरे उसके देख माडा, नहीं देखा माडा। अरे माडा भाई थोड़ा राइट में भी तो देखो।
An awkward duel here between the Jets, but it's going to be knives popped as Narrate starts to feel the pressure.
ये मरेगा।
चिपके आ रहा था।
The two players now potentially getting surrounded.
ये पीछे से आ रहा है, देख वो देख, ये मरा, ये देख, ये ऊपर चढ़ के गया एक।
Will just take his kill.
इसका पोजीशन ही नहीं पता है, ये देखना, ईथन का देगा भी खर्चा पानी, ये उल्टा दे दिया।
Ready for that peak. Shuts down Ethan. The plant can now come
पीछे चल रहा हूँ क्या मैं?
बहुत जल्दी पीक लीक कर दिया ना, बहुत जल्दी पीक।
मैं पीछे चल रहा हूँ क्या?
खत्म, हाँ हाँ, राउंड खत्म कर।
अरे मेरा इतना पीछे क्यों हो जा रहा है? तो बार बार मैं आगे कर रहा हूँ, फिर पीछे हो जाता हूँ। मैं नहीं खेलूंगा भाई। ये राउंड हारने का सिर्फ एक ही रीजन है, वो माडा देख ही नहीं रहा था राइट में।
It's a nice setup there with Mada, that forward positioning, waiting for that drone to tee up the Hunter's Fury to get that first pick, and you think, oh, here we go again, but they break out. They coordinate that hit onto mid. They want to collapse and clear that space, and they do so extremely well. NRG just didn't quite have the backup for Mada in time. Just a little bit late.
Going in off the reckoning, dodged there by Kiko. Doesn't have that operator in hand anymore, and Ethan is over-committing onto an angle rather than just trying to backpedal away. Their own reckoning now going to be sent down. Kiko still on this off angle is going to be able to find one Mada with another, but Aves pushing for it alongside 11. Gets him back into a winning position.
मादा ना एक चीज देखा हूँ मैं माडा का, कि भाई एक किल निकालता है ना, वो एकदम जोशिया जाता है, पता है, ओवर पिक कर लेता है।
क्या मारा
भाई, शॉट था ब्रो, ब्रॉक का
तोड़ के मारा है,
उछलते हुए नियॉन को मारा है भाई, वो भी हेड।
Quickly canceled. Worried about this potential ring around the rosy, scooping out with the greatest sight lines. Spot on the one, but even with a near sight, Brock wins that fight.
भाई अंधे मार दिया भाई वो उसको।
नियर साइटेड था।
Has his work cut out for him, given that he still has this operator in hand. Scuba not quite able to spot him until this swing comes in, and DOS9 just not going to be fast enough on the draw. NRG, a swift shutdown. Start off as a 4v5.
That is just filthy stuff from Brock again.
But अगले राउंड में गिरेगी ये नहीं पता।
Just stuck in a weird spot, opted to try to go for the kill.
भाई क्या शॉट मारा भाई
उसने। Out of it, just didn't
बस
get
ऐसा ही
any
शॉट
value.
बनाना है भाई अपने को भी।
So you're thinking, okay, this could be the door open for KC, start doing some damage, but then Brock shows up to the party. They've got some good.
करो भाई इग्नाइटर इमॉर्टल
entry
प्लेयर
points
करो।
coming in from the doors, coming in from spawn.
अरे यार बेफिजूल का भाई, स्क्रीन के समय में लाइट वाइट चल देता ना, मेरा माथा चटक जाता है पूरा।
Curious to me, they have the hero rifle in 11. hands. He's got the overdrive. You do have 3 sheriffs and a bandit, and Mata's already set 11 down.
Right, पानी गिर रहा है
No
क्या?
chance for that overdrive to
कुछ
come
नहीं
into
गिर रहा है
effect.
भाई, पानी तो सुबह से गिर रहा
In the
है.
corner, Narrate with a clean shot. Ethan again going to be taken down as Hunter's Fury's going to be committed to this. Is that going to be an overstep? Looks like maybe not. So gets to Narrate, able to find a kill apiece. We're getting taken down.
DOS9.
Pico will find DOS9, so now that late
Pico बहुत
lurk,
अच्छा spot
win
किया, उसको
condition
पीछे पलट
taken out of their hands. Chavez has to do it all himself.
Eyes in the back of his head. Phenomenal awareness from Pico.
The knives to be popped, and Chavez trying to reposition. It's just going to be caught, so it's an immediate shutdown. No hope of the clutch to come through. NRG now moving up 6-2.
Yeah, just when you can hit sheriff shots, you know, it's a big difference maker. The Narrate tries to be the guy. He has been so good for them this
एक
event.
मेंटलिस्ट करके एक सीरीज है,
impressed with his play.
अमेरिकन सीरीज है,
And he's had a couple nice
वो
moments here,
देखना
but
भाई तू,
it's just
बहुत
that
प्यारी
teamwork, that
सीरीज है
coordination,
भाई,
even
मैं
though this
देखा हूँ
doesn't
पूरी
go
सीरीज.
NRG's way initially.
Mentalist.
मतलब ना
Last couple of players
किस
really
पे?
disciplined with watching their
एकदम
plays,
अनएक्सपेक्टेड हो
knowing what their
जाएगा.
jobs are. I
थोड़ा
just
सा
cannot
ड्रामेटिकल है बीच बीच में,
speak highly enough of the
लेकिन
preparation
बाकी
that NRG
अभी
भाई
मेरे को सिर्फ एक ही
conceptual
सीरीज
और
देखना है, भले वो
so
इंडियन है
well
लेकिन
drilled.
है
They
बहुत
understand
मजेदार बोल रहे हैं
what
सब.
negative space they're giving up.
प्रीतम
They
एंड
understand
पेड्रो
where
या
they need to
पेड्रो
be
एंड
when they need to
प्रीतम
be
जो
there.
भी है आप उसका.
हाँ हाँ.
That's a pit out towards mid doors. See that too often. Chavez wants to go searching for it, but I don't think he's going to get quite there. Yeah, it's going to be short.
Unable to find that Viper. Ethan able to get a little bit of damage.
And Scuba
Not
got a
of
kill.
anything.
गया,
And he
किक हो
does.
गया, मेन से
But
पड़ेगी
yeah,
किक
yeah, he
को.
just counter spammed him.
Yeah, he just went out
अच्छा आ
and
गया उसका
saw it
साथ ही
on
आ गया.
the mini map maybe and just went for the spam.
They've dropped this pit, but already KC very much corralled in towards B. Could still go for a late pivot if Sugetsu is able to find anything over here, but with a double stack, it just seems so unlikely.
तो
Toxic screen
फिर
falling
ये
into the corner. Mata with the shift and reposition. Two players going to be spotted off that 0 point. It's going to have them backpedaling away as Narrate try to stick around here. Just
भाई
tucked in.
नरेट तो ऐसे बैठा है जैसे वो कर रहा है, क्या बोलते हैं, डिफेंस उसका है.
KC always wants to have that extra player behind, but so far NRG's been pretty good about dealing with that.
Nice
So
shot
crazy
bे.
that. As that fragment went through. Scuba now, however, he's got the spike. They know that they got pretty good control here as DOS9 will still be able to win out that fight, but now the no command's going to be called in. Ethan.
Oh, Sugetsu.
Looking to zone them away.
RNG कर दिया माता.
Too whiffy. The push now coming
ये
in.
दिया,
Kiko,
एक
ready
को
to
मारेगा
shut
भाग
them down,
जाएगा.
finds the first dash is back. Covers his retreat. The spike has to
स्पाइक
be
ही गिरा
recovered. The
दिया.
round is
टाइम ओवर हो
over.
गया ना.
There's no way to work his way over onto the site to try to get that
दौड़ा
plant.
दौड़ा भागा 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 भागा.
दौड़ा दौड़ा भागा भागा
Just
सा.
have to opt to save this fan to
दौड़ा
carry
दौड़ा
it over
भागा
into the next
भागा सा.
round. They end up losing this one on time.
भाई एनआरजी के इस जर्सी पहन के एक तो डाल दूं क्या अभी थंबनेल.
I like that Mata drew a circle with his harbor wall here. Just love that. Create a little.
अब एक नाइटक कल से ना 4 थंबनेल
fighting
बनाते हैं,
ring for
सेम
yourself.
थंबनेल
I mean, if you
टी-शर्ट
put somebody in
चेंज.
the Brock,
बराबर.
Yeah,
कल
what
लेकिन
we're
That's
एक ही
true.
गेम है, 2
जो
गेम
टीम
है.
जीत रही होगी उसका थंबनेल लगा
I love
लेंगे.
it.
हाँ वो
surround
कर
the sofa
सकते
with
हैं.
it and let him kill off everyone who
एक
enters.
थंबनेल 4 फोटो.
No.
Oh,
4
time
फोटो.
out call.
हाँ,
Yeah, first
फोटो
time out.
सब सेम रहेगी, जर्सी
Feels-
चेंज हो जाएगी चारों.
I already thought there was one because we had that brief little.
अरे
tech
लाइट
pause,
आ
so
जाए
that was not a real one.
जबरदस्ती लाइट
But
पे
anyway, I mean, it's so efficient from the side of NRG and
सुनना,
the way that they spread
तो
the map. The
तूने
way that
मॉनिटर
they,
भी उसमें
you know,
लगाया
look for
होगा
contact, they have
उसमें
all these
यूपीएस
little
में,
tricks
एक मॉनिटर
and
लगा है
trap plays
360
set up
वाला.
for you that are,
है
you know,
ना.
KC got
तो
through
एक
one of
काम
them with
कर,
that Hunter's Fury round where
जो
they were
तेरा
able to get the round
तेरे घर
anyway,
का
but,
इन्वर्टर
you know,
है ना,
just like that
उसमें
pick
मॉनिटर
round,
लगा दे,
Ethan's peeking
तेरा बैकअप
from
बढ़
up top
जाएगा.
mid, and that's
यूपीएस
just like Scuba's like, okay, great. I know where they are. I have the crosshair angle for kind of where these players are going to be, so I'm just going to spam through there when you see them and get the contact.
घर से बकवास
And
नहीं
we
भाई.
can maybe find a kill out of that, and they
भले
do.
स्ट्रीम अटक
They're
जाए.
gonna have to walk through
घर
some
से
of that
बकवास
Viper
नहीं.
util. They might be decayed. They
नहीं बकवास क्या.
ना 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 भाई, यहाँ तो
So-
लाइट, हमारे यहाँ तो ऐसा लाइट जाता है कि वापस ही नहीं आना मांगता ना भाई.
so now a
रिस्की.
little bit of an adjustment here for
ये
NRG.
किस
Look
टाइप
at
पे
this
स्मोक
Pico
डाला
now,
भाई.
moving over to the A side. Meanwhile, KC, a little bit a heavy stack, not a little bit, a lot of bit of a heavy stack. Oh, that's a great shock dart.
Yep. And now the
सबको
walk
डैमेज कर
forward in.
दिया भाई उस शॉक डार्ट ने.
Okay, stun's just going to be shrugged off here by Scuba, who's tucked. He's waiting for that stun to expire. Screen now to fall. The picker in his face, but he has a massive opportunity. He's down there in the back. And Scuba
3 मार दिए स्कूबा भाई ने.
भाई उसने हंट करके मारा है भाई. उसने हंट करके मारा है.
And he cannot.
कीको का शॉट देखा क्या?
Scuba.
उस स्मोक पे 1 सेकंड के लिए उसने स्पॉट किया और उसमें मारा है उसने.
KC never had an idea. And when they found out, they were not ready for the bad
भाई
news.
स्कूबा ने क्या खेल गया भाई
Hide
स्कूबा.
behind the toxic screen. Wait for them to commit. 1, 2, and he gets the third. Ridiculous, Scuba.
उसको लगा पता नियॉन मर गया करके, तभी उसने शिफ्ट कर दिया उस पे.
Incredible.
सोवा
I
पे.
mean, again, but it's all these little tricks and traps that NRG has that KC has no response for, and it feels like NRG is a step ahead. Like they know what KC is going to do before.
Scuba dooba doo.
That round right there, I guarantee they took that time out and
भाई
talked about
क्या खेला भाई.
it. And now that's something you got to
भाई
consider as
मजा आ
KC.
गया
So don't
भाई
be
ऐसा
surprised to
गेम
see
प्ले देख के.
Scuba find a way to try to punish
ऐसा
that
सब
if they
होता
can
रहना
again.
चाहिए, तब मजा आता है
They
देखने में.
may well not, because there's only 2 more rounds left in the half.
He's using that same
एकदम कोई आउट ऑफ द बॉक्स गेम प्ले खेल जाए, मजा आ जाता है भाई.
Meanwhile, bit of a change up as Brock maybe to try to play in Mata. Just staying flush against the box.
निकल के
here at
टप्पा
Nest.
मार देगा आवेश को तो.
Don't already use. No way
उसका आवेश दरबार हो जाएगा.
Going to be committed forward.
अरे माडा.
Coming up in the nest and he's out launching from Mata. He pulls the trigger
भाई
way
उसने
too
गन
quickly.
देख के गोली चला दी.
It gives them potentially this entire round for free. Scoop is still here to try to hold the line.
इतना भी फ्री फायर नहीं करना होता है भाई.
At the same time, he's able to find Sugetsu on that late lurk, trying to work his way over.
भाई देख रहे हैं,
No way to
गेम
interrupt this
सेंस
plan.
देख रहे
+90.
हैं. और माँ
Suffering some
कसम.
damage. Scuba
सबको
is just
डैमेज
finding so much.
सबको डैमेज भी दे दिया, एक को मार भी दिया, ये भी गया.
Until that.
चल 2v2 छोड़ा. वैसे भी वो फंस गए वो लोग, मरेंगे वो.
Call sign at 47.
ईथन बहुत गलत जगह से आ रहा है किसी को.
Has already done an immense
20
amount
सेकंड
of this
पीछे.
round.
अरे
Kiko and
क्या है
Ethan for
भाई,
success.
चक्री घूम घूम के मैं मूड खराब हो रहा है.
I think Abez, well, now he knows for sure.
Unbarrel was spotted, but Kiko finds Toss 9. Aves has to win this fight and has to try to play the time. Shock dart out, fragment going to be exchanged on the other side. They have to start sticking this one right here, right now. It's not quite planted for him, but Kiko's not going to be able to hold this one up the half, so Aves will be able to clutch it. Gets KC a 3rd round win with a 4K. But it takes so much.
Takes everything. I'm not even, did he get out of there? I'm not sure.
I don't think he did.
एक राउंड फिर से माडा हरवाया है.
I mean, if it isn't for that early trigger
Free
pull,
Fire मार रहा था.
this
बड़ी
is
में
probably
था.
NRG's round. I mean, Scuba,
वही
again,
तो.
love the way he's playing this.
वो देख भी नहीं रहा
होते
था.
हुए नए नए प्लेयर
To be tucked into that elbow
बंदा देख
position
के
again,
गोली
near
चलाने
that
बस
toxic
गोली
screen.
चला देते भाई.
He's a little
का
bit
किया
further
है
back
इसने.
on site. They don't even check him. They're just walking through. And then he can get one, spam through for a couple more. Phenomenal work by Scuba. But NRG even better. Punch back, get a response. Aves will have his ult. Only a Guardian to back it up. Just going to see if there's going to be an outlaw in here based on the economy for KC, but none to be found for NRG. Kiko just going to go with that.
बादल ब्रिम कर रहा
मेरा
है.
यूपीएस जो है कल या परसों निकलेगा.
It's been evacuated, but he's still pushing
वहाँ
through
से
this
क्या
harbor
बोलते हैं,
wall to his
पुणे से.
demise. Jump spot and okay, does get the headshot there on a Brock.
Lit him up. Getsu, they've done a great job containing him, not allowing him to find any value on this.
Footsteps. He's out a little bit wider, and with Dust 9 so very low, the transfer
हो गया
becomes all the
9-3.
more easy. NRG
हो
looking to bring this out to
गया.
conclusion in flawless fashion. The right on the swing will die immediately, and it will be flawless at that. 9-3. NRG showing exactly why they elected to go to this map.
Yeah, I mean, they are really good on it. They were able to get the win against Paper Rex on Breeze, but this was even better. This was a masterclass.
वो वाला जनरेटर खरीद लो क्या, डीजल वाला?
A lot of really good macro
क्या भाई,
ideas.
डीजल वाला
individual
जनरेटर खरीद
moments
लो,
of
पेट्रोल
brilliance.
वाला.
A few mistakes here and there, for sure.
अरे
And
तो
KC
भाई
was
तू
able to capitalize.
किलोवाट के
But
हिसाब से
overall, it
खरीदेगा
just
ना.
felt like
नहीं तो सिर्फ अपने
तभी तो
उसमें
तेरे को
लगाऊंगा ना,
एक का
अपना
पड़ेगा ही
अपना
पड़ेगा.
अपना अपने रूम में
for
पीसी
KC
के
to get
लिए.
round wins. Not the
हाँ
other
तो
way
3
around.
किलोवाट का जनरेटर
I
चाहिए
don't
तेरे को कम से कम
necessarily
उसके
think KC
लिए.
made mistakes per
पीसी के
se.
लिए.
It's just NRG was a step ahead.
देख 1 किलोवाट का लेगा तो वो एवरेज नहीं देगा. क्यों?
you can just
क्योंकि वो
tell
फुल
how
पोटेंशियल पे चलेगा.
Well drilled this is.
तो तेरे को एवरेज देख के लेना
Multiple layers
पड़ेगा।
for NRG to peel back as time went on from this defender's side. We'll see if the attacker side is going to hold just as many
तो 3 किलोवाट लेगा तब तो तू 1.5 किलोवाट चला
KC
पाएगा
will
ना
be able to rally back into this because they
पूरे टाइम।
really need to if they want
उसमें
to.
तो ऐसा रहता है ना, जितना जितना डीजल डालो उतना चलता है, मैं सुना हूँ।
Well, and the
नहीं
scary
नहीं,
thing for
ऐसा
KC
कुछ
is
नहीं है,
NRG
जितना ज्यादा
generally better
लोड
on the
बढ़ाएगा
attacker side
उतना
of this map,
कम
so
मतलब एवरेज कम देगा
it isn't gonna get
इंजन
any
उसका,
easier. But
उसमें भी
I think
एवरेज
we've seen
होता है,
KC be very resilient. We've seen them be able to challenge
उसको आवर्स में काउंट
best
करते
of the
हैं।
best. They're gonna have to dig deep coming into this second half. That man right there, Scuba,
मतलब
put
जैसे
on an
घंटे का 1
absolute
लीटर अगर तू खर्चा करना
highlight
चाहता
reel
है
over
या
on B
कि
site.
क्या चाहता है कि 1.5 घंटे में 1
Just
लीटर
such a
खर्चा
great
हो,
anchor, so
डिपेंड
difficult to
करेगा
deal with,
उसके
and I
ऊपर
love the way
एवरेज
that he would use his
लोड के
conditioning from
ऊपर।
success to breed more success, to work it against them, change his positions
जनरेटर तो मैं भी
into
लेने का सोच रहा
areas where
हूँ,
they don't expect him to
बहुत
be
ज्यादा
over there.
तकलीफ हो रही
They
है
started all from the
लाइट की,
pistol. He did it right out the get-go, hiding from that first
लेकिन वो
recon dart.
जनरेटर अपने को सस्ता पड़ेगा इन्वर्टर के कंपैरेटिव।
क्योंकि ना
2 लीटर
बिजली
डीजल
जाती है
घर
अब
में 5 लीटर डीजल रख लो, बढ़िया 2 लीटर डालो और मस्त चलाओ, 4-5
नहीं, क्योंकि अबे दिक्कत क्या हो रही है ना इग्नाइटर, जैसे लाइट गायब है, अब जैसे 6-6 8-8 घंटा लाइट गायब है, अब लाइट आ जाती है तो 8 घंटे का जो इन्वर्टर का बैकअप दिया हुआ है वो वापस चार्ज होने में भी तो बिजली खर्चा होती है।
हाँ वही, इसीलिए भाई वो मस्त वो ले लो जनरेटर, 2-3 लीटर डाल दो उसमें, भर दो, मत चलने दो जितना
3
देर
किलोवाट का ले ले, मैं तो बोलता हूँ तू भी,
कितने का
मैं
आता
तो
है?
लूंगा।
But
सोच
it's one of those things
आता
that
कितने का
3
है?
किलोवाट का साइलेंट जनरेटर अभी देखता हूँ मैं, उसमें आज रील में सेव किया हूँ, उन लोग 15 साल की वारंटी दे रहे हैं उस जनरेटर पे, और डेमो वेमो आके दिखाएंगे सब चीज,
दो 5 लीटर डाल दो उसमें, 5 लीटर 500 का भी डाले और 5 घंटा भी चल रहा है तो बढ़िया है ना भाई। इन्वर्टर हो गया, वो भी हो गया, स्ट्रीमिंग कर रहे हो तो वो चला लो।
The quick swing, the instant headshot, DOS9 dead. Now Spike going to be brought forward, and Aves trying to stay tucked away, but that recon will reveal him. Gets an immense amount of damage there on the Brock. Was Scuba tagged up previously. The shots are
देख रहे हो डुअलिस्ट कहाँ लर्क कर रहा है बी पे,
उसका
तो शिफ्ट ही नहीं खत्म हो रहा है भाई, वो तो शिफ्ट ही नहीं छोड़ रहा। अब भागेगा देखना, वो भागेगा, पिकअप लेक भागेगा देखना अभी वो।
Kiko could very much benefit for it. As Ethan trying to reposition, but
रैंडम फायर मार दी,
and will be rewarded. Right with one, but Kiko now arriving on the
तो
bridge.
पा गया।
There's the one, there's the two. The drop down the tailwind forward gets himself in behind.
अब तो वो फंस गए, अब वो फंस गए, आ गया क्योंकि जेट।
This delays them from getting onto the spike.
Still a snake bite.
The defuse having to be started. Narrate pulls off the defuse for a brief little while. But he's fallen. Sugetsuno would have to do it all.
भाई क्या निकाल लिए थे भाई इन लोग ऑलमोस्ट
We'll go out,
1v1।
find that kill, and NRG will get the pistol all the same.
There's just so many layers to what they're doing in this pistol round. This is
रुक मैं, हाँ अच्छा याद दिला दिया,
absolutely spend. Oh, this is.
अगली चीज वही लेते हैं फिर, और क्या भाई, इन्वर्टर जनरेटर जो भी है।
मैं तो लूंगा भाई, मैं तो प्लान भी कर लिया, सब चीज छोड़ दिया, अभी पीसी पहले जनरेटर लूंगा भाई।
पहले पता था तो वही ले लेता मैं,
को भी बोल दिया हूँ।
15 मिनट में जब तक ये चलेगा, 15-20 मिनट है ना ये अपना, तब तक तो अपन उसको स्टार्ट कर लेंगे।
हाँ अबे 2 मिनट में स्टार्ट हो जाता है, आजकल रिमोट आता है, सब चीज आता है।
वही तो अपने रूम के बाहर ही लगा दूंगा, और क्या, बाहर मतलब बाहर साइड में।
तू ऑटो स्टार्ट भी कर सकता है, एक ठो कितने का है, 350 रुपए का वो आता है ऑटो स्विचर, वो स्विच करके ऑटोमेटिक स्टार्ट भी कर देता है जनरेटर को।
अपने रूम के बाहर में लगवा दूंगा, बेस्ट है भाई वो, डीजल डाल के छोड़ दो, पेट्रोल जो भी।
मैं खुद करूंगा भाई, मैं खुद खरीदूंगा। अब तो जनरेटर खरीदने का समय आ गया।
इन्वर्टर तो नहीं सक पाएगा भाई,
अभी तो इन्वर्टर को चार्ज भी करना पड़ेगा ना, मेन चीज वो हो गया है। या तो फिर ज्यादा हुआ ना तो
ले,
वाह,
बजने लगा मेरा इन्वर्टर।
शादी पार्टी में वो लगाते हैं ना जनरेटर, वो खरीद लूंगा, खत्म।
तो वही वाला तो लूंगा बोल रहा हूँ भाई मैं, शादी पार्टी वाला ही।
शादी पार्टी
ट्रैक्टर ऑन हो गया,
हाँ
उसको
वो
देख
30,000 में आ जाता
ब्रॉक
है।
को देख कहाँ घूम रहा है वो फिर ए से लर्क मार रहा है, देख उधर देख। भाई मेरा बस बंद होने वाला, बोल गया इन्वर्टर, टूट 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 हो गया है पूरा जोरदार।
आ गई लाइट मेरे यहाँ।
मेरी नहीं है।
मेरे यहाँ आ गई,
मतलब तो
जस्ट आई है।
गलती लर्क कर रहे हैं भाई।
There should be nothing left to do. I mean, Levin has a sheriff, tries it as
3 किलोवाट का जनरेटर लेना जब भी लेगा तू, अगर लेगा तो बोलना मेरे को 3 किलोवाट की रिक्वायरमेंट है, जिसमें तेरा घर, तेरा पीसी सब कुछ चलेगा उसमें।
अरे नीचे पूरा घर के लिए इन्वर्टर है।
हाँ तो पीसी के लिए लेगा तो 1.5 किलोवाट।
Rounded and Kiko able to strike. The Viper now out of her pit as Sugetsu spotted a 1. Slides back into this. Reinforcements going to be coming in, but it looks like NRG might just be quietly creeping their way back out of this.
well, they should hear that though. I think Kiko made noise.
That's just an overdrive pop to expire. Levin not going to get the opportunity to use that at all.
अब वो मिड में पकड़ेगा उन लोग को, अगर कोई मिड से गया
realizing that the rotations
तीनों
have
तो
come
spawn
through
से आ
the
रहे हैं।
plant now onto the B site and Brock
हाँ नहीं,
still
अगर
well
कोई
out
गया तो
towards
बोला।
mid. He's wary that the Viper's going to go through shop, through main. Not to be the case. He needs to try to join in alongside Mata sooner rather than later.
But he's going to be able to confirm the presence of KC here.
He doesn't push this fast enough.
Beautiful.
Exactly where he needs to be. Recon can be tucked away from, but Sugetsu's still going to be known. Attention split on both sides. The wall set up to try to cut this off. The catch onto one. Eventually able to steady the spray. Snake bite over towards the arch side, but Mata's still going to be tucked over at backside. The stick having to come through. And Mata will be able to swing to perfection. Finds that elimination. It's going to be 13-6 NRG. Stumbling a little bit, perhaps a couple of those rounds, but for the most part, we're in full control on Breeze.
Yeah, this is just beautiful prep from NRG. Great execution from the players. Scuba, absolutely nasty over on that B site. Brock as well, some highlight reel moments. Kiko, great with the op as usual. Really good individual awareness displayed by him too.
ये लोअर ब्रैकेट है भाई इग्नाइटर, आज जो हारा वो पूरा ही बाहर।
Understanding where their opponents are, where they're going to be, when they give up negative space, when there could be somebody there.
Well, the boys in the black tees able to come out on top. KC now needing the final win on Fracture. Extend this to a map 3 if they want to be sticking around. But for now, let's go ahead and send things back over to Digon and the desk.
The duel of the duelists were fun to watch, but there was clearly one winner in it as Kiko popped off and brought NRG to 13.
It is just one map. No, no, भाई ये वो एक मैप नहीं है, 3 मैप का है, 3 में से एक जीता है NRG.
As we welcome back our desk, it's Big Time and Kakuka.
अब NRG को सिर्फ एक मैप जीतना है, लेकिन उनको 2 मैप जीतना है.
You've taught everything you know in this matchup. One of them having a great start, the other one not so much. And Kiko and DOS9, how does it feel to be so torn right now?
Look, I'm proud of them both for making it this far. I think Dossie's on that harbor. It's always a tougher role, but he'll be fine. He will recover. We know he can do that into the series. Keiko, I worked with him like right at the start of his career. He's grown so much since then. Love it when he goes on the duelist. That's where I work with him. That's where I feel like he's at his best on this jet, and I feel like he should win today.
So you're taking more responsibility for DOS9, but you're not. That's what I thought, right?
I heard that
too.
Oh,
Kiko was like too long ago, but Dosha, yeah, like I know actually everything about him.
I think they're both amazing players that have learned a lot from other people, but aren't just me. Just most of it's me, but that's okay. No, but I do think when we talk about this map now, I really feel like NRG are so confident on this map of Breeze. I think they understand their own composition better than anybody. They know where to take these fights with the harbor. It's so effective. Common Corp just felt like they were always on the back foot from a macro perspective.
Yeah, but especially when we're in the second half, you know, and there was not a lot of ways that the KC knew how to deal with the A entrance and how to play around mid, something that I think on the first half NRG were doing beautifully. When we were speaking about the teams that were working Breeze, working all perspective of the maps, actually NRG has to be now on top of that. I know the BBL did an amazing job earlier today, but the work that NRG has done on this map is incredible. Seeing Kiko, the tournament that he's having, not just today, but previous days as well. We understand why you decided to take him from us. He's still absolutely brilliant. Thank you very much, big time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I feel like for me, it's all about the anchors on this defensive side.
Yes.
Scuba, I think
Scuba's
Rourke
great.
pulled his weight as well, but truly, I think on this Viper, Scuba is so comfortable, so confident. He's able to do the hard jobs of locking down these difficult tight sides. He's coming away from every situation with more kills than he should, which is incredibly impressive.
This form of Scuba is what got them the trophy last year, by the way.
Yeah, Scuba second in the plus minus with 8 more than I guess
Scuba dooba doo.
compared to Kiko, who again 22-9 was on fire here, and I like the point that you guys brought up. It was mid control early on that KC had struggled with, and it just gave all different types of options here for NRG to execute on.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that, especially with the harbors, I agree with you big time in the differences that we were seeing. I like the approaches also. If we look at the Viper setups and whatnot, there were so many things different from round to round, different between these two teams. So it's good to see that NRG is good to have a victory like this one, because it was difficult for them to even go up against Vitality.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. I think Vitality proved their class in that
Good
game.
at Vitality.
I mean, I think they're very, very good. We have to talk about how great they are. But I do think NRG are still in a great position to make it out of this group now.
क्या लगता है ये 2-0 हो जाएगा या
Again, we keep going on map 3 here. Will we fracture next where they've had a little bit more trouble, and stylistically is
जिस हिसाब से NRG खेल रही है,
different to this
उस हिसाब से आराम
big
से हो जाएगा
adaptations throughout this series.
And things that scare me as well when we look at the
Actually
other
क्या
side,
है ना
we
बे,
look at KC11.
बात ये नहीं है कि NRG अच्छा खेल रही, प्रॉब्लम ये है कार्माइन कॉर्प ना कोप अप नहीं कर पा रही. अगर जैसे कोलैप्स हो रही है ना या मतलब एकदम से उनके धड़ाधड़ 2 बंदे गिर गए, तो फिर उन लोग ना मतलब एक डर हो जा रहा है. उन लोग कॉन्फिडेंस से वो नहीं कर पा रहे, रीटेक नहीं कर पा रहे या होल्ड नहीं कर पा रहे. एक का दुक्का हो गया तो हो गया, तो वरना नहीं, वरना हो ही नहीं पा रहा. भाई स्वेटर पहना है वो.
From that playoffs. We'll have map number 2 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
ठंडी लगा होगा बाइक को.
पेरिस में ठंडी है आज.
यूरोप में तो एल नीनो ने तीनों मीनो कर दिया है पूरा. इसको ठंडी कैसे लग रही है?
एसी ज्यादा अच्छा होगा ना स्टूडियो का.
लेकिन वहाँ एसी नहीं होता.
मतलब वही एयर कंडीशनिंग सिस्टम कुछ तो होगा भाई. इतना क्लोज्ड एरिया, एयर कंडीशनिंग सिस्टम तो होगा. पॉसिबल तो है नहीं बिना एयर कंडीशनिंग सिस्टम के. इतने पीसी चल रहे हैं, 10-10 पीसी हीट हो रहे होंगे उन लोग.
Kadir City, powered by play.
सेंट्रल एयर कंडीशनिंग होगा, लेकिन होगा आज तो भाई. आज तो मेरे भी व्यूज नहीं आए हैं. आज तो बिल्कुल कोई देखने ही नहीं आया है.
क्या बोले भाई, बताओ.
आज देखने ही नहीं आया बे कोई EWC. इंडिया जब तक इंडियन टीम थी तब तक सब देख रहे थे ना. मैं एक मिनट आ रहा हूँ, प्लेट रख के.
Tried to gamble with their map picks against Paper Rex when they pulled out the Sunset and almost got it done, losing 13-11. And then we were on the desk, everyone was like, oh wow, you're going into Paper Rex's Fracture. This is where they get to do all of the W gaming and cross all the different ways to entry onto that A and B site.
Yeah.
And then Karmine Corp won, and so now Karmine Corp get to use that as their unique pick here.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story for sure. I had counted them out when it went to Fracture in that last series. But they really showed their resilience, and I think they really actually understood the map, probably even maybe more than they thought they even did, to the point where they play it, they win it, and they go, guys, maybe we should be picking this. Maybe we don't need Sunset. Maybe this is the one. And that's what it feels like. So hopefully they're able to replicate that performance that we saw from them in the past here today.
Yeah, and also if we add on to the fact that NRG did lose this map against Paper X, you know, if I am able to win against Paper X and Paper X is with them to
the old transitive property there, right? You know, I can beat A,
we just hope that this
C.
Is, but the thing is, like, in Valorant, it's never like that, and it's always like rock, paper, scissors. It's not because you are able to win, you know? It doesn't work like that. For the side of KC, I understand why they want to feel that way, when they also want to surprise. I think that you have to, right? Getting at this moment in the tournament where everything is at stake and you are not the favorite, you have to surprise. For the side of NRG, though, when they played against Paper X, I remember asking the casters, yo, how did that game go? And they said that NRG were always in control. The problem is that Paper X was getting a lot of momentum because at the beginning of each half, they were getting a lot of rounds on the board, and bouncing back from that was getting more and more complicated. And at the end of the day, it was Paper X Fracture. So, of course, it's not something that they were exactly bad at.
Look, for me, I'm still believing in the hero's journey here for Karmine Corp. You know, they faced that adversity. It's tough. Then the bounce back. We're on the climb. Just when it looks like it might all fall apart, that's when heroes are made. That's when stories are written, especially here at EWC. Karmine Corp, they now have to pull off 2 perfect maps to get in front of that home crowd.
Well, I feel like there are a couple of maps where, you know, shooter's gonna shoot, you can just play straight up and work through your gunplay. But I feel like there are a couple maps where if you come in with set strategies, it gives you a massive advantage. Breeze being one, and I think Fracture being another one.
Yeah, I think Fracture plays so differently to all the other maps in the pool, right? That's why it's very Marmite. You love it or you hate it.
You're either very good or you're very bad. Like, it is difficult to, when there's 2 teams that are good at it, that there is, I would say, a bigger difference, because you see who understands it better.
Yeah, I mean, and it's also the reason why a lot of teams and players really don't like this map, because you have to play it so differently. You see the roles have to shift around. It's, you know, the only one in the pool now where we see a lot of Brimstone, very different for the Smokes players. Like, it does feel different to play. So NRG, it did look like a weakness when we saw it from them last. It's more about if they were prepared for it coming up in this veto. How much work have they put in since we last saw it against Paper Rex? And for Karmine Corp, how much have they been able to improve on what they were able to do in that great upset?
And Fracture, it's already a difficult map if we think about it from the angle of all the metas that we've had. What has been strong, how Viper has been slowly, for some reason, leaving most of the maps now, how the double duelist is played, how you still have to manage to keep control of some part of the maps. Looking forward to see if we get Team Heretics playing on this map, because actually at EMEA, they had one of the better understandings. But on this one, I feel like I have to be on NRG's boat. I feel like they will continue that performance that they were having on Breeze, because seriously, they were just the better team.
Wow, that's some serious EMEA doubt from you. Not me, the truest of believers. Karmine Corp turn this around. They run the bracket. You gotta start believing, people. Now is the time.
I gotta give them both. I gotta give them both.
All right, we're diving into Agent Select now. It will be Karmine Corp on defense first, running that double duelist, the same composition that we saw them run earlier against Paper Rex.
Yeah, so this is both what we would expect from them. The only difference here is that Raze versus the Waylay. Now, for for me in general, I like how America's uses the waylay. I feel like they're the most ahead in terms of that. Look for these cheeky set places. The saturate can find a lot of value on this map, as well as that double dash to create a lot of space. Razor's trying to do the same thing with those satchels, but ultimately there'll be a lot of mutual understanding across this on how each team likes to play.
You need to control the map, especially when there are two Phoenixes on play. And I want to see players like Suigetsu, for example, stepping up a little bit. But Casey, from this defense, needs to fight. If control of the tempo falls into the hands of NRG, this might be a quick map.
Backs against the wall, but the blue wall stands with it. It's Karmine Corp needing 2 map wins to make it to the playoffs. NRG have done the tough work of winning their map pick. Now will they be able to get the upset and move on to the playoffs? Let's find out with this Group B decider, map number 2, KC versus NRG.
The fracture has been a tricky one for NRG, dominant regionally, but struggling whenever they get to the internationals. Dispatched on that map by Paper Rex, a 13-9 scoreline in favor of SEA squad. NRG not been able to find a win on it since playing back in Americas.
Yeah, a little bit of a tough go of them for a map I'm sure they felt very comfortable on coming into London, but you know, ran into Foot, lost to them. They've lost to Paper Rex on this map too. Whereas KC, on the other hand, just beat Paper Rex and looked really clean about it. Had some really good anti-ideas, I think, especially with Narrate, with the Phoenix using his ult to often counter Jing's Ray's ult. Now, that's not going to necessarily need to be the case here. So then I look at Kiko, think, hey, man, you see what he's doing yesterday? You know, there's a Raze on the other side there. Maybe. You can try and mimic some of that, but we'll have to wait and see. But KC, I just thought, had a really good general idea of how to play the map. Like they controlled space well. They took their moments. They were countering whatever Paper X wanted to do. They were able to kind of work the map in different ideas that kept Paper X guessing. So for NRG, you know, was that what you saw the other day enough here to give you the read? Was Bonkar able to put together another masterclass?
Almada offering up that Sheriff over to Brock, getting that into his hands, ensuring that he's able to have those 3 Sky Smokes as well. Push at the corner, it's going to be Narrate taking that first kill. Levin, however, going to be taking quite a bit of damage, and Kiko will be taking both of them down. Kill found, Blaze Wall. As well as that Haunt going to be chucked out, Sugetsu just to say tucked into the corner, but likely would have been spotted. Couple shots going to be coming through, and he's going to try to play the rest of this out a little bit more quietly. Flyer going to be cleared. Ethan staying entrenched here at the spike, has that frenzy, wants them to get up close and personal with him, but weapon now will be heard. Molly as well going to be sent out at his feet. Takes him a little bit low, but Kiko's able to find a 3rd kill. Ethan with 1 as well. And now it's just Sugetsu tagged to 24. Somehow try to pull a 3K out of the hat. Still has to re-clear the entirety of the site. Drops back down. Has not been able to hold this to happen. All the mollies layered in. Kiko gets a 4K. And that is a scary way for NRG to start things off. Kiko just 2 charges from having that ult online.
I mean, you basically feel like he's 100% going to have it for the bonus.
Igniter party shatti karega bhai.
I'm not going to want to use it most likely, but it's a little bit of a weird start here. Nice high-low setup for KC, but this round to me was all about the counters from NRG. It's that flash from Kiko into the double kill, and then when there's the molly onto site, the prowler into the molly onto Ethan, that's when NRG actually swings to bail him out. Those are really good individual calls, individual decisions in the heat of the moment that win NRG that pistol and keep the ball rolling for them. Couple rifles, Kiko Brock gonna be swinging with the Vandals. Couple Sheriffs, and then Mata with the Marshal. 4-man push, DOS9 Sugetsu, and immediately down and dusted. Brock, Kiko, the Vandals making quick work of him.
Yeah, and with that kill, Kiko 1 away, so could just give him the spike, go for the plant.
Mada,
try to overwhelm Mada, who's
ये क्या किया उसने?
Just can't quite connect him. So orb grab, as well as that kill over to the hands of Narrate, who's now also 1 charge away. He can put that Marshal to use. The players still working their way over towards B.
Play a bit of post plant here. Have a lot for this. Sees, couple mollies. Casey, I would think, just want to die to the spike at this point. Maybe Narrate.
Probably for the best. Angel to at least check the corner, see if they can get a freebie. Blazewall will be invested into this, but there's the molly and there's the spam. Brock, exactly who you want to be able to scoop up these remaining kills. Get towards that orbital. Second molly goes in. And Aves and Levin will go down.
फ्रैक्चर में यही तो खासियत है.
Aves will just fall to the spike alongside the Rays, and that's going to be a clean 2-0
भयंकर
start
लाइनअप
for
से
NRG.
फ्रैक्चर.
Now this next round gets
angle से
really
light
interesting because both Phoenixes have to run it back. So generally, as the defender, you're going to want to hang on to yours. You're going to want to wait until your opponent uses theirs before you start trying to make a move, before you kind of have to react, unless you've got some kind of crazy good set play in the back, which I wouldn't mind here as Casey. I want to see them get a little bit more proactive on the extremities of the map. They've tried, they've been shut down, but you got to keep pressing as the defenders. You got to keep looking for those extra angles, extra advantages. So it looks like Aves, again, he was widely left pretty unchecked at Dish against Paper Rex, but NRG wants to test him early. I think this, again, screams good homework to me.
एक गोली
I
लग
think
भी
this
गया
was an
इसको.
opportunity that Paper Rex never really capitalized on, was how often Aves was just on his own. You could at least clear this space. You don't have to
इसका प्राइस
necessarily
क्या है ये पता
look for
चला
the
क्या?
big hit, but they're going to try.
Here comes that running back, but Kiko will
कितने
be
कितने
grabbed by
किलोवाट
the
के चाहिए
C's.
तेरे को?
ऐसे तो प्राइस पे डिपेंड भी करता है ना. ऐसा थोड़ी कि 50,000 बोल दिया दे दूंगा.
Jumps up and over the top. It's quite a bit of damage, but will be able to get the jump on
वो
Kiko right as he
वो
snaps
कर लेना,
back.
कॉल
And
कर लेना
Block
कल दिन
dead
में.
to the nade.
नंबर दिया तो है
KC
उसमें. तेरे को तेरा
lights
क्या
up
रिक्वायरमेंट है
on this
बता देना.
anti-bonus.
150 बोलना है मेरे को 1500 वॉट चलाना है बोलना.
Smothering NRG and catching them off
ऐसा
guard.
बोल देना बस.
भाई बहुत महंगा है ये तो.
I've seen that play before. That's really nicely done by Aves.
He rescales forward, wants to try to get this elimination. Extra charge towards the Nightfall. Question is, Scuba doesn't even really go for this at all, or does he just drift back? In a 1v5, so it seems like he's just going to patiently wait, see if anyone comes exploring, which Levin might just do. A couple players going to be working their way through.
Amazon पे listed है ना इसके generators, रुक देखते हैं ना.
But with the haunt, that's going to force his hand. As here comes the spam.
Amazon नहीं
Suggetsu will be the one to
ऑफलाइन
collect it.
पता कर.
And
नहीं
KC
नहीं
get
एक
themselves
अंदाजा तो
up.
फिर भी
Amazon
लगेगा
हमेशा
ही
10
ना.
से 15,000 10 से
What
15,000
was
महंगा ही
working so well for
दिखाता है.
KC against Paper
Amazon
Rex was their ability to react to the fast hits in really interesting and smart ways, and also it's just the tempo that they're willing to play at. Like, you want to play fast? We will absolutely be matching that with our rotations on the defender side, but Aves doing a great job again, buying a little bit of time and then making a cheeky little maneuver while NRG is dropping down into sight, uses that C's to stall them out a little bit. They just want to press forward.
1200 से 1500 वॉट पड़ेगा 40,000 रुपए का.
all the way.
ये मैं ऑफिशियल साइट पे देख रहा हूँ उनका. पेट्रोल, सेंसी, साइलेंट, इन्वर्टर जनरेटर.
Big round. Speaking of DOS,
1500 आई.
from that orb grab.
Nothing spotted on this side. Prowler, I think,
40,000
was
का
not
है.
over at B, so the attempted fake not really going to be fell for here. They're still suspicious about it, but they also have these double trips situated. Now the cloud smoke's going down.
अपने कितने उसका लेना है?
As that double dash forward.
वही 1200 से 1500.
40,000 का है लगभग.
Kरेक्ट
करेक्ट 40,000 रुपए रेट लिखा था उसमें.
हाँ तो वो कम ही मिलेगा तेरे को ऑफलाइन में.
35,000 का.
ऑनलाइन अगर 40 लिखा है तो वो 30 25-30 में आ जाएगा मेरे हिसाब से.
साला पहले ही 10,000 का है फूका, मैं यही ले लेना था.
नहीं तो पर पॉसिबल नहीं है ना ब्रो. एक अनइंटरप्टेड सप्लाई तो तेरे को लगानी ही पड़ेगी एट द एंड.
1500 वाला ले लेता तो.
नहीं चलता. चालू ही नहीं चलता ही नहीं. जैसी लाइट जाती है वो क्रैश हो जाता ओवरलोड होके.
Cleans it up, and KC will tie it up at 2-2.
This is great play from the Raid again. He is so locked in on Phoenix on this map. And he
अबे देख सीधी बात
breaks
है.
out of a tough situation there. NRG throwing a lot of util at the door. The smokes are there.
26 चक्का ट्रक तो नहीं खींच सकता ना.
So good. Finally stopped by Brock. Scuba's lurk took a long time to really
जितना लोड रहेगा उतना ही तो खींच पाएगा ना वो.
That's going to be an early time
उसकी
out
औकात रहेगी.
from Bonkart. Already seeing some things he doesn't like.
तो 1500 वाला इन्वर्टर समझ लो स्कॉर्पियो है.
I think probably wants
और
to
तेरा पीसी जो है वो
maybe talk
26
about some
चक्के
of
का
his
ट्रक है.
post-plant setups a little bit more. Liked the idea on the pistol, where they had some help for that player that goes for the plant on A site. Here they, yeah, like you said, left Mata to his own devices. If you lose that three-man stack trying to hold that door, that's just it. That post-plant is cooked. Especially if Scuba's just a little bit late on that lurk.
Something like that, if you have the frag set up and you can get the spike planted.
Right.
I'm not sure how the timing exactly works out on that one, but
it
अभी
felt
रील बनाया
intentional
हूँ
that they
मैं
were trying to bait out that orbital
यूपीएस वगैरह
strike,
पे.
right?
yeah.
तू कब बना
Off the
लिया?
tap, and they managed to get that out effectively. It's just everything
बनाया
from
हूँ,
there.
एक अपलोड करना है, कल या
Scuba just a
परसों में
little
अपलोड
bit too
करूँगा.
late to try to get in.
यूपीएस
Find
पे
that
बनाया
backstab.
रील.
If he's able to get that right, his obvious about the drop down, he's probably going to be good for 2 eliminations, but the rest of the team is just already
यूजुअली
dead.
लोगों को पता नहीं है ना कौन सा
timing's
यूपीएस किस लिए कैसा
More
लेना
wobbly
चाहिए.
here for NRG compared to what we were seeing on Breeze, and KC are also just a lot more dialed in and in tune with this map.
Yeah, and I love the way Narrate plays. He's such a good Phoenix on this map. He has such good instincts, great timings with the flashes. Reads his opponents incredibly well. This time, that Prowler is going to find the trip. And a weaker buy. Funneling these into Mata this time.
Marasugetsu.
Swing there, but none to be found.
पता था मेरे को.
Push past that cage, and Kiko will be able to win
बहुत
the fight.
गलत
Doesn't
पोजीशन पे
take that
खड़ा
much
था.
damage. Of course, has the heals as well to push him back up towards full very quickly.
ये नहीं पता था भाई. नरेट ने तो भाई माँ कसम.
Pushing forwards, looking for more. Nearly has him lined up. Can't quite collect it, but Aves still going to be good for one more. Nade to the corner. Kiko's going to be dead. No, he pushes forward. He manages to scale past that right before the explosion comes in. Meanwhile, Scuba unable to win this critical fight. It's got to be a one-tap from Kiko. But he can't commit
भाई
to the plant.
2v1 को 1v1 ले आए.
I think he's going to go
Plant भी नहीं हुआ.
Only 35 seconds. He needs to get out of the audio distance to try to go for the sprint. And Levin is already cheating back. So instead, Kiko just keeping it paused for now. And now we'll rescale into B. I mean, it's brilliantly played. Whether or not this leads to the round win, still yet to be seen.
He's got to run it back after this, though.
प्लांट का रन इट बैक आ जाएगा ना.
But eventually we'll have to go for this. But yeah, if he can get the plant, get into a safe position. As Levin has both blast packs, so he can get on top of wherever he commits to this run it back from.
अरे?
Will he even get the chance? No, he does not. Levin will just catch him in transit. And KC with his defuse will move up 3-2.
Oh boy. I mean, it's a hell of a go of it on what is effectively an eco other than the rifle of Kiko, which definitely found purchase in that round.
अच्छा खासा रन इट बैक आ गया था.
Getting that
निकल
first
जाता है
kill
राउंड.
on Sugetsu. Absolutely insane. Sugetsu can't even do much out of that position. Barely touches him. And then Narrate, 2 fast kills with the Phantom. Ooh, beautiful work. And they can't quite answer back. They stack up a little bit there. Scuba can't win that 1v1. Would have been crucial. Went fishing for it, was hoping that maybe Levin would get a little impatient. Try to deny the plant. Mata has the op now, though. Save up, big ult available. 1 away from an orbital strike for Brock. Kiko and Mata sitting on their duelist ults respectively. Narrate just spams through, gets Kiko down instantly. That's the run it back on. You're kidding me.
Just another kick to the gut for NRG. 3-player stack now on this north side, just hugging
ट्रिप के
this
पीछे
trip
बैठे
wire.
हुए हैं उन लोग, देखना.
आप प्लांट होगा तो पुश इन करेंगे ना.
Narrate and Sugetsu here at B. There's just no easy way to try to get access to the site. Run it back, going to be committed. Narrate spraying and praying, trying to see if he can find anything before this one does expire. But there's the backstab. Levin arriving, is instantly able to find 2 players as Brock and Ethan will get taken down. The Phoenix ult gone. But no, closer to trying to get this plant in play are NRG. Completely surrounded. Scuba lucky to be alive, but with this operator, I mean, what are you meant to really do? The first shot ringing out, unable to connect. Now he's going to be struck down. Scuba having to try to fight his way out of here. Is going to be good for the 1, but has to hightail it out. There's just no way to rescue this round. Now plants his feet, and looks like KC will show the respect that Scuba earned from that previous map's performance. They won't go chasing, But they say thank you very much. You just handed us an operator as well as a 2-round lead.
I mean, it's just crazy work. The way that they're able to then maneuver on the map. They start just taking space. This is exactly what you wanted to see out of KC on this defender side. They have such a good feel for the flow of this map. Meanwhile, NRG looks a little rattled now. I mean, that is a brutal way to start the round two. You throw up that blaze wall, you just get spammed right down. Lose that key ultimate that you're going to have to chew another round through potentially. They are going to buy into this. They had enough in the bank. Operator actually not going to be carried over by KC. They opt to not go for it. Are we looking for some kind of wombo here? Convergent paths into the orbital strike potentially. Ethan starts out on the north side of the map, looking again for KC to get aggressive, but now opt to play a little more default. Boombot's not going to see anything here, though, so they're going to lean over towards B. Scuba starting to clear sewers. Starting to feel a little bit uncomfortable for NRG, like they're already behind the curve in this round. Trying to spread the map. They're trying to sell some attention.
अरे माँ कसम.
Sent out by Ethan.
अभी ट्विटर पे एक वीडियो सरफेस हुई है
Isn't a ton of info there.
जो हमारा पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्टर है ना, उनका एक प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस रिलीज हुआ है जिसमें वही
They continue to just leave 3 players on B. KC have a very strong understanding of exactly what NRG
वो बोल रहे हैं जो टोपी वाले हमारे यहाँ वो थे ना, नाम नहीं ले सकता ना अब. कौन टोपी वाले जिसके नाम से हमेशा लड़ते रहते हैं पब्लिक? कौन टोपी वाले, समझ गया ना कि नहीं?
हाँ समझ गया भाई. गुलाब का फूल.
हाँ, जो कोर्ट में गुलाब का फूल लगाते थे. अबे नहीं, किसको बोल रहा? मैं ही कंफ्यूज हो गया हूँ.
हाँ ना, 14 नवंबर.
हाँ बिल्कुल सही.
अरे हाँ,
उनकी गलती है जिसके वजह से वो गाड़ी के इंजन खराब हो रहे हैं, क्योंकि फर्स्ट प्रपोजल उनका था कई साल पहले.
This is great stuff from a couple players.
तो तुमने कहा अप्लाई किया?
अरे माँ कसम भाई.
अच्छा ठीक है, वो गलत थे, तो तुमने कहा अप्लाई किया?
इन लोग को भाई कुछ नहीं मिलता ना, कुछ नहीं मिलता तो यही बोल देते हैं. अगर ना मान ले जैसे अपन क्रूड ऑयल कहाँ से इंपोर्ट करते हैं? ईरान, सऊदी, रशिया, अमेरिका से भी करते हैं, कोलंबिया, वहां से, वेनेजुएला से. सपोज कर अगर हम पाकिस्तान से कर रहे होते ना तो ये बोल देते कि पाकिस्तान की गलती है. इन लोग का भाई कुछ नहीं है भाई. ईमान धर्म मतलब जो मुंह में आता ना बोल देते हैं बस.
हाँ अमित भाई, क्वेश्चन मार्क किस चीज का क्वेश्चन मार्क भेजो अमित भाई? W के बाद तुम्हारा क्वेश्चन मार्क दिख रहा है मेरे को. हम लोग किस चीज के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं इसलिए क्वेश्चन मार्क है. अरे थोड़ा सा इथेनॉल के ऊपर बात कर रहे हैं.
आप डलवाते हो क्या इथेनॉल?
वीडियो कहाँ है? अच्छा नहीं भाई, अपलोड नहीं किया हूँ क्योंकि रेगुलर लाइव स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ ना तो उसकी रीच गिर जाएगी. जिस दिन लाइव स्ट्रीम नहीं करूंगा उस दिन डाल सकता हूँ, जो मैं करूंगा 8 तारीख.
8 को क्यों नहीं करेगा भाई? 8 को क्या है?
8 को ब्रेक है ना, तो उस दिन लाइव स्ट्रीम नहीं करूंगा, उस दिन वीडियो डाल दूंगा. क्योंकि वीडियो डालते हैं ना तो रीच कम हो जाती है, क्योंकि लाइव स्ट्रीम इज आल्सो अ लॉन्ग फॉर्म वीडियो ना.
माड़ा
सोचा तो वही हूँ. जिस दिन स्ट्रीम नहीं करूंगा उस दिन डाल दिया करूंगा वीडियोस.
A flank going through, so Scuba is going to be sent in behind as Nightfalls are going to be exchanged. Mata the one getting caught by that. As a paint shell towards Sands, not going to be able to find any damage here onto the waylay. Robots are ready. Great swing in the corners.
पर्सनल देखना है
back out
तुमको.
the safety, and Mata just not in position to try to
माइक
counteract
देखना है.
that. No trade to be found.
माइक तो ऐसे ही
Scuba
सुन
now
लेते हो
dead.
तुम
The
स्ट्रीम पे.
flanker
2-3 बार सुना
absolutely
दिया
noted.
तुमको और उसमें भी
Sugetsu
अलग
gets
से
the
सुनना है
hero
तुमको.
out. And the jig is
क्या
up.
सुनना है?
Ethan able to find one with that Spectre in hand, but it's going to be a hell of a
अरे
lot
मेरे
more
हेडफोन का
necessary as he does manage to find yet another.
मैं कौन से
Swap
अपने
of the
नहीं
guns.
मैं वो प्रॉब्लम नहीं. मैं ये बोला इतनी बार तो तुमको उसकी आवाज सुना दी है. और भी कुछ क्या कुछ वही तो जानना चाह रहा हूँ. कुछ क्या
15 seconds.
अब
तुम सोच
समोसा
रहे हो
खिला
कि उसमें
दिया
noise
तो थोड़ा डोसा
cancellation
भी
है?
खिला ही
नहीं है.
देते और कुछ
Tap at the door, but doesn't know if that late flank could have come through from Sugetsu had he
नहीं
sprinted
बता
down
रहा
towards
हूँ
the
मैं
south
तुमको
side,
उसमें
so has
नॉइस
to wait this
कैंसिलेशन
one
नहीं
out.
है. कुछ भी नहीं है. नॉर्मल माइक जैसा ही आवाज करेगा वो. ठीक है. बाकी क्वालिटी तुमको वीडियो में पता चल जाएगी. वो भेज दूंगा. बट वो
कौन सा
नॉर्मल
mic
माइक
है?
जैसा ही आवाज करता है. हेडफोन का माइक कैसा होता है
Massively on
वैसे ही है.
struggle street as KC continue to run away with this
अगर वो
map.
इतना ज्यादा अच्छा होता तो
to
फिर मैं
find
ये
gaps
यूज
in
क्यों
this
कर रहा
defense.
होता.
भाई
that
इथेनॉल
KC
डाल
has.
के
इसको
चलाओ.
replace नहीं
माइक
कर
बहुत
And
अच्छा
again,
चलेगा.
every step of the way, they're mirroring you. They're re-clearing space.
इसको
They're
replace
checking
नहीं
to
कर सकता.
confirm. Okay, are you actually committing to that side of the map? Yeah, you are. You're not re-wrapping through the
इथेनॉल
north
डाल के
side.
चलाओ
Okay,
दोस्त.
that
देखना
means you
अच्छा चलेगा.
had to
बात
have
मानो
gone
मेरा.
through sewers, so now we can be ready to pivot and hit you at ropes
क्या
when you
बोल
try
रहा
to
भाई?
break through there.
मैं बोल रहा हूँ
And it
इथेनॉल डाल
feels
के
like
चलाओ. बढ़िया चलेगा.
NRG just cannot respond,
लेकिन
cannot
डालना कहाँ है ये भी
recover.
तो
They're going to
बता.
try another
इथेनॉल
4-1 setup.
गाड़ी में.
उनको
There's already a ping out
अमित
over
भाई
on
को.
this.
गाड़ी में.
अबे माइक में.
Feels like KC has something ready.
हाँ ठीक है भेजता हूँ. मैं स्ट्रीम खत्म करके भेज देता हूँ.
It feels like NRG are just
वो माइक का आवाज
out of
सुनना है
ideas.
ना.
इन कुछ ज्यादा ही अच्छा खेल
Four-player
जा
push
रहे
to
हैं केसी
Arcade,
वाले तो.
trying to grab the orb, trying to make an exec happen, but Narrate just peeks out. He manages to find a second one as Ethan will also get taken
उन्हीं का
down.
मैप है ना तो थोड़ा अच्छा
Mata
खेलेंगे.
works up into tower, grabs that Phantom. Now you've got Levin encroaching on the north side, still going to be contained.
पर
by that
2-0
trip
तो हो
crowd.
जाएगा मेरे को पता है.
Spike will be recovered. Scuba trying to just slot forward. Lays up, tries to take some space, but even just the spam from Sugetsu manages to connect. Tag to 89. Swing in. Mata will be able to find the first, but Sugetsu is a little bit faster. Still found. Scuba trying to
कैसा
play around the tiny
duelist
little
है
gap,
भाई
nothing
ये.
to be found, but he's going to be swinging right into the back of 11, who's just ready and waiting with that outlaw in hand. Brock now. Try to clutch this out in a 1v3. Just the one molly to try to buy some time. Already. An immense amount of damage going to be suffered as Sugetsu will run him down. Another round for KC.
क्या चीज बोला तो स्ट्रीम खत्म करके भेज रहा हूँ अभी. स्ट्रीम के समय थोड़ी ना अपलोड करूंगा. पागल हो क्या? नॉर्मल रायपुर में रह रहा होता तो मैं भेज भी देता. यहाँ ले दे के स्ट्रीम चल रही है. आज 2K में स्ट्रीम नहीं कर रहा हूँ. देख नहीं रहे हो? आज 2K में इसीलिए स्ट्रीम नहीं हो रही है. आज इंटरनेट नहीं चल रहा है मेरा.
कौन देख रहा है मित्रों इथेनॉल पी लो.
He's playing so smart around that
आज
orb. This
2K में
time they give
स्ट्रीम
him a
चालू
different
किया
look.
था
They-
बट 2K
they're
में
like, okay,
स्ट्रीम
they're
हो
going
नहीं
to
पा
tap
रही
this
है.
orb. We'll give it to them. We'll make them think
Upload
that
speed
we're
नहीं आ
not
रही है.
contesting it this time. But little do they know, we lie
इसलिए
in
आज
wait.
नॉर्मल 1080p पे
That's
स्ट्रीम कर
7
रहा हूँ.
streak together. The buys struggle here for NRG. 2 Phantoms, 2 Guardians, and a Bulldog. 11 holding that tight angle. Man, I don't know what he saw there, but he was ready for that. That was just a timing.
भाई डेयर देख रहा है
Okay,
उसका.
well, one of the best starts that NRG's had for a little while. Is
वाह
still
माडा
as the
भाई
doors now open,
वाह.
before you try to go for the
वाह
dash,
गुरु
Narrate's still
वाह.
sticking around, still tearing them apart.
भाई उसने अल्ट मारा है. खुले में क्यों जा रहे हैं इन लोग.
The kill, but will be traded back.
ओवर कॉन्फिडेंस
Going to a
आदमी को
2v2.
हमेशा डुबाता है.
Spike still at Sands, now alone in the hands of Brock. Leg spotted, head clicked, but Sugetsu has him outdone.
वाह माडा भाई वाह.
भाई 4 लोग देख रहे हैं यार. थोड़ा सा लाइक वाइक कर दो. बात कर लो यार. आज
तो
कोई नहीं
हरवाने
है.
वाला काम माडा ने किया.
KC are looking bulletproof on
मेन
fracture.
हरवाने वाला काम माडा ने किया.
It's a little mistake at the beginning.
थोड़ा बात करो ना यार. मन हो रहा
Levin
है.
gives away his position. Doesn't matter. I mean, Narrate is
स्मोक
just so
गिरने से
good
पहले क्यों
on this
पीक
map.
लेना है भाई. मैं
It
समझ
doesn't
नहीं
make sense.
पाता हूँ
He
यार.
is
माँ
outrageous
कसम
with his
भाई.
timings. He just
ये
knows.
बीमारी सब में है पता है. स्मोक
And he's
गिरा नहीं
so
उससे
fast
पहले
to
पीक ले
react.
लेते हैं.
Cycle through those run it
और
backs. They
गिरने में
always seem
समय
to find just
लगता है
tons
भाई.
of value.
इसलिए बोलता हूँ सबको ना
This
सब
is
एजेंट
just
खेलना आना चाहिए.
So one-sided so far.
तब पता
See if
चलेगा
there's
कौन सी
any
यूटिल को
answer.
कितना टाइम लगता है.
Rock's got another orbital. Kiko has his. There's going to be some way that they can squeak one out, make this 8-3. Get 4. I don't know if it matters at this point. It feels like KC is too good on this map.
The up and over from Vermata, just landing out into the open, saturate. Chuck towards the corner, nothing to be found. In fact, it's going to be Ahmed finding him through the smoke. Sugetsu gets Ethan as well.
They missed.
And nothing found. Run it back, committed to no avail. Only a smattering of damage on
Hello,
Ahmed.
Amit bhai.
And the space that you would love to have for a post plant is very much taken away as Brock will fall. Scuba.
अरे अमित भाई वही है ना, अमित भाई जो सोल को सपोर्ट करते हैं.
हाँ
भाई अमित भाई मुबारक हो भाई, जोकर की हवेली का अवार्ड मिला है और सोल को वो मिला है कंटेंट क्रिएटर ऑफ द वो ग्रुप का अवार्ड. अभी रोड टू ईडब्ल्यूसी में अवार्ड फंक्शन हुआ ना, फीमेल में जाया को मिला है, मेल में जोकर की हवेली और उसमें सोल को मिला है भाई. लेकिन जोकर की हवेली का कंटेंट तो होता है भाई, बंदे ने बहुत मेहनत की है अपने कंटेंट पे भाई. लेजेंड भाई. हेलो रुशाली, क्या हाल है चीची? मैं चीचा तो तू चीची. लाइक कर दो मित्रों, मित्रों लाइक कर दो मित्रों. सबको एक एक डब्बा इथेनॉल मेरे तरफ से.
Big push out here though. This might be, yeah, this is a problem.
Okay. Maybe a lifeline wanted to be offered up here by KC.
ऐसे ना जाओ पिया.
Beating the hell out of NRG so much that they started to get depressed about it. Decided, we'll give you a couple kills.
गेम कब खेलोगे? न्यू स्क्रीन का परफॉर्मेंस कब दिखाओगे? ये जो तू स्ट्रीम देख रही है न्यू मॉनिटर का ही देख रही है, मतलब बेसिकली. गेम आज खेलेंगे, आज वैलो खेलेंगे यार, बहुत दिन हो गया वैलो नहीं खेले हैं, तो आज खेलेंगे. मैं तेरे को मैसेज करूंगा आना वीसी. आदि अपन भी बनाते हैं यार कंटेंट. क्या बोलता?
किस चीज का कंटेंट?
अपन भी चलते हैं बढ़िया, मार्केट में उतरते हैं. मैंने लिया है यार एलियन वेयर का 320 हर्ट्ज मॉनिटर. कल ही आया है मेरा नया मॉनिटर. प्री बर्थडे गिफ्ट लिया है मैंने अमित भाई, मतलब मिला है मेरे को, गिफ्ट मिला है, प्री बर्थडे गिफ्ट. मेरे सारे मित्र लोग मिल के दिए हैं गिफ्ट.
Silent push forward. Alves trying to isolate them, but okay. The double stack will come away with the kills, and now it is just DOS9. Who looks like he's kind of accepted his fate in this round.
Thank you Amit bhai for subscribing मेरे भाई, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया. ये क्या कुंफू के खोल खड़ा है?
In my Valorant, never.
अल्ट मारूंगा सोच रहा.
ये पड़ा है मेरे को 20 का 20. मेरे को 2K में लेना था, लेकिन 2K में बहुत महंगा था, मतलब 2K में लगभग 80,000 का था एलियन वेयर का मॉनिटर. तो मैंने HD मतलब 1920x1080 में 320 हर्ट्ज खरीदा है. लेकिन तू देख आदि, सिर्फ 2K का डिफरेंस है.
हाँ
ठीक है,
अभी तो पैनल का डिफरेंस आ जाता है बे. टेक्नोलॉजी पैनल बहुत अलग होती है 2K में. 2K में पैनल का डिफरेंस आता है.
खरीदूंगा आदि वो मॉनिटर, तो खरीदूंगा. मेरे को ना अब एलियन वेयर, मतलब ना मैं तेरे को, तू आएगा ना मेरे घर कभी भी, अब तो एक बार ना इसका ना विजन देखना, तेरे को ना लेजिट फील होगा कि बाकी प्रोडक्ट और इस प्रोडक्ट में कितना बड़ा डिफरेंस है. लेजिट तू एक बार यूज करके देखना.
एलियन वेयर का तो लैपटॉप यूज किया हो मेरे पास
भाई. एलियन वेयर भाई गजब प्रोडक्ट है भाई, मजा आ गया.
एलियन वेयर के लैपटॉप तो था मेरे पास, बिलासपुर वाले पुराने घर में पड़ा भी होगा, वो सड़ गया होगा अभी तक.
अभी तक आपने कभी यूज किया एलियन वेयर के प्रोडक्ट? भाई जो नहीं किया ना, कसम से जो भी नहीं किया है एक बार करके देखो भाई, तुमको ना डिफरेंस समझ में आएगा. जो एलियन वेयर का डिफरेंस तुम लोग देखोगे.
that it was in the past, like in 2025. Obviously, yes, there's been some nerfs,
मतलब
but
इतना
still
मतलब
not a very
एचडी मॉनिटर चला रहा हूँ लेकिन आई कैन फील कि भाई बहुत हाई क्वालिटी है.
Sure, Kiko's still putting up numbers, but
अच्छा क्वालिटी अच्छी होती है, क्रिस्पी होती है, शार्पनेस होती है, डेप्थ अच्छा होता है ना.
हाँ.
जितना अच्छा स्किल लोगे डेप्थ उतनी अच्छी मिलेगी. 2K में डेप्थ बढ़ जाती है, इसलिए जस्ट मतलब समझ ले 4 गुना कॉस्टिंग रहती है.
मैं अभी एक 2K मॉनिटर और इसमें कंफ्यूज था क्यों आदि.
हाँ.
लेकिन सच में मैं आज ना मतलब मैं सोच रहा था 2K ले लेता हूँ 2K में मजा आ जाएगा, बट ट्रस्ट मी मतलब मेरा बेस्ट बाय है ये. आदि अब तो मेरे को क्या लगता है आराम से 4-5 साल तो कुछ छूने की जरूरत नहीं है ना.
नहीं भाई. हेलो विशाल मेरे भाई, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम.
विशाली अब तेरा पीसी बिल्ड करना है भाई, तेरा पीसी लेना है.
I don't know that anybody has a hope. Maybe heretics.
देख तू प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर तो है नहीं, तो फिर और इससे ज्यादा एफपीएस करेगा क्या?
और क्या? Right now this team is
पहले तो नींबू मिर्ची लगाओ.
Absolutely incredible.
भाई नींबू मिर्ची मेरी मम्मी सबसे पहले ऐसे कुंफू कराटे करके गई सामने से.
So little bit of
यार विशाली पता है तेरे को, जब ये मॉनिटर मैंने पहली बार ऑन किया ना, इसमें वो एलियन वेयर का लोगो आता है भाई, इतना सुंदर दिख रहा था ना वो, मजा ही आ गया था. दिल खुश हो गया था भाई उससे.
Just gamble on it, but now they're getting impatient.
Mata does not have a refract set up, but it still will be good for the first shot. Wants to stick around as they continue to swing forward. He'll get himself a second, but Levin collecting a kill now. The flashes out in the paint shell.
2 मारे और 3 मर गए. क्या फायदा निकली?
Gets struck down. Last pack forward. Brock barely able to win that fight. Surviving with 13 health. That does leave Narrate now. A 1v2, but this is the danger man for KC.
अरे बहुत खुश भाई, पता नहीं कब बनेगा. अरे मैं तेरे को एक आइडिया दूंगा, तू वैसे ही बनवाना पीसी.
Clearing of that cam. Over top of the tripwire as well, swinging the corner, unable to find that kill onto the enemy Brimstone.
ये गलत कर रहा है पता है.
9 bullets remaining. Falling on the close side, trying to isolate here, but just not really given fantastic angles. The shots just aren't quite connecting for him. Finds the first, Brock dead. The swing in, and Scuba will be able to persevere.
दिख ही रहा था गलत कर रहा, बहुत पास से पीक ले रहा था.
NRG will find.
नहीं, उसको मॉली को रखना था.
So much more from there.
जब वो रशियन करते ना तब मॉली यूज करता.
A throw here from NRG, who has a really good read at the beginning of this round.
भाई लेकिन बहुत चुम्मा मॉनिटर है भाई, चुम्मा एकदम.
Start pushing out. The good news is Mata.
मैं तो तेरे बोला था 1080p में ले ले ये वाली मारा.
And then Brock's able to hold the line with the sheriff. Gets the bounding blast packing
2K
right in the chest.
2K में भी सेम चीज दिखेगी तेरे को.
I mean, you never count
बस
him
ये
out.
मॉनिटर बड़ा हो जाएगा 27 इंच का.
So fast.
यार ये अभी भी बड़ा ही है मेरे लिए. 24 चलाता था, 25 लिया हूँ. 1 इंची बड़ा है लेकिन बड़ा तो है.
बड़ा है. मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ ना तेरे को, 24 और 27 में इतना अंतर नहीं पड़ता. तू जिस दिन 32 इंच का मॉनिटर लेगा ना ब्रो, उस दिन बोलूंगा मैं तेरे को कि 4K 2K ले तू. तब तेरे को
मैं एक मॉनिटर खरीदूंगा जो क्या बोलते 2K मिनिमम 180 हर्ट्ज होगा, क्योंकि जो गेम मेरे को 2K में खेलना है उसमें 120 FPS मैक्स बहुत है. ठीक है, स्टोरी मोड में FPS का इतना लेना देना नहीं होता जितना हमको वैलोरेंट, CS या फिर.
अबे अब लेगा ना इग्नाइटर तो OLED मॉनिटर लेना 4K वाला.
हाँ वैसे ही कुछ जिसपे FPS ज्यादा ना हो, FPS कम हो, 150 180 ऐसा.
240 FPS का आता है OLED मॉनिटर 32 इंच वाला. भाई सेक्सी चीज है पता है, पर वो आता है 65-60 हजार का, पर है जबरदस्त चीज.
वैसे ही कुछ खरीदूंगा अब मैं भाई. नेक्स्ट बर्थडे का इंतजार करूं.
Reposition scale forward from Sugetsu, spotting out two. Mata now trying to scale up, get onto an angle where he can put that out use, but Sugetsu just stays tucked. They do not suss this out quite yet.
जब भाई अगर गिव अवे हो जाता तो किस चीज का गिव अवे करना है भाई?
In towards halls, the haunt going to be destroyed.
Oh my god.
Narrate Still there, ready to strike as he scales forward, ignoring that molly. He's able to find the first, looks for the second, he cannot make it happen. Ethan turns back with the classic in hand, and Sugetsu now says hello! Cleans up two, Haves down low. Levin trying to strike, manages to find the one, and Brock, the last one standing.
किसी का भी कर दो। 4 रुपए का गिव अवे करूं चलेगा?
4 रुपए का गिव अवे?
गाइस
गाइस 6 लोग देख रहे हैं भाई, प्लीज बात कर लो।
अमित भाई बोल रहे किसी का भी गिव अवे कर दो। मेरे पास अभी 4 रुपए है, गिव अवे कर दूं? चाहिए ले लो।
मेरे पास नेल कटर है।
KC is using space against their opponents.
नेल कटर है।
मेरे पास ये कटर चलेगा? ये वाला गिव अवे कर दूं क्या कटर?
यार रुशाली चैट में है क्या? देख मैं नया कप खरीद के लाया, दिखाता तेरे को। देख
डिलीवरी चार्ज भेज दो, 80 रुपए में भेज देता हूं। किसको चाहिए?
The NRG formation.
एक मस्त वाला कप खरीद के लाया,
even
एक
Narrate's
नंबर वाला।
frustrated, man. He wanted that one so
अरे
bad, and they were
करता
so
हूँ
close.
अभी 2-3 ब्रांड से बात चल रही है।
really
फिंगर
good
क्रॉस करो, अगर
from
अच्छा
KC.
अगर स्पॉन्सर मिल गया ना
NRG
तो गिव अवे कर दूंगा। मेरे को
gonna start
प्रोडक्ट्स नहीं
throwing
चाहिए, मेरे
money
पास सब
into
कुछ
this.
है।
Want to get this bonus to go.
मैं
They know
अभी
how
मैंने
crucial it is
3-4
to get
कंपनी को
this
मेल
round to
किया
go-
है।
started.
फिंगर क्रॉस तुम लोग विश करो
maybe
कि मेरा स्पॉन्सर
offset
एक्सेप्ट हो
KC
जाए।
enough, but
अगर
Narrate
स्पॉन्सर
sharp
एक्सेप्ट हो गया तो मेरे पास
Ethan
जो
down.
भी प्रोडक्ट
मिस्टर राइट लिखा है वो, मिस्टर राइट।
किसी
4
कितने का भी
है,
हो, मैं गिव अवे
कहाँ
कर
6
दूंगा इस
मतलब?
बार।
4 है, 4
Right off the
है,
rip.
समझा नहीं मैं।
वो कीबोर्ड
Spot of that
Yeah.
tripwire. Make his way back over, trying to reinforce this A site, because again, KC just starting to creep their way over here. Seems like
इसकी ये वाली की खराब हो
नया
गई है।
मग लेके आया हूँ भाई मैं।
can they hold the line?
मेरे को ना मग्स का बहुत क्रेज है,
इसलिए
मतलब
मैं
मैं
नहीं किया।
कॉफी चाय तो पीना छोड़ दिया, आजकल ब्लैक कॉफी पीने लगा हूँ। तो
Push forward over towards
इसलिए नहीं
Sansa.
दिया
Reyes getting
मतलब
spammed a little bit, and he's able to find
भाई
one.
नरेट कुछ भी मार दे रहा है
Scuba
भाई, बिना सर पैर के दे जा रहा था
Levin
पादा।
on top, but he and Brock will both fall, and now suddenly it is just Keiko.
यही है आरजीबी वाला।
4
उसका
लोग
केबल
देख रहे हैं,
निकाल के
6
तुमको
नहीं। हाँ
दिखा
वो
रहा है।
5 देख रहे हैं, 5 की वॉचिंग आ
क्योंकि
रही
लगा
है
हुआ
मेरे
है।
को।
How much they had to invest because
बात
वो
of
कोई
मेरे
how
नहीं।
पुराने पीसी में लगा हुआ है,
close that
जिसको ज्यादा
previous
काम
round
रहता
was.
नहीं है, सिर्फ
He
लॉगिन
has to
करने
take
के लिए
this
काम
weapon.
आता है और कुछ
Rotates
आता नहीं।
over, can swap over to the Phantom at the very least, get that
इसकी
upgrade.
2 की खराब है, एक की वो और एक ए की जो ए वाली है ना, ए वाली
मेरे को
की
5
वो
दिखा रहा
खराब
है,
है।
मेरे स्टूडियो पे
कभी
5
कभी
दिखा
टैप
रहा
नहीं
है।
होता।
It's going to be a 5-round advantage here in the hands of KC
मत
once again.
टच
मैं आती
This is
थोड़ी
double
देर में।
digits.
इसीलिए तो
ओके
तुमको नहीं भेजा अमित भाई,
And look at the
किसी
money.
को नहीं दिया
Look
इसलिए
at the
मैं।
money for NRG.
It's gone.
They bought
जाने
into
ले
this.
जाने से पहले मैंने चेक किया।
felt like they had to convert this bonus if they were going to have any chance in this map.
वहाँ
They
कॉल
can't do
किया
it.
था ज़ेबियन में।
So
तो
it feels
बोल रहे
like this is
भेजो, तो मैं अपना पैसा लगा
certainly
के वो भेजूं
KC's, and we
पागल
will
होता है।
certainly be going to
वारंटी
Haven.
के लिए।
हेलो श्रीनिक, आप रुशाली दी
Just so
को
impressed.
2 के बराबर बोल रहे हो।
Love the way this team operates, the protocols they have, individual play, narrate.
अरे गलत मार लिया भाई श्रीनिक तू।
Outrageous how he understands what's going on,
श्रीनिक बोल रहा है।
knows where
अरे
players are going to
यार, अरे यार रुशाली काश यहाँ होती भाई, वो चली गई है, मजा ही आ जाता भाई ये जवाब वो
be.
पढ़ती तो।
Vision in his mind. There is a technical
अच्छा
pause.
रुको, नहीं यकीन है,
But-
ये देखो आरजीबी वाला
My
ही
goodness,
दिख रहा है, ये देखो सेम,
so
बस
good,
केबल निकाल
so
दिया
so
था
good.
मैंने।
Well, hopefully,
अभी देखो इसको
something
केबल निकाल
quick
के
and
दिखाओ, ये
clean
देखो
like we
यहाँ
had
केबल
previously.
निकलता है ऐसे, ये देखो ये यूं ही,
Already.
ये देखो
I mean,
इधर
Beal's
लिखा है
backing
ज़ेबियन।
off a pit, so hopefully be able to get back into this.
अरे यार श्रीनिक गलत मार लिया भाई तू।
By a threat.
क्या ले
This is
श्रीनिक,
impossible. We know that this
मेरे
is a
बात
team
ये
that's
क्या लिख रहे हैं भाई इन लोग? ये लोग चैट में गरिया तो नहीं रहे एक दूसरे को, साले तू दिग्गत बहुत मारूंगा तेरे को, ऐसा वाला हैं?
वही लग
map
रहा है।
fluency.
वो
makes-
चैट
makes
पूरा
sense
टाइप
to
कर
see.
रहा है तो
Sure,
कुछ तो लिख रहा होगा ना।
perfectly fluent in French.
हाँ हाँ, उन लोग बात
Absolutely.
कर सकते हैं ना, बट
They're
कर्स नहीं
linguists
कर
on this
सकते
map.
एक दूसरे को। कर्स करेंगे तो फिर
Poets.
पता
They
चला
got
वहाँ
more than a fluency in
तो
the
जी
language.
मुंबई सर्वर का कोई बहुत गंदे गाली चल रहा है, साले तू मारा रुकोडी निकालता भी बताता हूँ तेरे को।
It's just fun to watch him on the map because I'm just like, no, I get it.
एक
now.
नंबर
I
भाई,
see
मस्त
because you
मौसम
have
हुआ रखा है भाई
that side
श्रीनिक।
up until over
वो सब
there, you
चलता
know
है,
that they're
नहीं
not
हो रहा
coming that way.
क्या?
Okay, you threw your haunt deep that side.
ऐसा-
You even
ऐसा
left a
सब
player
चलता है।
there lingering a
भाई
little bit.
श्रीनिक
to get some
तेरे
info.
दिल्ली में पानी वानी
Okay,
गिर
now
रहा
you
कि
can
नहीं भाई,
wrap out
जोरदार
down to the
वाला?
other side of the map and you can make these fast rotates.
भाई मैंने तो सुना
You're
है
always all over the
भयंकर
place.
पानी भर गया है पूरे दिल्ली
And
में।
you're doing such a diligent job of keeping track, excuse me, of every single little thing on the
भाई यहाँ
map.
तो भयंकर पानी गिर रहा है हमारे
And
इधर
then you
तो
have some
पूरा
great ideas yourselves in some of these post plans.
दे
and other
दना
things that
दन
we've seen.
बारिश हो रही, सुबह से पानी गिर रहा है, 2 दिन हो गए हैं, 2 दिन से पानी है,
Really, really
थोड़ा बहुत रुकता है फिर
devastating.
चालू हो जाता है, थोड़ा बहुत रुकता है फिर
multiple
चालू हो
different
जाता है।
opponents. Paper X, Kate, and NRG now suffering.
बीच बीच में हो रही है थोड़ी बहुत बारिश, आज तो नहीं हुई। आज तो भाई भयंकर गिर रहा है। अभी मैं गया था, पूरा भीग गया था मैं, वापस आया हूँ जब।
last time when they dropped the first map. But I think they realized, oh, hey, we're pretty good at this fracture thing, and NRG lost to Paper X on it, so surely we're better than them on it too, right? And yeah, that is 100% correct so far.
Sometimes transitive property does end up working out. It does make sense. And that is looking to continue here for KC. Up by 5 as to get ready to go back into this. Just that one Phantom carried over by Kiko. Slight little investment of the Sheriff for Mata. But I mean, it's just been few and far in between for NRG to be able to find kills in this map. You see just how out-fragged everybody is at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Kiko's been trying, but...
भाई कुछ भी मार दे रहे हैं भाई, इन लोग तो कुछ भी मार दे रहे हैं एकदम।
Let's go.
मतलब ठीक भाई कॉन्फिडेंस है, लेकिन इतना
Poor Kiko.
The Phantom will change hands. And the question becomes, can Ethan find value with this?
He pass it on to Brock now.
Can Brock find value with this? Ethan on that peak, probably wishing that he still had a Phantom.
जला वला दे रहे हैं एकदम से।
71, Mata at the same time, taking position in halls, 2 players on the opposite side, and they're just going to back off.
यार आदि मेरा सच्ची में ना बहुत मन हो रहा है भाई, चले जाऊं क्या?
We have full control of north side. So let's send the spike there. Mata gonna find a second, and that opens up weapons for collecting.
That's huge. Mata, all of a sudden. No way.
भाई क्या किस्मत है।
Barely wins it out. Perhaps the gun for himself and a water round to be found after the start. Still not out of the woods yet. Levin will be able to collect that spike. If he could get the plant in play, obviously we give him a showstopper, but he's still going to have to try to take control of the site itself. Ethan tucked into the corner. They're picking that out. Convergent path's going to be sent. Showstopper. Now drawn. Gets lobbed in. Smata. He's been given such a lifeline. They're trying to clutch it, but he's going to be caught with util in hand. And what a roller coaster of a round. A devastating start into what looked like a guaranteed thrifty. Then wrested out of their grasp again. KC, they might stumble along the way, but it feels like they're always reaching their destination here on Fracture.
Yeah, Mata has to start re-clearing that space because there wasn't a commit from KC. Well, they're either taking a pause, and I have to find that out for my team, so I have to throw my body on the line a bit. And he gets 2 big kills. That actually gives them hope, gives them a chance, and then nope, dashed, thwarted. Mata with the op. Moving a little bit further
But this is
forward.
an all in.
Ooh.
Okay, spotted the one.
Nice shot,
Saturate gonna be jumped in. Can still take the dash on the safety, but overstays to find another kill. Vaughn will get the reveal. He's frantically trying to escape. Will be able to do so, but Kiko can't say the same. Tries to go to the rescue, pushing forward, and Alves will be able to strike him down.
Alu Tico.
Trail leading the way at the top of the plant. Not being fully committed to yet. NRG playing a bit of ring around the rosy, but look at DOS9. Might be able to find a monster timing. They are not watching for this at all.
I know exactly where.
Stabs him in the back. The neural depth now. Invested to reveal the final 2 players. But NRG, they go from a favorite situation to now back into a 2v2.
It's going to be really tough. Going to try to double up.
Scuba on the push, and Alves trying to hold the angle, but Scuba will be able to take him down. The Molly now going to be invested. He wants to try to hold this one up to half, and the Molly ends up going too deep. He realizes that it's not connected, so that a fuse can be stuck. NRG rescuing this round, but cannot rescue that operator, I don't believe. It gets taken into the hands of DOS9. Out and away from these players.
All right. Starting to feel like maybe there's hope if they can keep that operator. What a nice little setup they have there. Just outside of that cyber cage, gives himself a little bit of a window. And I wouldn't be surprised if that's a flick he's practiced.
Yeah, we did get the glimpse of it there at the very end. So the operator does get carried over by DOS9, now into the hands of Levin.
Right, so now is NRG not going to have enough money for another one. Mata's just going to go pushing again. Feels like big part of the success for them has been taking control of this A main space. Meanwhile, Aves, well, hold on.
They are still so very at risk. Back in the back of that box. Curveball in hand. They will make their exit.
होगा तो ए ही करेंगे उन लोग.
A lot of KC now wanting to try to potentially re-clear this. Is Haunt over the top. Has to be cleared by Aves. There's some presence on the north side. Going to be noted. And this is starting to make NRG feel like perhaps this is still going to be an exec onto this site. Especially as the Nightfall does get invested. And that's got the rotation coming out from Brock.
It's a beautiful sell.
Paint shell now coming through. And quick pivots back. Having to be done. Scuba still just watching on the camp. There's a boombot. The answering Nightfall now going to be going out. Brock with the spray and pray with the full flash connecting. Scuba going to be struck down. Ethan dead as Dawson finds that elimination. The neural depth now invested. Getting the ping reveal here is KC. Spotted on all the players as Keiko. Dead but Mana able to cover the corpse. The snapback.
Nice.
Now able to expound. Finds one but Aves.
2v3 हो गया
Puts
यार.
him in with a player advantage. The Spike still going to be dropped on the ground here. Just alongside Generator. 2v3 the operator. Dialed in from that main angle. With the tap. Keiko drags across. Finds the third and that should be round done.
बहुत सुंदर भाई, बहुत सुंदर.
11 to bound forward, but no real way to recover this. I'm not sure how we stayed alive for so long.
बढ़िया hold यार.
They cannot
भाई
rescue
क्या
now.
hold किए
Keiko
स्पाइक
with a
गिरा
massive
के.
4K to keep NRG in this game.
And also, Mata to the rescue here to bail Keiko out. He was dead to rights on that run it back. They thought they had him. But just enough there.
Just enough to call the timeout for KC.
I mean, you get the op back here, too. That's huge for NRG. That big piece of the puzzle, seemingly, again, is going to give them, I think here, coming out of this timeout, probably something Casey's talking about is, you know, if that op's going to be an A main, what are we going to do? How do we want to maneuver around the rest of the map? You know, maybe Zeiss feels like they saw some of that space being given up at Dish. That's something they could play for a little bit more. Leave an extra player to try to go for the lurk through main to maybe deal with Mata when he's busy trying to help out. Defend the execute from that direction would be something I could consider happening here, or maybe just some fast B hits. Just really put them to the test. Right now, NRG found their groove. They found their answer temporarily, and that's that A main setup. Just either being aggressive or having the op there. And they're not going to go for it this time. They're going to show a very different look. And I think this is wise. Unless, well, they might try to set up a bit of a sandwich outside of the door.
Look at Tsugetsu, though. The Outlaw, 4 half armors, 5 with the regen. So, yeah, everybody going to be susceptible to this.
Smart buy. That's something that, you know, NRG is constantly doing, is going for those half armor buys. So he's looking to try to outdo Mata, and he's going to.
He's got it.
ये देखो भाई
Shades of Nats. Operator on the floor. It's now a 2-2 split for NRG to try to keep this going. Molly going to be spotted off the cam. Brock trying to scale on this angle. He's going to have to use the Molly just to try to cut off access from that RK side. Meanwhile, Pivot's going to be coming in, and Ethan wisely does backpedal away. Sends out that operator shot, trying to scare them off, usher them back over towards the heavier stack. Ball in, the ride the tower, the jump on the corner, and Levin's going to be taken down. Back into a 4v4. Drop down from Keiko, playing this one very boldly as Narrate tries to take that space, can't quite clear the corner, but still will be able to gain line of sight and get rid of Keiko. Back into the player advantage, the back stab, getting ready to come in, but Brock can't even hold his own against the player right in front of his very eyes. Aves comes up with the goods, Scuba dead, and Ethan now to just grab up that operator. Hold on to it for dear life.
भाई 1v1 हार जा रहे हैं इन लोग बे.
KC
Problem ये है.
move up 12-7. NRG are gonna have to run 5 in a row
Map नहीं है, problem
just to get this into
1v1
overtime.
हार रहे हैं.
The money is just not on their side.
No, let's see if he's able to even keep this. Tsugetsu, isn't going his way just yet. Still a little bit time before it explodes. 2 are gonna come.
They have to know he's gonna have the op. You have to be suspicious about this angle. And they are. No reveal on the haunt, and Ethan still trying to go for this peek and nearly gets punished. And now is none the wiser whether or not he has been surrounded. Will be able to retain this weapon after all. But even then, it's nearly taken out of his grasp.
Well, I am so impressed with this timeout, and they identify the problem and find the solution. It's that A main op, and they needed something, and they found it. And it's a simple little trick. The outlaw into Sugetsu's hands to deal with that. And it makes the map so much more difficult for NRG to read and to control. And they start getting put into awkward situations. That orbital strike, Kiko knew it was coming. Had to get out of there. Mary just too sharp with those phantoms, man. It is so impressive to watch him operate with it.
And speaking of which, it's tower for Mata. No one playing on that side, at least at the moment. Some early contention around a hall.
And this is KC now just starting to probe a little bit. Just trying to push NRG in towards the sights.
Ethan's at risk here. And now he's dead. Elbow spot, Sugetsu clips.
भाई मेरा पूरा फीड इन्वर्टर से भर गया भाई अब ये क्या है भाई तूने एक क्या भेज दिया
And now Mata going to be left on an island. Spike is still going to be dropped back over in the attacker spawn, but right over the side, Alves can recover that. The question is, which do they decide to go for? They've got more players scaled forward outside of B, so they're going to look to attack into this one. And Mata, yes, he does have the full health. Almost certainly would still be dead on the swing. Looking for that shot. And critically for him, it does not come through. Saturate connecting onto one. Alves going to be held at bay. The rotation's coming in. NRG trying to get their players clustered together to hold the line and keep this map going. But Mata's just given absolutely no sight lines. Meanwhile, Brock still waiting for this late flank. He's reading it well, but this still keeps him contained away from the rest of the squad. We're falling to the wayside. Peek in. Brock able to find the one off screen.
Oh, no.
Arriving in tower. Takes the op into his own hands, and at the cost of all of his health. That's what it took for Brock to win that with the Spectre. And now, it would have to be two of the fastest, crispest, cleanest shots that we have ever seen to keep this map going. They all know that this is an absolute beast, a monster. In these last several rounds for KC, they clean house on Fracture, and they send us to map 3.
It is amazing to watch them operate. The best defensive side Fracture I can think of that I've seen does KC have right now. They are so smart, so with it, and on top of their opponents.
भाई नहीं टोपी वाले भैया की गलती थी भाई.
Other than the pistols, they looked really darn good on this map.
Yeah, and that's another thing to take into consideration. NRG, so many of their elements, just the pistols and those anti-ecos could barely.
टोपी वाले भैया की गलती थी. चलते NRG हार गई.
That's how clean Karmine Corp was otherwise. And now a third and final map to determine it all, to see which one of these two is going to be pushing forward and which one is going to be going home. But for now, we'll allow for the analyst test to break down that Fracture.
I still just can't believe that Karmine Corp, with a terrible start to the year, have found the form against these level of teams. Fnatic in the qualifier, Paper Rex, Vitality, and now coming up with the map victory against NRG, and one win away from playing in front of the blue wall here at EWC Paris 2026. Welcome back to the desk, Digon alongside Kakuka and Big Time. And Fracture, yet again, was a trump card for KC.
Loved it. I love their Fracture. They're really smart, especially that defender side. That's where a lot of teams get tripped up because you have to be aggressive. You have to shut down the map. You have to body. They did that so brilliantly. They understood where to fight. Kakuka, you said you were feeling great about NRG. You doubted.
Listen.
Classic Jinx excuse.
Don't try to play the reverse.
This is not like in log. It's not like the last thing I say is the one that goes. Okay, I've been for the entirety from day one saying, wouldn't it be great to have all 5 teams, especially coming into today having all 5 EMEA teams? But I need to be realistic. At the end of the day, it's NRG that they're going up against, and this is a wounded KC, and why wouldn't they be? It's been a terrible year for them, so I know that the caliber of the players is good, but listening also to Avis and the interviews that he's been given, it is a mental problem.
Yeah.
Now I'm kind of sad that Fracture's leaving the map pool, man.
Yeah.
Because we're gonna go to him. Yeah,
Where's this speed all the time?
Yo, you were insane on Fracture, and
Which
it's just
isn't
gonna
there
be
anymore.
Casey again.
Yeah.
But jokes aside, and focusing just on this map, there is something that I think is the most promising coming out of this Fracture, and it's the fact that, as you were saying, not only how you interpret this map from the defense is the amount of refracts that we saw during this game. So many of those duels were traded. So many of those half mistakes, half gambles go in the way of KC just because there's someone to battle next.
Yeah.
And if you add that onto a narrate that decided not to lose against Americas today.
Yeah. I mean, that's exactly
Great
it.
formula, isn't it?
You complained after map 1 about how Americas had stolen away Keiko. That he'd been poached
Yes,
away
they did.
to the other region. But
They did.
we all, you guys poached Narrate. Narrate was over in Sentinels.
No.
He comes back across for KC. He's ready to go.
No, that is a myth. Nobody wanted a narrate on Americas, and we gave him a chance. And then when he was good, Sentinels came knocking on his door. Rob is here. Rob, I literally say Sentinels, and he appears. You haven't been gone the entire day. Anyway, and then when they didn't want him anymore, we took him back. And this is Narrate.
Well, it's been a great welcome home for Narrate here in Paris. I think, they're trying to do everything they can to get across, play in front of the crowd that will give them so much energy, so much passion. One map away now from deciding that final spot here in this group and eliminating NRG. Could this be the second international in a row where they crash out in the group stage?
Yeah, 7-1 on opening duels for Narrate, and that was the big difference here. It just felt like, as we said earlier, the first 2 maps of this series, if you have strategies prepared, it is very difficult to try and gunfight your way out of it. And this being KC's pick showed exactly why they felt comfortable on it, and it just never felt like NRG got in positions where they felt comfortable.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. I think we spoke about how great NRG were on Breeze, and we also said Fracture's a very different map. You have to approach it very differently, and I feel like I'm always a little bit worried about NRG whenever they're not being able to play their signature roles. When Brock is having to play the Brimstone, things like that, it always just has me doubt a little bit that this team is running at 100% efficiency, and I think that's true. I think they couldn't go toe-to-toe with KC in this one.
Also, to me, there was a little bit of a disappointment in this map. I kind of expected more from Mata, especially when we were talking about the attack. He had an incredibly quiet half. We were saying how when Breeze kind of like waste having here on Harbor just because of what he can do. But yeah, at the end of the day, did KC actually plan this? Like, did they pick the Fracture, not the Haven, to secure it, and then
been
Haven
playing the long game? Maybe.
I'm on my knees. I'm on my knees. I'm on my knees, please. I'm okay. I'm okay.
You look okay.
We'll have time to go ahead and figure out if was this the KC long play. Give them map 1. We'll leave the map pool open, get Fracture, leave Haven there for the decisive map. Well, that is where we're going. Map number 3 after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
Helios back here for a mystery 1v1 skirmish. This time we have Karmine's DOS9 in the seat, and he's going to have to try to guess who he is playing against on the other side. He has no clue. It is just one player who is one of the other teams. Could even be his own team. You're saying.
Yeah, what if I just list all players?
I mean, if you got the memory to list off every single player that's here, then big on you. I think that would be quite impressive. But already, sticking a rifle so far. So one more. We'll start getting the hints out. Okay, this player has lifted a global trophy before.
Okay, Brock?
No.
Mada?
No. Your next hit is that in the global tournament that they won, this player won MVP.
Dandy?
No. They're from the CN region.
Ah, from China? Rarga. Oh, not Rar. Kang.
Kang. They got one back. And Kang needs 2 to take it. Woo. Oh. That is a GG.
Hello everyone, welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. Love that little piece of content that we had there with DOS9 going up against Kang. It was like 8-0 before DOS9 got his first pick. And then he got the answer correct as well. Digon alongside Kukuka and Big Time. And right now DOS9 and the rest of KC on the cusp of making it to the in-person portion of the playoffs here at EWC 2026. But standing in their way is a different VCT champions team in NRG.
Yeah.
And he and the rest of the squad need to continue the pressure on. Otherwise, NA representation will go from 1 team to 2 teams.
Yeah, but look, for me, I think NRG struggled in that map. We know that Haven is a map KC routinely will like to go to back in EMEA. It's where they feel very, very comfortable. So I think you have to ask bigger questions over onto the NA squad there of NRG.
Yeah, absolutely. For the side of KC, as you're saying, is somewhere where they're comfortable, is somewhere where they know what they're doing, and it's somewhere where actually the change in putting Aves back into an initiator, moving him away from the duelist, has worked wonders for them, especially if Narrate is able to keep the same performance. For the side of NRG, we did see, the last time that we saw them play in this map was in London against Foot. Overtime did not go their way. I think that the composition is something that they might stick with. Maybe with all the Whaley that we're seeing in Mada, that might be a change to consider.
But if he does want to roll with it, we have to see him step up. He was slow in that fracture. He couldn't land those shots with the operator. He's not in the right positions, and he's not being able to make that space. I really do have to ask what they have in store here. Over on the side of KC, Narrate, we have to give him his flowers. In that second map, he was absolutely spectacular. Look for him to be able to try and continue that form, because if he does, things start to get really scary over there for the squad in white.
I think for me, it's Kiko's performance has been fantastic on these duelists, and in that map 1, he was dominant on the Jet, and needs to have a performance like that here on Haven to close things out.
Yeah, I mean, one thing's for sure, they need a hero right now. They need somebody who's going to electrify this team, who's not going to let them go down without a fight. That goes for both sides of the ball here, because we don't know how this Haven will begin to shake out. Both teams looked very confident on their own map pick. Now we're on the neutral ground. It's all to play for. Playoffs on the line. Win and you're in. Lose and you're on that flight back home.
I was highlighting how KC was not given untraded duel, something that, of course, on the side of NRG was happening. Something to work on, and Kiko is actually going to be going on to the chamber. Mada on the Phoenix, and now Ethan Back on the Neon. We saw it the other day. Not
Yeah,
bad.
Ethan on the Neon is one that, you know, we're scratching our heads a little bit. He's not normally the type of guy you would expect to see on the Neon, but let's see what he's got in store cooking up here over on the side of KC. Double duelist that they seem to love so much. Narrate once again on that Phoenix. Fantastic map 2. Can he do it again here?
It was third at America's kickoff, third at Santiago, third at Stage 1, and third in the EWC Americas qualifiers. Will it be a map number 3, the magical number here for NRG to get in the playoffs? Or will the blue wall be unstopped into the playoffs in front of the crowd here in Paris? It is final map number 3. Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
Even the last hurdle for both of these teams. They try to work their way forward into the playoffs. The barrier's about to drop. First on the attack, RKC, and of course Narrate still on that Phoenix. Saw how impactful it was on the previous map. We've seen it this whole event through. Can that continue when it now matters the most? A best of 1 to see who moves forward. And it's a quick exec onto an otherwise empty A site.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those big moments for NRG. Looking towards Ethan on that Neon again. Kind of a surprise to see him on a duelist role, but here we go.
Curveball to the corner. A little bit of damage going to be suffered there in response. As Ethan, the first to fall, just trying to put his body on the line for his teammates to go ahead and succeed. The drop down from Scuba going to be able to find it now as he goes into the 1v1. And Kiko will have the headshot. NRG continuing to be perfect in pistols. But can they expound from here?
Yeah, it just comes down to that gunfight at the choke and who's going to be able to get over the line. And it's frankly Ethan here who does create that little bit of extra space. A really nice flash behind him. Ethan's like, just throw it behind me. I'll tank it. Nice job by Mata. Picking up 2. Scuba as well getting involved, and then Kiko good for it with the headhunter. The buy up for KC just going to be a Sheriff and a Bandit. Oh, nope. No Sheriff. Never mind. Levin changed his mind. Aves, just the Bandit. A little bit of noise being made. Over towards mid. Ethan, a little unsure about taking that fight right at the front of garage.
Ethan with the spray and pray. Prayers are heard. Plenty of damage going to be dealt as well as that kill found. All right, just going to go get healed up by the hot hands.
Yeah, I was just about to point that out. Thank you, observers. It's the trip there, set up by Kiko, being observed by Sugetsu.
Meanwhile, Kiko observing the whole rest of the team, and yeah, heals be damned. Kiko looking to tear them limb from limb. He heard something over here at long. Now with the clear of the recon, knows that there's going to be that prize since you hear the orb being taken. Trying to go for the headhunter shots. I mean, not enough shells remaining in the judge. Either way, it's a flawless for NRG to start things off 2-0.
Okay. Pretty good start for them. I mean, traditionally, Haven a map, I always really liked the way NRG, especially when the Waylay was in the mix, but now feeling like this map just isn't going to be it. With the changes to Waylay, they try it on Fracture. But here on Haven, having to go in a very different direction. Sturdy stuff from Ethan. Good decision making. Got a little bit of a spot out there before the smoke bloomed. Able to spray down one. Kiko, reliable as always.
Halfway to that tour de force. Now with the change up, shifts over to garage. Just wanting to continue to play angles where this judge is going to be able to find a good amount of value.
It should be pretty readable from KC. Almost always that judge ends up right in this spot here in garage behind those doors. It's just how quickly is like Mata going to be able to pivot in there if there is contact or if they try to clear him. Instead, Mata now going in a bit of a different direction. Have to assume Aves has a pretty decent idea. It's just how do they want to clear it? They're going to use the drone.
Smoke falling, not sure if anything was spotted on the side there by Ethan. Well, sprint across, now knows that Narrate has scaled forward. Still that trip around the corner, Mata. Consideration will just be the hot hands first. Most of that smoke to get layered in can still hold the curveballs. Meanwhile, Sugetsu has just been taken down over at A lobby. The late linger from Brock being rewarded with that Guardian at range. Now they're all going to go pushing in towards that Sova. Another shot out. Finds connection. Aves tagged to 70. Shock darts down towards Sewer. Narrate. Curveball over the top. Trying to reach this position. Meanwhile, Kiko will be found at Garage. And that's going to be a re-pivot now. Over towards B. That trip no longer in action. Mata near enough by to try to offset them here. Paranoia now going to be sent through as well. And Scuba collecting one. The run and gun from Mata. Able to find DOS9. And now it's just Aves and Narrate to try to clutch this one out. Narrate will be able to strike. Aves still very low. They're holding on to this one. Trying to buy the time. Late drop on the smoke. The TP up and over the top. Scuba now going to be taken down as we go into the 1v1. Narrate still relatively healthy as the curveball goes out. Second and final. The tap of the fuse. Brock knowing that he needs to start sticking this one sooner rather than later. Narrate going to be forced away, and that should be the round done and dusted. Brock knows it. Narrate knows it. KC able to play anti-bonus, but NRG still able to get an immense amount of damage dealt.
Yeah, this is really good work from both teams. NRG doing such a nice job with their rotations, throwing up a ton of resistance at where they try to get through at Sewers. There's two walls used there, the Phoenix wall and the fast lane, both thrown in, and then they're trying to contest that B plant, but it just was there fast enough from KC. They just made that pivot. Narrate sold it as the Phoenix, and he's able to close out the round, and a little bit of relief on his face, but it's going to be tough now for KC. Still going to be able to get the rifles to go in this one. But on the back foot economically if they can't find a win here in this round. Similar scenes, except now got Kiko.
Hello, Bobby.
Excuse me, Mata up at the front door. It's just holding a little bit of an off angle there. Spam catches a lot, 11.
Down to 56. NRG not wanting to give KC anything easily, anything for free. Molly to be sent, Blazewall as well. And that's Aves down to 59. Still, the neutral damage being found in the fights here. It's looking damn good for NRG. DOS9 turned back over to the side, able to find the one outside of Garage, but Kiko quickly to scale. Chasing forward, prevents him from escaping. KC now gets an Aves clustered here on the site. That would give him a Hunter's Fury, but in a 2v3. So Getsu would need to find an elimination, trying to make it a little bit more comfortable for them to try to make a play off the ult. He's going to be holding out into the open. Finds that first elimination. Brock dead. Fake under from Scuba. The spam, the check, it forward into the smoke. Other gets layered in. Face forward, Kiko. Quick rendezvous over to the side.
Collateral मार दिया.
Both. Damn near the collapse. Gets them in quick succession, and NRG persevere to move up 3-1, denying the tied scoreline.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker for KC. They played this really nicely at the end. They do such a good job in that 2v3, holding the line, get it down to the 1v2. A scrape that doesn't go their way. Some really nice util used here. Good relay bolt to get the kill on the Narrate. Good paranoia there on the DOS9. Then it's Kiko
Brock Odin नहीं चला रहा है यार, अच्छा मजा नहीं
on
आ
the
रहा
chamber. That is unreal.
And tosses the
कौन मना किया रे?
weapon over to a teammate, grabs the outlaw.
कोच मना किया होगा तभी तो नहीं
Knows that
चला
he's
रहा
gonna have
वरना
free reign
नहीं
here.
वो और
Meanwhile, in the raid,
ओडिन ना
spammed
चला है
down.
पॉसिबल है
And by Mata, just taking a couple taps out into the open. Walk down to Sewers. Aves dead. The spike going to be spotted and right down to 8 HP. Should be a clean.
अरे बाप रे 8 HP में मार्क चल दी.
Out of there, but Sugetsu's still going to be caught at the same time.
Dude, Narrate is just incredible. He is a beast.
But how are you meant to pilot this from here? Spike can be planted. It's a free C site. Scuba nearby. I think he's hearing this noise quite just yet as Narrate's the one slowly creeping forward. As he gets ready to swing this corner, he will be dead. Tuck back, Paranoia ready to fly. Swing out though, and Brock greets him with the Odin, Old Faithful back in hand. Levin feels the pain, and now it is down to DOS9 to try to see what damage he can get. All of them spilling forward.
Kiko intelligent तो है.
Constantly
Peepo,
thinking about
peepo,
these angles of
peepo.
approach, constantly
Game sense
reading
बोलते
his
game
opponents
sense.
on these flanks.
Peepo, peepo,
Stops him from
peepo.
suffering any more damage, as now it's 4-1.
Looking into this next round, it's going to be a lot of ults on both sides. Is there going to be a timeout
Peepo,
called here
peepo,
by
peepo,
KC?
peepo.
Let's talk
like the
about
right
this.
moment.
Yeah, I
Didi
think
चाय पिला रही कि कॉफी
you
पिला
have
रही?
to ensure that this half starts
Dame
turning.
unta grr.
I mean, unbelievable work with the bandit there by Narrate.
भाई मार्डा और
Ethan looking pretty okay.
ब्रॉक
He's in the right
That
places
didn't
at the
mean
right
as much,
times. You would
pata hai.
expect that out of the IGL. He's finding his
दो
kills where he
कुछ
can,
भी
3
मर
and
रहे
3.
हैं, पता है, कभी भी मर रहे हैं.
Doesn't have his overdrive just yet, but every other alt available gets you one away from his, and then there you go. Tour de force.
मैं तो चाहता हूँ
Immediately
Karmine
invested. It has a
God
judge behind it.
कारण उसका
TP4
ये
just the default on B.
पेपर एक्स
Plan to come
बाहर
in,
हो
but
गई ना
Hunter's
उसकी
Fury
वजह
is going to be far too late. Not able to be committed fast enough. But meanwhile, Mata, he's able to shut down the Raid's ult as well as find Levin. Now pops his own, sprinting over into back sight. Spots the enemy Omen, cleans up DOS9.
भाई ultimate दो
That's
तीन
3
बंदे
kills
ले
for him.
गया
Meanwhile,
भाई
Ethan
वो.
making that contact, and he pushes out in the open for Kiko to
Nice,
collect that kill. Molly out from Narrate, the window being watched. Sugetsu, however, just too many angles to try to clear, to try to protect. As Kiko can just keep this cipher contained. Sugetsu, nothing more to be done. The defuse will be stuck. He has to hold on to the weapon. He's going to try to. And Scuba will find him, and he is surrounded.
Scuba dooba doo.
And finds the one, but Mata will find a fourth as NRG find themselves up by 4.
What a pincer setup here for NRG. I mean, they're happy to give up this B space because they have so many layers behind it. They're pushing out from long A, from long C, immediately off the rip. I love the way Ethan just baiting a little bit there for Kiko. And on-site Mata goes absolutely crazy with that run it back. Finds so much value out of that ultimate. Multiple kills. Shuts down Narrate's ultimate.
हीरो वेंडल के चक्कर में पता चला
Now the timeout.
उसकी वो लग गई.
Seemingly going to be here.
It's still a couple ults to use, but you committed 2 into that.
Yep.
From the shadows as well as they run it back. They're trying to make a go of this, and now you're going to be on a weaker bye. There's a lot to discuss, a lot to try to figure out here because I mean, for KC coming into this, starting on that attacker side, this is where you should be finding
जाने कैसे
Sure. And you're going up against the Phoenix Neon too. That's the concern here is that,
कीबोर्ड चलाया हुआ
you know,
मैं पर पता है
in
तेरे को
theory, the
कितने भी
attacker
सुंदर
side
दिखते हैं पर पता
power should
चलाते
be
समय
there
मजा
for
नहीं आता
NRG
है
as well when we flip.
क्योंकि अपन ने हमेशा फुल साइज वाला कीबोर्ड चलाया है ना.
KC has been thwarted, and it's really good stuff from NRG. I
ऐसा
mean,
हो कि सिर्फ
they're
गेम
taking
खेलने के
control
लिए
of
एक
long A
छोटा
pretty
कीबोर्ड और एक
consistently, and when they
नॉर्मल
do give it
कीबोर्ड
up,
है,
they're quick to
नॉर्मल पीसी
rotate
चलाने के
back
लिए.
to it to set up for the flood
तो वो अलग
retakes.
बात है.
Let's see. Are they going to go for any kind of early Hunter's
Wireless
Fury? Maybe
keyboard
that's what
कभी
that
use
early
नहीं
drone
करना
was
चाहिए.
for. Try to clear some
इतनी सारी
space.
की प्रेस
Even
होती है ना,
then, still
latency
fairly
आ ही
risky.
जाता है.
Is Ethan has killed 2. Just goes sliding in the long. Cleans up that kill. Levin will be able to peel one back. Knows that enemy Neon's still going to be in position and has to try to take him down, but Ethan holds his own.
तीन मार दिए ईथन ने.
लेकिन अच्छा मार दिया भाई 3.
Is eventually able to
तीन मार दिया
get that elimination. Gets
उसने भी हेड मारा, देख रहा 145 का.
confirm the kill. So Narrate again.
नहीं इसका एम भी ऊपर था ना.
Grabbing up that Phantom, has the spike.
एम करने में डिले कर
ड्रॉप ड्रॉप
NRG
गॉक गॉक.
giving up the
140
space
का
for
हेड
now.
उठाया है ब्रॉक.
Playing
10
together,
HP है.
not wanting to give him any potential individual picks. Any isolation on these kills.
Make a little bit of noise, and that
भाई
sends
प्लान
Narrate
करने
packing.
ज्यादा जरूरी तेरे को
Half of this
सेव
and-
करना है.
He's gonna
He's got to go all the way to
fully
C.
reclear.
देखा ना
but
तीनों तीनों झुंड बना के बैठे
all the
हैं.
way to see, starting to run out of time, especially when you have to clear so many angles. Trademark still available as well in Garage. That's exactly where he's going to be going. Clears that out, and now, I mean, if he pivots back into B, these players are going to be in transit. They made, I think, a bit of noise. Perhaps he was
लोग को
just on the
पता है बी
outskirts.
आएगा करके.
Being able to hear that either way. This way in the corner of the spot. Brock has seen him. Tries to clear the recon. The ping comes in, and Brock, despite being at 10 health, still will be able to win it out with that Odin in hand.
एम से बाहर चला गया था.
There's no one else like him.
That is very true. He is a maestro of the Odin.
भाई जैसा नाम है
11
Mustang
almost.
वैसी
If
average
he
देता है
gets
मेरा
Ethan
Bluetooth.
there, I think there's a real good hope. But
Average बिल्कुल
once
नहीं है
Ethan's able
मेरे
to hold the
Bluetooth
line, I
का
mean, a
भी।
big 3K
जैसे Mustang
for
का
the
नहीं है।
duelist IGL of NRG. Who would have thought we'd ever be saying that? 2026. Still, Hunter's Fury, Neural Theft.
मतलब ना
Oh,
सोचो
Ethan has his
1.5-2
ult.
घंटे में तो
Oh,
zero हो
that
जाता है।
just missed Levin.
Quick peek. Mata
Mata.
able to find Levin.
Nice. मार दो अरे।
Solid shot though from Sugetsu. Gets rid of him. Denies that run it back from being able to be effective in this round. Meanwhile, the Neural Theft getting the reveal. Brock on the peak, trying to escape. Paranoia will connect. He frantically does manage to backpedal away. Now there's going to be further presence at Sewer. The Odin in hand, and the right can't keep it.
Ooh, they were
Nice
trying to
shot,
sell a bit of
Scuba,
a fake
bhai.
over at A. But NRG has been really aggressive on this defender side at times. They picked their moment to push out B and profit. Now look at this. They're pretty convinced that A is no longer going to be the destination. They're going to group up, and oh man, DOS9.
Just around the corner. I mean, he could absolutely ruin their day here. Gun barrel, I think you have just about spotted. Two of them, in fact. And Scuba will be the one paying the iron price. Back into a 3v3 we go. So now hearing the plant. Sugetsu works his way up into window. Ethan on the approach. Trying to draw this attention, but Sugetsu for now trained in towards that defender's side. Goes for the peek, and Ethan will fall. Brock just not at any kind of angle to try to counter swing this. Meanwhile, an attempt at the no-scope through the wall. Kika will still be able to fight it with a headhunter. Back into a 2v2, but the Hunter's Fury is available. Have to get the tap to try to draw this one out, and there it is. Kiko is going to be... Oh, no, he's... Okay, now he's
गया
just
diffuse.
going to stick it. He's going to try to stick it. Doesn't have quite enough time. Oh, but for a moment...
छोड़ देना था
KC,
उसको जब एक हाफ कर चुका था ना।
They almost squandered that completely. As the initial person, the Hunter's Fury, had not gotten the tag.
This is a wild round.
पहला तो मिस कर गया
It
था वो।
felt like
वही तो
again,
पहला मैं मिस
NRG
कर
was
दिया था,
just
हाफ
gonna
हो
be a
गया था,
step
छोड़
ahead.
देना था
DOS
उसके बाद।
9 tucks in there, right outside of grass. That was the difference maker. This right here completely set NRG off balance. They were grouping up. They were expecting to have some free reign. Try to maybe spread into long and into garage. That got shut right down. And they had to scramble a little bit. Brock, not sure if he connected. Yeah, he
Yes,
did.
he did.
Narrate is very
Wide
unhappy.
away.
अटैक में बहुत दिक्कत आने वाली है एनआरजी को।
Is not ideal.
बहुत दिक्कत होगी,
Meanwhile,
बहुत सारा बैकस्टैप होंगे इन लोगों
Scuba just found Sugetsu trying to tuck away that C-long cubby.
Oh, goodness.
Molly, Blazewall, chucked into the garage. Mata will end up getting taken down.
Nice
Lever with a
one,
nice
yeah.
shot. This really bolt gets sent
अच्छा
over
try
towards
था
Plat, but
बचाने
the
का।
tuck away. Scuba, staying flush
11
against
ने
the
भी
wall.
क्या बढ़िया
Spots him out. Levin just not quite looking in the right direction. Scuba now TPing down to the sewer, trying to see what this approach is going to be. But Kiko, he's the one, Johnny on the spot.
Nice
Oh, the
shot.
paranoia.
Saw the hand, the curveball will connect. The overwhelm will come in. Narrate able to
अब उसको कवर
run him
देने का
down.
कोई है ही नहीं साइड पे उसके
But look at
साथ।
this around. Scuba in around the back. Here's the tap, the check. DOS9 now watching the window. Will be able to find that kill, and suddenly, round win back on the menu for Karmine Corp. Ethan tries to play this one quietly, knows that they're going to go re-pushing back into this, and Ethan has the transfer, has them both dead, and has NRG up 7-2.
E2 भाई मार दिया E2।
Wow. It looked like maybe it was going to be another round where KC was going to be able to salvage those early disadvantages. Narrate tagged up, but he can heal himself. Sugetsu down. You're losing players.
यही अगर
You're able to clear out garage window.
चेंबर की जगह साइफर।
What a nice little play there by Scuba. It hedges his bets. He can go back to see, or he can stay in sewers if there's confirmation on this B hit. He throws a paranoia, but Kiko not able to take advantage of it, and that opens the door for Narrate. Then Ethan
ट्रैप के भरोसे होल्ड कर रहा है।
just
उसको
clean
दो
with
जगह
it.
देखना पड़ रहा है। और ट्रैप होता तो उसको सिर्फ और सिर्फ एक जगह देखना पड़ता।
KC from here, I mean, even if you can get up to 5, it's still going to feel pretty damn rough. And NRG, I think they want it all. Not satisfied after that previous map. They're only really being able to get a smattering of success outside of the pistols and anti-ecos. They are running away with this Haven. And the onus is absolutely on KC to do something about it. From the shadows or run it back available. Not similarly has his on the other side. Positioned at garage.
आराम से positioning हो जाती फिर.
Recon cleared, blaze wall set up, cuts off that trademark for now. Relay bolt going to be dodged. Now the answering, run it back, going to be sent, and that's going to be him dead. Mana, no cover until Brock arrives. Revenge for a fallen teammate is DOS9. Noted, and the spike is still on the floor. Brock is feeling it. He's just jumping the corner with the Odin.
निकल के मार रहा है भाई.
मारा भाई उसने jump करके मारा है उसने.
I knew where Narrate was at. They really have to try to assess. Swing in, Ethan. He'll get the goods. Wow. The final two yet again. 8-2. NRG. So firmly in control for KC. I mean, I think it already might be too late to try to call that second time out, but it feels like they so very much need it.
Yeah, maybe they will, maybe they won't. I mean, even though Brock shows up to the party just a split second late,
ये लोग क्या करते होंगे भाई इतना सारा मॉनिटर पीसी
out into the open moon maneuver. I mean, the maestro in full swing there.
पीसी रखा
Beautiful.
और अगर जैसे मान ले
so hard to do.
As per Riot
he makes it look easy.
तो फिर चेंज होता है सिर्फ प्रोसेसर.
All this to try to set up Kiko. Hadn't gotten spotted. Narrate goes back for a little bit more. A second glimpse, a second peek.
सिर्फ और सिर्फ जो चेयर होती है ना, देख चेयर क्या वियर एंड टियर वाली है ना, क्योंकि लेदरेटेड है, रबर फिनिश है, तो वो क्या डिग्रेड होती है, तो वो जाती है चेयर टेबल इन लोग सब ना चले जाते हैं ऑक्शन.
That was a huge pain in the butt for them on
बाकी सब
Fracture.
तो रीयूजेबल होता है until and unless कोई मतलब प्रॉपर जो बोलते हैं ना मेन स्पॉन्सर ना मिल जाए.
Try to scale up into B. It has been left sort of open. I mean, Ethan is kind of watching it. About this garage presence. Nobody home.
Volley out, and Scuba just disrespects that. Eats the damage from his teammate. Casey, think, well, no one's going to go pushing that angle. Incorrect. Scuba is right there, ready and waiting. DOS9 able to find another with that stinger, but now 11. Pressure building on his shoulders. Trying to get this jump, trying to get this catch, and he will be able to do so. Scuba going to be taken down, but Mata is there to cover it, preventing him from scaling over to grab that weapon. Havis with an opportunity. With this Sheriff, it has to be two crisp and clean shots to make a go of it. The first player going to be spotted out. Overdrive going to be pop shocked.
देख रहा हूँ एक आदमी के लिए अल्ट मार रहा है और वो भी उसके पास वो नहीं है, गन नहीं है. तो भी हम लोग यही गलती करते हैं, पता है, इन लोग अल्ट नहीं बचाते हैं. इन लोग को मतलब है राउंड से.
I mean, some of these mid-round ideas from KC are quite nice in the scramble, but it's just not enough.
सजा के रखे रहते हैं आखिरी राउंड तक.
Hemorrhaging too many players early, giving over so much to NRG. It's the pick, it's the setup here. Disrespecting your own util to go for the kill. DOS9 finds two nice ones, and then that's opened up the map. It's given a bunch of question marks for NRG to have to deal with, but superior weaponry, superior numbers, able to get the job done.
Well, Narrate going to try to utilize an Odin against them as Hunter's Fury is going to be going through. The relay bolt committed in. Ethan's going to be good for one, but Levin has the trade. Spot out onto the enemy Sova at the walk forward, but Kiko just a little bit too trigger happy. Will not be able to find it. So NRG, the trap play, not really going the way that they would have liked, but they do critically get the smokes player out of the hands of KC. It's going to make for very difficult scaling.
For sure. You can be a little bit more aggressive as NRG, especially with that spot. Easy. Easy for Brock.
Here's ping reveal, just no idea. They couldn't get pushed from behind like that. Jump in the corner of the op in hand. The curveball going to be sent out. Kiko does get blinded up, and the spike can be planted. 3v4. Mata and Scuba going to be taking their time. They know that Sugetsu's going to be somewhere a little bit more unorthodox, a little bit more unexpected. Mata, he is fully ready for Aves, and now they know the Odin is here as well. The paranoia connecting into range just cannot slink away. Sugetsu now. He's got to make his presence known. He's got to find something, and he's got to do it right now. The defuse is just going to be stuck, and that's it. 10-2. This half is over. A couple clean shots from Sugetsu, but to no avail. NRG up by 8 at the half.
Yeah, really impressed with how they're able to handle this, and look who it is at the top of the leaderboard. It's none other than Ethan, the IGL, the new duelist for NRG.
His second time. He's playing it on Ascent. He's playing it here now on Haven. Both this very tournament.
I love it, man. How fun is that?
See how the first outing went.
Not great.
He's 15-22.
Like, it wasn't great.
Yeah.
But he's looking really comfy here. I mean, again, he's done a lot of the self-push plays where you're going to run in there, try to set up for your teammates. He's kind of been that player who's holding down mid for this squad on this defender side and doing a really nice job of it. Has really good protocols for when he wants to use his relay bolt. It's a very smart player, and you know, may not be the flashiest, but because of his brains, he's able to make it look like Braun.
Of course, the other layer to this is because you widely do have these weird compositions. Just the difference in that Sentinel.
Right.
And how many times have we seen it? How many times have we talked about it? The Chamber being able to very much help contain the double duelist. It's got a ton of firepower in its own right. And NRG, they've widely been winning a lot of these rounds from the outset. The barriers drop, kills are found, and KC just haven't really been able to put anything together. When you have a player the caliber of Kiko on a Chamber, and he can pretty freely and easily fight forward, take aggressive positions at the start of these rounds, come away with opening picks, you're going to have a bad time.
Yeah, for sure. Kiko is so good in so many different aspects. Unbelievably talented as that player. What a great pickup for NRG he has been. And then you always have that threat of Brock. I don't know where that's going to be, where the Odin's going to be. He doesn't even need the Odin, to be honest. He's incredible with every gun. That's something that I think is underappreciated about Brock, because he's so good with the Odin that it overshadows how good he is at everything else. Saw even in that last round, teed himself up for a kill. Used his util, catch a player as they're trying to escape long A.
If memory does serve, it's 5 for 5 on pistols. NRG looking to make this 6 now. As KC, they do want to get proactive. Quick exploration out of garage. Meanwhile, drone to try to keep that interest on this side of the map. Aves on the peak, able to spot him out, and now KC getting the bad news, having to go for a quick pivot. Fast lane going to be set by Ethan. Aves tucking back, takes a couple shots. Now they know he's on that sewer side. Spike in the hands of Ethan. It's going to be Scuba able to find one, but Aves quickly trades it back as Kiko will fall. The headhunter now out of the equation. It's just a bloody back and forth between these teams. Brock, however, this late linger, he's going to be spotted. Levin, he's just going to leave him there. Fake the exit. Smart play, gets it back into a 2v2. Ooh, I'm not sure where he's going. Ethan now trying to clutch this out all alone. Spots them both. Fakes the one side. The frenzy can't get drawn out fast enough. Aves will be able to find the 3K. KC get a pistol under their belts. They still need 7 more just to tie this up.
Yeah, again, the individual play from some of these players on KC today has been really, really good, even on the maps where they're getting beat by NRG. This time it's Aves. Plays that so nicely. Tucks himself into sewers. Does a great job just being patient. Nice little outplay from Levin onto Brock. And Ethan not ready with the frenzy in the right position. And he had a chance to maybe get one and then dash back behind the dice, but didn't have his crosshair in the right spot. Wasn't able to convert. No buy up at all here for NRG. They know that KC's going to be pressing, so no reason not to save a little bit extra money. DOS9, hello. Oh, goodness. That was close.
Yeah, not much damage going to be suffered after all. And right now, sprinting in. So far, this has been unread, so he will be able to go ahead and take down 2. Ethan as well, trying frantically to find anything else. If nothing else, It's not a flawless, but KC still do keep 4 players alive. They carry over a ton of key weaponry into the bonus.
For sure. DOS9, a big sigh of relief there. Can feel the pressure mounting. Their tournament lives on the line, and they are very far behind right now, our Karmine Corp. Air 8, nice timing. And just nothing really for Ethan left to do at that point. Rifles in the hands of NRG now. Bonus, very strong for KC.
But they have control in their spray.
Really, you almost feel like they need to convert this. Get back into this map, put them 5 down if they can.
They might just be hitting B again, though.
They have that control.
Give it a second go. Narrate, the only player nearby enough.
Well, yeah, you're right.
Curveball through. It's going to be a shallow molly, just trying to prevent that potential scale over towards that A connector side. But Ethan,
nice.
The counter spray from backside. Narrate going to be taken down. Shotgun's going to be lobbed in, but on that jump peak, Gomez will end up losing his life.
They were so ready.
Now firm control.
They were so ready for that double shock.
They avoid it all. I mean, KC.
Hello.
Not the money to try to make the play.
क्या है वॉच पार्टी खत्म होगी तब खेलेंगे बस हो ही गया लास्ट मैप है 10-4 चल रहा है स्कोर
Gets on the arrival.
Oh.
One-way smoke. Cage to try to prevent, but still no one onto the spike. They know that they have to abandon this, go their separate ways. NRG just suffering the one casualty. Will keep 4 alive as they deny the bonus conversion. They move up 11-4.
Starting to feel like the end is near. Just a little bit of a pause here taken by NRG to talk about how they want their util to land on that execute, it felt like. Once it ripped, Ethan gets into the back and he does the heavy lifting again. He has been stellar. I mean, again, it's more about using that speed to get into an optimal position. And he's able to win that spam fight. What a turn on 11. Sure, he ends up dying in the long run, but he'll take that round every day of the week. 16-9 now. Has his overdrive already. KC going to be able to get rifles. A little bit of money on one player behind all that.
यहाँ तो और देते हैं.
Gotta go their way. Skets are the only one really with a bunch of cash still remaining. As clear out set up and keep going. Not ready for the scale forward. Aves with a very nice start. Meanwhile, going to be overwhelmed here outside of B.
अरे भाई अब खींचे मत भाई ये गेम कसम से.
Quiet as the curveball does connect. Forward Brock now trying to scale on this angle.
Overconfidence.
Levin missing him. But if he continues to scale, if he just checks back over towards long, he'll have him dead to rights, and he does. So far, so flawless for KC. Exactly what they need. Got to jumpstart that engine and roar their way back into this.
Long ऐसी चीज है जो आराम से.
I mean, honestly, you might just save at this point. It's NRG. You don't really necessarily need to, but you might as well because
Rates one away. Alvis is one away.
Yep, that's just it. No reason to give over any more orbs.
Okay. 11-5.
Yeah, I think here just NRG. It is a different look than the previous round. Of course, they're not going for the fast B hit, but this time around, KC kind of goes back to something that works so well for them on Fracture, which is being aggressive on the defender side, and they're going to need to be. Just like we saw with NRG on their defender side of Haven, when you're running double duelist like this, it requires you to be a step ahead. This time they were. They're going to find a bunch of big kills because of that. Then we go. Another round. Should be okay in the money department, I would think, for KC. Yeah, huge.
Well piloted NRG. Not ready for these backstabs to come through. Something to be assessed. As they look to try to close this one out, but Havas now the Hunter's Fury going to be online. That overdrive still in the back pocket. Can save that in case this round doesn't go their way. For now, just some early fishing and very slow approach overall for NRG. Just grabbing that orb outside of C long. For Scuba to get from the shadows online.
Yeah, and this time NRG makes the adjustment, realizing that KC had found a potential weakness. And that was just to be a little bit more aggressive off the rip, but instead, they fortify B early. And then they're going to fan out 2-1-2. NRG begins to explore the map somewhat themselves. You've got Kiko tucked into a corner.
TP this side, the spot of the Paranoia going to be sent through as well as now the Hunter's Fury does get committed, but Kiko trying to scale up into C, trying to break things open, ends up falling to the wayside. And this pivot can be absolutely devastating as Narrate is completely unnoted. Scuba now dead, and NRG scattered to the winds. Spike needing to be rerouted. Called back into the B site, Levin waiting at A connector. Can they clear him out? Yes. Able to find the kill, but do they go for the pivot? No. We'll pump the brakes and maybe look to just trying to get this plan on the A connector side of B. But defending from here, 3v4 going to be damn difficult.
You cleared DOS9. A lot easier.
On a back going to be committed. DOS9 for now going to be contained, and Ethan gets a shutdown. Narrate's ult going to be denied away. His Avi's going to be spammed out. Ethan finding the other. Now the overdrive going to be popped. Cleans up Narrate. Looking for a little bit more. Mana will take Sugetsu and DOS9. His presence, his position known. The re-wrap through garage out into mid. And even for DOS9, a player of his caliber, this should be impossible. He knows it. Just try to back away, maybe get a final elimination there on to Brock, but they will go their separate ways. Ethan will be heard. DOS9 wants to try to get that kill, but Ethan's cleared the corner. And NRG will move up 12-5. Match point is theirs. KC needs 7 in a row to try to take it to overtime. Otherwise, their run here at EWC, their dream of playing in front of this Parisian crowd, will absolutely collapse.
It's just got to be heartbreaking when you have your strength kicked out underneath you. You have your three-man side isolated and dealt with.
कलेक्शन बना रहा है क्या शादियों का?
DOS9 on his own. They knew that the other three had to be over the other way, so NRG has to make a decision in that moment. Do we try to spread? Do we try to play someone one-on-one against DOS9? Try to get that 1v1. DOS9 is really good in those scenarios. Or do we just group up as three? Ethan as his overdrive says, guys, when they come at us, we're ready. And we can just hit the nitrous and go right at them.
I mean, hindsight is 2020. Again, feels like this is a timeout.
नहीं किसी की भी जिंदगी हो हमें कोई मतलब नहीं भाई जितने बार करना कर ले 50 कर ले हमारी तरफ से हमें क्या करना लेकिन एक जनरल बात कह रहा हूँ भाई
Yes, it is possible. 7 rounds in a row. It's been done before. It'll be done many more times across future tournaments, and I'm sure even at this one.
पता मेरे को ना heavy mouse खेलना
For
पसंद है
KC, the
high
way
sensi पसंद है
ईटा बांध दे उसमें
compared to the previous map, the way that energy's been looking compared to the previous map, it just feels like it's a bridge too far.
I mean, the funny thing is it wouldn't be the most ridiculous comeback we've seen at this event so far. So wait, we'll buckle in.
10 piece.
अरे वो माउस के नीचे का वो कुशन क्या रबर पैड क्या बोलते हैं वो कहाँ मिलता है क्या बोलते हैं लिंक विंक है तो कुछ भेजना भाई ये 402 का सैमसंग हाँ वही लॉजिटेक सैमसंग
मैं भी बोला सैमसंग का कौन सा माउस आ गया भाई
सैमसंग
back to a save
should be some of the more critical ultimates not quite getting ready to be cycled up aside from Sugetsu
4G402 है ये
seems like Ethan is spurring them on though
G सही आता है 502 402
check this angle 402 they beat Aves maybe just maybe
we've been watching for it the face in fadeaway shot damage
कहाँ छुपा
and they're off sprint forward going to be coming through Paranoia going to be chucked in the drone blinded up for the moment Molly does land one player going to be spotted out the TP up into heaven for Scuba
उसने एक टीपी मारा इसने पूरी टीम ऊपर पहुंच गई
but now it's just Scuba all alone Sugetsu able to find it the jump out of the smoke Scuba The spray and pray rewarded with 2. Up to a third now in this round. Think of the TP. The tap it of the fuse, and what a way to close this out if Scuba could get it done. Just so very unfavored. Spots him out, the counter spray looking good. And it will get them over the line, but Scuba makes it costly.
भेजना
Lost, but the round goes to KC.
All right, again, KC matches some of this early B main pressure. They want to take the fight at grass, and they're going to be successful in this one. I'd like to see a change of ideas again from NRG. Feels like to me they're trying to close this map out by just brute forcing their way onto B one way or another. Scuba able to come up with some crazy in the kills up in heaven there, but you know, okay, timeout NRG. Yeah, I mean, I think this at this point, like, just say, hey, let's go back to maybe playing a little bit slow off the rip. Let's spread out a little bit. Let's give Kiko the opportunity to maybe win some 1v1s at long C or long A. He's had a rough go of it, to be fair. KC has done a really nice job of shutting Kiko down in the early parts of the round, which is complete opposite of what we were seeing on the first half of this map. So credit where credit is due. KC's been able to keep the chamber in check. But beyond that, it's actually been the Neon that's been a huge problem in some of these rounds. So I think as NRG, I'd like to just see a little, frankly, a little more defaulting, a little bit more just kind of respect being shown at the early parts of these rounds. KC, when they're finding value, it's when they're getting aggressive early and catching players out. Stop that, and I think you're probably okay. Or maybe just rush A. Who cares?
Run it down. Well, maybe just a roll of the dice at the end of this. We'll see, but ping reveal out. No damage to be suffered. Playing back on safe sight lines.
It's a neat little setup with their relay bolt. Makes it hard to clear that dart.
They still are able to get slotted decently far forward here with Mata. One charge. Gets him a run it back. Back around mid. Brock making sure that they haven't gone for this deep forward scaling. They now know that there's a camera somewhere out in the mid. They haven't quite cleared it, and there you go.
It is. Well, got a lot of map control now as NRG. It's just you don't have long C, so KC can lean a little bit more BA. But you might, I mean, the funny thing is they've left Sugetsu over here. A lot of times teams will just leave that player in the cubby by themselves. But with Sugetsu there, this makes this actually really tricky to clear. You smoke the front of the choke here. You can maybe isolate this, but you know Narrate potentially good for a lot, and Sugetsu's going to be able to give him the early warning.
It's all a bit of a bait for Narrate, and there you go. Swings out, finds a kill. Kiko going to be taken down. Sugetsu to plat. Is able to find Mata as well to boot. The turn to the side, and Narrate holding his own. Eventually will be flushed out back into a 2v3 as it's Brock and Scuba yet again. Try to make a miracle happen. The plant having to be committed to the paranoid fly. Scuba not going to be caught by that. Finds the first. Looks for the second. Doesn't manage to connect it. Swing in, and Abez has the follow-up again. Two players surviving. NRG continue to make these close, but they cannot close it out.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is just maybe overthinking things a little bit for NRG.
इंडिया में नहीं मिल रहा है यार ढंग का.
Even though Kiko's been kind of in the vicinity of that cubby, and they know, they're like somewhat aware of it. It's just the execution here from Narrate and Sugetsu is just way better. And they're ready for that extra layer, that pinch in through the double doors of just the garage itself. Okay. Now what's the answer behind this? I mean, Mata's got his ult. Brock has the Hunter's Fury, but Narrate has his ult. Sugetsu, Levin with an operator too, with the overdrive.
Casey, you got to keep this going. Do not let the thrifty find the value. Do not let that be the way that you drop this series. You know that NRG are more than capable of it. Backpedal going to be coming in, and Kiko.
Oh, भाई Kiko ने crazy मारा bro.
Reveal on the one with the space already taken here on the side is the run it back, going to be committed. Auto time expiring. Shock darts out. Aves will fall. Narrate going to be snapped back as Scuba finds him with a stinger.
खत्म होगा मेरे को
4v3, the
लग रहा
Hunter's
है.
Fury going to be called in. Looking for that contact, but Kiko's
खत्म.
collected the operator.
खत्म.
And KC, I begged of you.
हल्का मार दिया तो बात है.
बहुत मुश्किल है. बहुत
It
मुश्किल
feels like that
है.
has fallen on deaf ears. Is Narrate now has to pull off a 1v4. NRG looking to make this a 13-7, and on the swing, Kiko has him pinned.
वो ब्लाइंड में मारा है. देख
NRG
रहा
will
था.
take it 2-1. As they will
चलो
advance
चलो अब हम
and
वेलो
eliminate KC
खेलेंगे.
from EWC 2026.
And for the second year in a row, NRG will find themselves in the playoffs of EWC. Really nicely handled. A great game by KC. Really impressed with this team at times. Their individual play, very high level. Their fracture, some of the best you're going to see, period, end of story. But NRG just a step ahead on Breeze and Haven. But
खत्म हो गया भाई आज के games.
starting, I think you should start to have a little bit of hope.
मिलेंगे
They look
कल.
really strong.
Yeah, I mean, if nothing else, this should be an inspiration for the fans of this team, of this organization, as they get ready to go back.
अच्छा कार्बाइन कॉर्प आ रही है मेरे हिसाब से अच्छा है.
चलो अब थोड़ी देर में मिलते हैं दोस्तों. स्ट्रीम कंटिन्यू करेंगे.
हराई थी.
फिर खेलेंगे आज भलो खेलेंगे भलो.